What do you call a car with built-in AI? A Lexus. Last year we discussed the symbiotic relationship between technology and people, and today we will delve deeper into artificial intelligence and its impact on us all in facilities management.
So to get the conference started, let me introduce you to our co-host here today. Known throughout our metaverse as the biggest advocate for human-centric workplaces.
Please welcome Simone Fenton-Jarvis.
And Martin's online, hopefully he'll be able to pop in later. I know he's going to be on the panel later as well. So throughout the day today, we're going to try and keep it also interactive. So the QR code, if you can all get your phones out and give it a scan, it will open up Menti. If you've not used Menti before, it's an online poll platform where essentially we'll be able to run some polls throughout the day with online people and in the room. And also, there's a few open-ended questions at the end of today for there as well, and we'll be using the findings to add to our white paper. So by contributing to the poll, you'll be contributing to the white paper. So as we go through them, please, we'll be playing live results on the screen as well, so you can see what everybody else thinks. So that's always useful. Okay. So, one word to describe how you feel about the use of AI right now. If you didn't use the QR code, you can go to menti.com and you can put that code in at the top. The bigger the word is, the more people are saying it. Hopefully with AI, it will start realizing that exciting and excited is the same thing. Maybe next year. Intrigued, excited, cautious, interested, clunky. We're used to clunky in FM though, aren't we? Can cope with that. Okay. I think that's everyone. So, biggest words then, curious, excited, intrigued, unsure, cautious. Still moving around. So all in all, I'm going to say we're excited, but a little bit cautious about what's to come. I hope by the end of today, you're equally as excited and equally as cautious. That's my takeaway for the day. So that's what we're going to do. If you can put the PowerPoint back on. Cheers. The plugin wouldn't work for the PowerPoint, so we've had to mess around a little bit. Okay, how do we know that AI is rocking up in today's world? You'll be seeing phrases like this. In today's turbulent world, we foster and we navigate, because that's what AI keeps throwing out. You'll also see lots of these rockets and fire signs and all sorts of stuff like that. I recently upgraded my phone, and if anybody else has fallen for this, I got a Samsung with AI built in. I paid an extra few £100 for that AI function. 4 or 5 months in, do I know what it does? Nope. Have I seen any difference? Nope. Did I fall for the marketing? Yep. Copilot, I'm using this day to day, not for writing any content, but for doing things like being away from my office for a few hours. Copilot, what have I missed? It will summarize my emails, it will summarize my Teams chats, and it will tell me where to focus my attention first. That is really useful. It's like having a PA, but not. Aer Lingus, if anyone follows me on LinkedIn, you might have seen my little rant a few weeks back around live chats, the lack of humanity when you're stuck at an airport at midnight and you really just want to speak to a person. Chatbot started that you were speaking to a person, you're now speaking to a robot. I personally think that's gone one step too far if you're sat at Manchester Airport at midnight with nowhere to go, especially when the pilot says, have a safe onward journey, and you're sat there thinking, I haven't got an onward journey because the plane's not taking off. Gaming, if you've not done VR headset games, it's a little bit trippy, I'm going to say, especially the roller coaster ones, all ones where spiders are coming at you. The biggest impact for me day to day so far has been this bit. People have got access to information like never before. The thing that not necessarily people have got is the knowledge and experience to apply that. So you go into organisations and you are coming up time and time again with people that have got answers from things like ChatGPT by AI. You're there with the experience and the knowledge to complement their information from internal and actually get into the strategy. Is what we keep finding is time and time again, they're skipping out this bit because they've got all the information that they need apparently already. Information plus experience equals competence. Maybe remember that as we go forward throughout today. What's AI got and what's it not got? Finally, I think the badgers are even coming out of the sets with tinfoil hats on. I think everyone's a little bit worried. I think day-to-day AI has been noted in conversations. Lots of organisations coming to me and saying, we're going to ban the use of AI in the company. Is that the right thing to do? No. Let's train people, encourage people to use it for the right reasons. And then if you go back to the slides, next question on Mentor. Oh, it's already done it, there you go. In the last 12 months, used AI in my role daily, so there's around half of you at the moment. Used AI to write a post for social media. Did you have a rocket or a flame on there? Did you navigate today's turbulent world? My organisation's banned the use of AI. Interesting. 65%. I've totally avoided AI. Okay. If you go back to the PowerPoint. Sorry, it's going to feel a bit Chris Whitty-like. Okay, so AI is being used day to day in places that you might not have noticed, might not have heard about, might not have seen. So I'm just going to give you a little run through. The wars in recent years have all been powered by AI. AI drones, AI military. It means that essentially people are not now thinking twice about war, maybe, that they're sending a machine in to do that rather than the person. That's grim times, and we'll leave it there. But on the positive, we can get humanitarian aid by drone, so there's always that. Being sarcastic, of course. Cybercrime, massive issue. On a positive, kids are learning via AI platforms, learning platforms. They're definitely more prevalent in the US and places like China at the moment, but I think it is coming. And obviously, if you've done an online course in recent years, you've probably had some form of AI learning platform speaking to you. Lots of medical devices and also logistics. Logistics is a main area of growth for AI. So if anybody works in logistics and you want to give any examples later, please do when we open it up. So, good and bad. Now, I can only really trust these people up here because they're the experts. So, what I'm going to say here is there's a mix of opinions. When you get people like Stephen Hawking saying that AI is the end of the human race, that's a little bit worrying. He's a clever dude. He was a clever dude. You've got Mo Gawat, who basically works a lot on AI at Google. He's saying that this is essentially an ethics conversation, and I think that we all stand by that. You've got Elon Musk. God, where do you start with him? Whole different conference, that, isn't it? Maybe we should do a leadership conference on Musk. But when he, of all people, says that he wants regulatory things in place because we're summoning the demon, I just want to get that tinfoil hat off that badger. I mean, that's worrying because he definitely does not want to regulate many things, does he? Apart from how people do work, obviously. But then you've got people like Bill Gates. Okay, so it's going to reduce inequities. Look forward to seeing that into the future, hopefully. You've got Mark Zuckerberg. Apparently, we're going to do more with less. It's going to improve the quality of life of billions of people. Look forward to seeing that as well. And then you've got Tim Cook from Apple. And they've just invested, actually, they announced it this week, 560 billion in AI, and an AI factory that they're opened, and all the resource now indeed behind that. A lot of money has been ploughed into this. But essentially, his focus is how do we make AI a thing to make lives easier for people. And then in the middle here, you've got Timmy Jabru. She's one of the leading professors at Stanford on the use of AI, and has done some work with Google as well. She's been predicting for the last 10 years that AI was coming, and also when it did appear, it was going to be a worrying time for all of us because of the amount of inequities that has been found. So when training models are being trained off the same material, and there's already discrimination and things in that material, and then you're training an AI model that then can't go, oh yeah, that's discrimination. There's lots of bad examples coming out, i.e. people using AI, we talked about it a little bit last year's conference, using AI for recruitment, and how AI is actually preferring a white male over anybody else, not based off the CV, but because that's what the AI can see during the recruitment process. So there's also a lot of things that need fixing as we adopt the use of AI in day-to-day and how we manage that. But today is the focus on FM. Now, at least we can control FM. I'm hoping the people in the room can control FM. So hopefully by the end of today, we'll have an idea of how we use AI in our organizations, what to be careful of, and also what to be super excited of. So you can go back to the Menti poll. We've got a couple more questions. Which of these do you think most benefits, think the benefits most from AI integration? You've got workplace design, management, sustainability, maintenance, and security. There's purposely not another, because you know what everyone does. How are you finding the Menti? Is it all good? Is it annoying? Do you rather just put your hand up and speak to people? Makes data collection for the white paper easier. Okay, maintenance. Anybody surprised by the results there? Anybody want to add anything to that at this point? No? Quiet bunch. We'll get you talking later then. Okay, so maintenance is the overall winner. And then if we can go back to the PowerPoint, please. Rule number 1 when you're presenting, don't use anything that you can add in or embed. Videos, sound, Mentimeter, technology just don't want to do it. So, FM. And I've purposely done this as some boring bullet points because I actually wanted you guys to speak at this point. How, day-to-day, in your roles, in your life day-to-day, how are you seeing AI adoption? If you want to just talk to the person next to you, give yourselves a minute, just talk. If you're not seeing it at all, just say, I'm not seeing it. But anything there. Things I've seen, operational efficiency, predictive analytics, predictive maintenance, space planning, utilization, lots of AI tools there now. Survey tools, managing vendors, automating workflows. Turn to the person next to you. What are you seeing the most of? Right. Sorry about the whistle. If it helps, so I started my life as a PE teacher and a football coach. And every time I blow that, I get a little bit of PTSD. So I'm not enjoying it either. Okay, if you go on to the next poll. what stood out for anybody there? Anything in particular? Anything that you were surprised by? Do you want to share by the room? Oh, you are all quiet. Do you want me to submit it into Menti instead? Go on.
Some of us were surprised that maintenance was so high up with this.
Okay.
I did vote for it myself, but
Yeah.
we were chatting. Some of us were surprised at that.
Yeah.
Perhaps workplace would want a little bit more higher up.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Anybody else? Anything to add? Okay. Pardon? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm a rookie.
We're going to do that question, aren't we?
Yeah, go on. Go on. What, for the people online, what were you surprised by?
Sorry, I'm not normally told to raise my voice. Yeah, I think some of us were surprised the maintenance was so high in the scoring. But I voted for it, but we were chatting and we thought perhaps workplace was something that would lend itself to it as much as anything else.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, anybody got anything else to add to that? Come on, make Elliot get his steps in for today.
Yeah, one of my CBRE friends. Did you know?
I think management, and that's why I voted management. I think that's where we are at the moment. We're using it for data insights and sort of analytical tools, trying to help us wade through the volumes of kind of processes, documents, and things you got to write and got to read. So at the moment, that's where we're using it and seeing a lot of the benefit. But there's a lot of other areas that I think will help maintenance. But ultimately, you still got to have something to do the maintenance, rather than tell you how to do it.
Yeah. Great stuff. Okay, how do you see AI transform your organisation in the future? There's lots of answers here. We're not going to obviously go through these. These will be part of the white paper after we've done some analysis on it and after people online have responded as well. We'll also put this out to LinkedIn and see what LinkedIn's going to say about this as well. So, okay, if you hop back over to the PowerPoint. Okay, why are we surprised by any of this and why we're here to talk about it today? So, as much as AI is changing a lot of things already and having a really positive influence, the thing to be aware of is that AI today is what Snake was on a 3210. It's only going to get bigger and better and bolder. And we've got some speakers today that are going to tell you about how AI is changing their lives and for the positive. And we might even get some of the negative as well. So just bear this in mind as we go through. And I think that is enough of me. And we're going to get the first person on. So, 1 second. That was... I'll wake up eventually, guys, sorry. Right, okay. Got the slides? Okay. So, first up, got Andrew Targel. I hope I've said his name right. I'm talking about...
Yes, it's Targel, but you said Targel. Well done, thank you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah,
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have you got the
Welcome
clicker
to the
machine?
stage. Andrew, AI and some FM, some perspective.
Hello. I know, we're not all bored of AI wording yet, are we? No. Well, I mean, I'm Andy Targel. I'm the old grey man on the front of the stage, you see. I've been involved in IT quite a while, hence I am bald, and I've got the scars on my back. So hopefully today I can share a little bit of insight and information and a bit of learning and perhaps how to see through a little bit of what can sometimes feel a bit like a snake oil out there. Because in our world in FM, technology out there is changing rapidly, isn't it? And it can be overwhelming. If you just look at the rate of change of an adoption of new technologies, the rate is getting faster and faster. I mean, my parents used to whinge and moan because they couldn't use the VCR, but that was change, and now it's happening faster. I mean, I don't know quite what DeepSeek will be, but the rate of adoption of new technologies is enormous. And sometimes in FM, that seems overwhelming. It's too much going on. We have our day-to-day work to do. We've got clients that are whinging. We've got things that are broken. We've got contracts to manage. And that whole world can seem too much. And often what I tend to see what we do is we try to simplify things a little bit. We try to box them into things we can understand, into things that are maybe a little bit tick-boxy. I'm not saying we're all going to become guides. What I'm saying is we start to think about badges, about tick boxes, about technology as something we can just check off. And you know, we badge buildings. We say this is a mega building, this is a cool building, this is a green building, this is a blue building. We get the ticks and we do a bit of tech and yeah, we think the job's done. But have we really used that technology to change and transform what we're doing? Have we really delivered a meaningful outcome or benefit? Because sometimes we tick that box and we get a really exciting app. Yeah. This is not an exciting app, by the way. No, just so you know. What we have done here is we have digitized an existing manual process. And we think, well, there we are. We've digitized. Tick, I've got my badge. But actually, no one's using it. All we've done is we've made a manual process now digital. But actually, it's still as painful as it was before. I've still got to go in there and, in fact, it might even be more painful. Because now I've got to find the room, the people, the space. I've just got to do all these checks and things. And I used to just phone up reception. So have we, by using technology in the broader sense, really in FM, thought about changing and delivering better outcomes? Because this is fundamental. Because before we go rushing off to AI, are we able to do the basics of technology in the right way? Because those aren't very exciting. And this is frustrating because we're not alone. When we ask out there, everyone's looking for this digital unicorn, this magical app, this magical AI, this thing that will make my job easier and perfect tomorrow. And when we ask everyone out there, you know, fewer than 40% find that their technology programs in real estate and facilities management have really been very good, which is not very good, really. You know, we need to get better at this, because if we're going to get value from technology and AI, we need to be delivering them and implementing them in a way that delivers benefit. And that's frustrating because software can start to write itself now. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It can write itself. And I can change images, I can change the mood, the creation. You saw at the beginning those wonderfully elegant people that will do us all out of a job very soon, no doubt, talking. So with all those things, why can't I combine Siri with Carson and create my perfect digital assistant? I mean, that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, Carson knows what you want before you even know it. He knows where you want to be, what you want to do, how you're going to work, what you need, and he'll address all those problems. He'll even make sure your jacket's ready for you. I mean, that would be the future, wouldn't it? That would be wonderful. Why can't we have that perfect digital assistant out there that can make my life wonderful and perfect? Carson and Siri, because those things exist. Well, maybe AI is the magic answer. Maybe AI can create my magic Carson and my Siri. But it's not brand new. It's been around a while. In fact, it's been around a long time. And you can see the path of long time. In fact, I remember back in 2003, I think it was, I remember witnessing a project that Accenture were doing, very exciting neural network project, doing all these decisions, and you could see it visually making its decisions. And it was brilliant, brilliant maths, brilliant software, but it was very slow. It took days, really, to get these complex decisions made. So what's really changed is not the fundamental mathematics. What's changed is the ability to do that and do those calculations very, very fast. So the opening up of cloud has allowed us to get access to computing power that now allows us to make these calculations that are fundamentally not different to they were years ago, happen so quickly they feel like they're happening in real time. They feel like you are talking to a real human being. But the maths is stuff that probably you did at school. You don't believe me? So when we think about FM, there are probably three areas that I think are useful, and we're going to come back to these themes in a moment. There are generative, and this is where we're creating new content. You've seen that, ChatGPT. There is predictive, which is where we're looking at patterns of behavior and data patterns to then work out what might happen next. And then there is optimizing, and this is like the really clever stuff. This is looking at patterns, but lots of variables that might change along the way and continuously adapting to identify what the route or the pathway of optimum approach should be. So things like route planning is a good example. Those are the three areas to think about. But let's demystify this a little bit, because sometimes we think it's a great big magic box, a black box of dark arts. Like in the the IT crowd, they had the internet in that black box. Do you remember that? Yeah? That's the AI. I have got the AI box. There it is. Ta-da! No, it wasn't really in the box, was it? But that's often what we think about it. We think it's this little black box, and that's what it is. But actually, if you go into it, really, and you ask ChatGPT, what is the best thing about AI, what it's doing is it's basically answering the next word. Okay. So when I ask it, what is the best thing about AI is the ability to, and it's looking at the probability of the next word being learn. Now that probability, that maths, is the stuff that you probably did at school. But what it's doing, it's combining, and this is the very simplest level of it, it's combining masses and billions and trillions and squillions of records out on the internet, and it's doing that very, very fast with massive amounts of computing power to determine out on the internet, based on all the content that we as humans, and now AI as well, have created, what is the most likely probability of the next word. And that's how it builds its answer. Now you can see how that can scale, how you can start to optimize that, add more complexity to it, how you can start to adapt it so it can learn, and it can learn if that's the right answer for people, and it can evolve and improve. But fundamentally, that's what's going on. It's not some dark art black box. It's good maths. And the challenge is, and I talked about earlier in FM, sometimes it feels a bit overwhelming, and it's not helped by all the vendors and software out there, because just in these areas, there are over 500 companies that are selling us stuff that are AI-enabled. It can feel a bit like snake oil sometimes. And I remember, I am old enough, yes, most of you are too young, but I remember the dot-com days, and everyone suddenly put an E in front of their application. E-commerce, e-learning, e-this, e-that. It was exactly the same application as it was the day before. It had the E, but now it's got an E. And now, some applications out there have an AI instead of an E. Now, that's not always the case, but it can feel like that. It can feel a little bit overwhelming. And in our day-to-day world in FM, 500 companies just in some of these areas alone can seem overwhelming. So how do we think about that? Because this isn't going to happen, is it? We have got to a stage where I think we know there is reality to this, and there's an area where we can make benefit from it. But also, I think some of the snake oil was starting to see through a little bit. And I think this is an example of it. And if you look at Gartner, they think that perhaps we're on the brink of disillusionment. And that's good. Because just like those dot-com days, or just like the app day and the digitalization days, what this trial of disillusionment means, it means that we can start to see through the noise and start to see where the real value lies. Because this happened with the internet and everything else like that. The internet didn't go away, but actually, remember all those companies went bust, had these crazy ideas? What was left of those that probably were going to be viable and where the real benefits lie. And so that's where I think we're at. We're at that brink of disillusionment, but that's not a bad thing. That is a good thing, because it helps us see through all that noise. However, when we ask our people out in the world and in our industry, how are they doing with AI and what are the blockers to it, these are the things they say. Data quality and availability. Well, yeah. Do you remember that example I gave you earlier about ChatGPT? It is good because it has billions of records to work from. If you are going to bring in AI and put it on 3 points of data in your environment, it'll be no better than you guessing what the answer is, because it's got 3 reference points. The maths is not going to be any better than probably you as a human judging it. But when you've got more data points, and they're robust data points, now your AI can start to add some value. So you can see why data is a key blocker. The other thing that I want to call out here is spend and ability to spend money on a business case. And I'll come back to this because this is important. Sometimes what's happening is we see the thing and we go, I want the thing, but we can't make a business case for it. And that's because what we're doing is we're letting the technology drive what it is we're trying to answer, rather than what is the business problem we are trying to answer. If we understand what the business problem is we're trying to address, then we can start to build out a business case for addressing it. And how can AI support it? Really key. So these are the blockers. How do you address them? The other thing to think about is actually, this is what most of us have. We have a really lovely IT environment and architecture that is held up by Excel. I love this diagram. And we wonder why we can't use data for AI because it's all hidden away in little Excel. But more than that, this is our IT architecture in a building. It's a bit like a building. Imagine this like a building, and you can't just rip out a floor and put in a floor from another building because the stairs won't align, the ventilation and nothing will work. And that's like your IT environment. Don't expect your building to suddenly be ripped out, have a new floor put on top, and for it not to collapse. You've got to design it. You've got to think about it a bit like Lego. How can I take a bit out but put another bit in? That allows you to put something new on, which for the time being is AI, but it could be another new technology tomorrow and another new technology. So addressing this challenge of a fragile architecture of your environment is going to help you get the data you need to be useful, but also allow you to benefit from new technology, which is AI now, but new in the future, other things coming. Now, in reality, when we ask businesses what's important to them, they don't go, I must implement AI. Actually, they say business things. I need to increase revenue. I need to improve sustainability. I need to reduce cost. I need to be more efficient. Those are the things that we're really focused on. Those are the things that we need to be delivering in our day-to-day. So focus on those and then think about these areas. These are where I think AI can help us in FM. I'm not going to go through all of them, but these are the use case areas I think are relevant. From predictive analysis, personalization, video analysis, good one in security, we didn't discuss that earlier, decision-making, optimization, automation, and speech recognition. Those are areas that you need to be thinking about where AI can help in FM. So knowing that, and you'll get the deck afterwards so you can have these, there are 3 things I'd suggest you think about. Number 1, focus on what is the business goal you're trying to address. Don't worry about what the sellers and the vendors and everyone else is out there trying to tell you is cool. Focus on what business problem you want to address. Is there business value in spending time and effort to address that? Know what that problem is first. Then, go to market and then look at the solutions out there and ask them to demonstrate how they can fix that problem, because then you've got a business case to it. And finally, prepare for agility. Don't suddenly think that you can just lump AI on top of your architecture and environment. You've got to think a little bit about your IT world. Is it designed to accommodate constant IT change? So, with those things in mind, here's a few steps, and you can use these today if you want. Focus on the goal, understand what you need to do. Understand what your current state tech is. Do you have the data you need? And identify which of those use cases you think are relevant to solving that problem. Go out to market, ask them to demonstrate it and prove the case, test it, prove it, and then repeat. And that gives you a way of validating and looking through all those vendors out there, all those technologies out there to focus on the things that are going to help you address a business problem. So I leave with this little statement, really. Don't let technology lead you along the path. You need to know your business goal, frame that, and let technology help you answer that problem. So good luck and have fun today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. That was great. We're going to do questions at around 10:20-ish, so save your questions up, and then we'll ask all the speakers questions all together. So save your questions, don't try and forget it. So, next up, we've got, now, I'd say he's an awesome person, but he's a Man United fan, so it's a little bit less awesome right now. So, next up, we've got Luis Canso de Castro. And he's going to be talking, he's the founder of Unstoppable Living, and he's going to be talking about AI in his world. Welcome to the stage, Luis.
Thank you. Let me just elevate myself quickly. If only this could be done by AI, my life would be so easier. Apparently, it's not safe. Apparently.
Apparently, yeah.
I mean, it would be easier to stand, but I'm too lazy for that.
He's got to have a sense of humour supporting United. So.
Yeah, you have to these days. Right. Thank you, everyone. It's really great to be here. I'm really excited to be able to give you insight into not only my life, but how AI has really taken that to the next level. And I think with most situations, we need to start at the beginning. So a lot of the work that I do in recent times is helping organizations better understand the nuances within disability and the intersections that lie within that, but also how do they cater to their employees who have disabilities. And this is both on a digital as well as a physical landscape. You'd be surprised how many times people say their building is accessible when it isn't. You'd be surprised about how many times people tell me that their bathrooms are built to code, but my PA has to twist and contort himself like he's a Cirque du Soleil performer just to be able to help me relieve myself in the bathroom because it's so small, right? Next slide, please. So I have a condition called spinal muscular atrophy, which is a degenerative neuromuscular condition that has in effect taken away my ability to be independent, solely independent. So what you'll see from the photo on the left is what I call my gremlin phase. I was about 5, 6 years old here, and I'd already been living with my condition for 5.5 years. And what you'll see from my hand that's on the sofa is that my muscles are already starting to emaciate, and I'm starting to lose function. So my hand is bending to the left. And at this stage, I was still able to brush my own teeth, feed myself, do the important things like use a gaming controller and things like that, being able to write with a pen as well. In the middle, you'll see my surf-induced phase, and at this point, I'm really very dependent on using a manual wheelchair. Growing up in South Africa, we never really had the finances to have a powered chair, so the first 13 years of my life was spent in a manual wheelchair, which was almost like being confined in solitary confinement, because if I wanted to move around, I had to ask someone to do that for me. And if they weren't in the room, it meant I had to wait till they got there. And at this stage, I was struggling to lift my arms, so I was relying a lot more on people assisting me. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see a photo of myself. This is 2 years ago, so 2 years living in the UK, and as you can see, I'm now a full-time power wheelchair user. I have lost most of my function. I can no longer brush my teeth, shave my face, feed myself. I'm really dependent on my carer and my partner. Now, this really is important because without me even realizing it, technology has worked its way into my life and not actually realizing that AI was part of that. Next slide, please. So what you'll see from my career, on the left-hand side, this is my time in South Africa. And to be honest, the circle on the left doesn't have enough room to put all the job roles that I did in South Africa. The infrastructure is not good enough to cater for people with disabilities. The building infrastructure doesn't cater to people with physical needs like myself. So I've had to go to the bathroom with the door open because I can't close the door behind me due to a lack of space. And then what you'll see from the middle is when I transitioned to the UK, and this is where everything changed. I had access to finances, I had access to technology like I've never had before. I ended up in the EDI space, which is where I met Simone, and really starting to have access to technology like the assistive tech that I use, and really taking me on a trajectory and down a rabbit hole that I am not sure I'm ever going to be able to get out of, just because of the benefit it brings to my life. Next slide, please. So, according to the Business Consulting Group report last year, surveying 12,000 people, from 2023 to 2024, 70% of people now believe that AI is a good thing, in comparison to 16%. Click, please. We've also seen that 62% of leaders are now starting to adopt AI in the workplace. And I think this has got a lot to do with the role that a leader plays. You're always having to look into the future. What's next for your business? How do you optimize? How do we automate? How do we make things better for everyone? We also see that just the regular users are starting to adopt this technology faster and faster. And it's because of the exposure that people are getting to this technology. And they're actually able to live and breathe the benefit that this can bring to our lives. And then we know that there is massive potential. And I think that we've already seen some great statistics on AI and what can be done with AI. I think the concerns that I have are that very often people think that AI is a solution. AI is not a solution unless we have the human approach to AI. We cannot allow AI to guide what we do. There is so much bias that still exists, as Simone already highlighted. And even for me as a wheelchair user, if you just ask ChatGPT about disability, it's very much the medical model of disability approach, which is focusing on what is wrong with the individual rather than thinking about disability from the social model perspective, whereby we acknowledge that society puts up barriers, not the conditions that we live with. Next slide, please. So this is what I thought I would be able to do going into the big bad world. I thought I was going to take the world by storm and be able to work as efficiently as my colleagues and be able to keep up with the pace. But the reality is, click please, again. This is how I typed in South Africa. I didn't have a choice. This was all I was capable of. And what this meant was I had to find other ways to stand out in the crowd. It meant that I had to find ways to cut corners. And unfortunately, I didn't really find answers to this. I had to navigate this on my own. Next slide, please. Now, how many of you here, by show of hands, know what an on-screen keyboard is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, on-screen keyboard is a digital version of your keyboard. The only difference is you have to use your mouse to click. And unfortunately, that means that you're clicking one letter at a time. So it was very much like using my typing with my fingers. But because I lost the ability to use my hands, that's what I had to rely on. Imagine trying to write a report with an on-screen keyboard where you're having to click letter by letter, keystroke by keystroke. It takes forever. Next slide, please. And this is where I started seeing the evolution of technology coming into my life. So it wasn't just wheelchairs and power wheelchairs and buttons to open doors. It was actually the digital technology that I was using on a regular basis. So I use software called Dragon Naturally Speaking, which is a voice-to-text software that allows me to control my device with my voice. I can open and close applications, I can reply to emails, I can generate reports, I can do everything with my voice. And when we think about the evolution of technology and how quickly this happens, it made me realize that I actually have to start putting effort into understanding what is out there and how I can integrate that into my life. And it's completely revolutionized the way that I work. You know, I've been independent now for 6 months doing my own business, and I wouldn't be able to do that without the technology that is behind me, because physically there is no ways that I would keep up. And I don't think that any client paying money would want to wait a month for a report. That it now takes me a matter of days because of the technology I have behind me. Next slide, please. So, I've already mentioned Dragon Naturally Speaking. We now see ChatGPT here. Now, ChatGPT has somewhat of a negative reputation. And I just want to say that this has become the foundation of my work. Not to gather information for me or to find resources for me because the data set is still behind. It's not as up to date as what it could be. However, automating and summarizing and giving me the opportunity to take all the knowledge from my brain and putting it into one place to spit out a summary that I can then take and build upon has made me so efficient with my time that I wish I had a way to calculate the amount of time that it has saved me. So a real world example of what I mean by this is, as you'll see, Simone is taking notes while people are speaking. I can't do that. So I'm continuously having to put that in my brain and keep it in my brain and then trying to spit it out onto a piece of paper when I have the opportunity to use my technology. So when I'm going around the client's office doing a stress test audit, I then have to take that information and somehow write that down. And in most cases, you forget some of the most crucial information. So what I do is I ask ChatGPT to interview me and ask me questions so that it reminds me of the things that I've forgotten to put into my reports. Now, the next icon with the M is a software called Motion. Motion allows me to plan my day so effectively that when I have a to-do list, it puts tasks in between my meetings according to the time that I've allocated to that task. And if someone uses my online booking system and they book a meeting with me, it just takes that task and moves it to another space where I have the time to do it. That means I don't have to worry about moving things around. I can just do my job, do what I love doing. The next icon is an F, which is for Firefly's AI. This is something that I wish I could apply in the real world sometimes, but it's an AI note taker that joins my meetings, takes a transcription of the whole meeting, and it allows me to summarize, it allows me to take talking points. It even creates a to-do list when I've made promises to clients that I can then extract and put into my to-do list and onto my calendar to make sure that I remain a man of my word. Click, please. We also have Gemini. Now, Gemini is something that I don't use a lot of, but every now and again it comes in handy. I'm more of a Siri and ChatGPT type of person, but it's still part of the tree that I have supporting me. Again, one more. And then we have Alexa, which is what I use to control my office. I can turn the lights on and off. I can turn my heater on or off in the office when I get cold or hot. And all of these things mean that I have that sense of independence. It means that I don't have to keep saying to my carer, please do this, please do that. The potential that we have for this technology to, as Zuckerberg said, do a lot with a little is tremendous. But we have to remember that we need the human touch on all of this. There are so many times that I'm reading content on LinkedIn and it's like, yep, ChatGPT, and you can see it. And the reason why I can see it straight away is because I've already invested 612 hours into ChatGPT. Being able to generate my own GPT. I've literally built a replica of myself, taken all the reports that I have put together, all the data sets that I have, and put it in one place so that I have a resource that is at my fingertips within seconds. This is the potential that AI has for many organizations, and I can't wait to see what it does in the FM industry. Thank you.
Thank you. That's why we forgive him for being a United fan. Awesome stuff. Right, are we ready to get cracking on the next one? Okay. Next up, we have FM and AI, how we're building on broken foundations. Bhaskar Sundaram, from the CEO of Bashu. He's going to talk about, I think he might be a bit critical of us. I'm going to leave it to him. I'm going to let him give us the good news. There you go.
Right. Good morning, all. Good morning. I think Most of us are here going to talk about AI, but I'll take some time to think about FM. So let me start. Right, that's me. You know, Bachu, we specialize in FM market intelligence, so nearly 160 plus UK FM suppliers, buyers, investors, property managers. They use us to test the UK market insights. But beyond that, as a strong AI advocate, we partnered with OpenAI way back in 2020, and we have done 18 AI trials in the UK, trained over 2,000 plus proposal professionals on how to use AI. And most importantly, we also released 20 plus cheat sheets, guides on that to begin specifically for FM industry. Having said that, I won't be talking about AI. I'm just going to leave it to our esteemed colleagues, and I'm going to talk about FM. So, I've already talked about this. If you haven't watched our most popular series, which is Why the FM Market is Screwed and Why That's a Good Thing, I strongly suggest you go and have a look. Because we have been doing that from 2020, which nearly 2,000 to 2,200 views have gone there. What we are trying to say repeatedly is more and more we are digging deeper and deeper, and that's something that we need to avoid. So I strongly suggest you do that. And Versal is our AI company, so we do AI as a service. So let's begin. So we already talked about data, why data is important and what's happened. From our experience, this is just one thing which I would say, business intelligence before artificial intelligence. It's absolutely important for you to start with data, because why? Data exists in FM. You know, it could be in your CAFM tools. It's also available in your waste, in your cleaning schedules, in your sensors, etc. But the important thing is, where is it? Who owns it? And how accurate is it? You know, and most important thing is it centralized? You know, because we worked with 80 procurements last year alone, and we have submitted nearly 300 proposals, which means we also have access to the contract data, and we also monitor nearly 14,000 FM contracts in the UK. That gives us valuable insights about what people write and what people say in social media and what people actually deliver in the UK market. So primarily, this is just one thing which I would say, which is, start with your data, and remember, data is just the beginning, and there is a journey that you need to go forward from there. So, point number 3. This is just a gist of, we had 74. We started with 12 in 2020. Today, we have 74 findings of why FM market is screwed, and I'm going to share 10 or 12 from there. It's just a thinking thing. You know, before we go and add another layer of FM into AI, let's just take a step back and do it. Number 1. You would know more and more of, I'm still on the same slide. Okay. So you're going to find the number of contracts, have you noticed it? The number of FM contracts in the UK year by year is reducing. Have you wondered why? And number 2 is the incumbency, which is an organization's ability to retain FM contracts, is actually at the lowest. There was a time where you know if this supplier has won this contract, you won't even bid for the contract because you know the relationship is sticky. Today, anybody can displace anybody, right? It's nothing, it doesn't matter, because that relational touch with the suppliers is pretty low. Maybe that's the post-COVID impact for us. So and that's a critical thing, which means public sector insourcing, it's pretty much at its peak. And I won't even say it's peak, it's rising. And it's rising in local government, in healthcare. Today, it's moving into education schools and also universities, and in selected commercial retail estates, they're bringing it in-sourced as well. What does it tell us? FM service providers are not adding real value, so that we are going to take our value back, right? So these are the underlying principles that we want to cover. The point number 2, look here. I'm just giving this as an example, right? If you go back and look at these companies here, you can go and say how they project themselves, how they project who they are. You're going to find that's the same thing that happens there. If you go, everybody has a tender aggregator, I hope. You know, it just tells you which contracts are coming out. If you go back and check, 1.5 billion to 2 billion worth of FM contracts are placed in the wrong CPV codes, and similar amount of contracts are placed in non-FM codes, which meant you're going to find projects like highways, cybersecurity, and some non-software-related bucketed as FM CPV codes. That's noise in the market. Plus, if you go back and see CAFM, energy, and waste, and similar elements of reporting not bucketed under FM, which means we are losing this thing, which means it's a huge issue, and as an industry, we just need to fix it, and that's wrongly classified. Number 3, every year around Christmas time, we do, are you staying or are you moving? We used to do that with the FM suppliers, top 80 suppliers. We then started to work with our buyers, the end clients, and start to see the FM supplier's employer branding is at the lowest, which means your frontline heroes, frontline workers, are much more happy to sit with the identity of the end client, which could be your retail estates, or which could be the NHS hospitals or local councils, because they see them a lot more than you. Right? That's something that we need to fix. Number 4, commercial value from commercial value. Today, you think if anybody comes and tells me M&A is growing, means you need to think it's an alarm. FM is being sold off. 23% of UK FM contracts is now owned directly or indirectly by private equity companies. Right? What does it tell you? You are cheap to buy. Why are you cheap to buy? Because your commercial value of the contracts is coming down year on year from 2020, which meant any FM, and today, 90% of the investors who used to work pre-Brexit have exited the market. These are the long-term investors who invest with you, stay with you. Today, it's all about 3 to 5 year flipping cycle. So what that meant, that comes with the experience of how FM is perceived. So these are some of the hard truths. There is a lot more. You can go back and watch it. So I know everyone loves FM, and this is World FM Day. Anybody know when is World FM Day? In May. That's a good sign. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It happens on the 2nd week of May, and this year it's on the 15th May. This is the engagement of World FM Day. How many employees do you think FM has in the UK? 1 in 10, which means it's high 10,000, if 100,000. We got 200 in LinkedIn. 200. Right? We don't even value who we are. This is the time where we show everybody that this is FM, this is what we stand for. Pancake Day. You know when is Pancake Day? Pancake Day in LinkedIn, it's not even Instagram. LinkedIn got 1,200, 6 times more than FM, right? So one thing which I beg, on this FM Day, please go share your stories. Please go share why I believe, what FM, and see FM and proud. Because it's important for us to punch ourselves up and tell our people this is what we believe. Otherwise, you are just a back office provider. You are just a nobody. You are just we just treat you like that, right? I'm sorry. I hope you understand what I mean, right? So let's go. So again, this is another thing. I sit on the procurement table for BSA, and also with the new Procurement Act went live yesterday, right? I was the only one, because FM is bucketed under professional services. So today, you could see how confused FM just by looking at me. Look at me. I'm wearing a white collar shirt, trying to be a white collar, wearing a blue jacket, wearing a blue shoes. So am I a blue collar or a white collar? That's exactly the same dynamic FM has, right? Today we are bucketed as a white collar, but we are not. What does it mean is when I entered the FM procurement roundtable as the only person nominated by the UK government, first question being asked, how come you're here? Because everybody else there is from McKinsey, Deloitte, and funnily enough, many of the FM suppliers today use the same companies to dictate your FM strategy. You know, it's an irony. So important thing there is, if we don't, the market doesn't perceive us as a critical service provider. We know that from the key worker issue that we had in 2020. That continues again. Again, it's the same thing. If we don't value ourselves as a critical worker, nobody will. And that's absolutely important, because we don't have a say within the government, because we are way bottom in the PBS cycle. So let's go. So pandemic, FM tend to accept itself as I've written the slides in a narrative format because I had a severe eye infection, and I thought if I'm unable to commit, at least you can read it. So it's written there. Please do read it. I was angry, so it's you can see that you just took it. Yeah. So primarily, what you'll find here is we tend to call our lack of direction as adaptability, right? When COVID started, everybody talked about, oh, we need to clean, we need to do all these things, it's important. When workplace started, today we are workplace, Then we all jumped into sustainability. Today we all are going to talk about AI. But underlying that, who is going to do the actual FM, right? And that's the evident thing. Some companies are not even using the word facilities management in their website. They don't even want to be called as facilities management. Then who are they? You know, right? So we have an inherent identity crisis, and let me start from there. So, and if you look at it, because we jump from one trend to the other, and this is another thing. If you think why, yes, COVID has an impact. Yes, we all are working from home. Sometimes we go to the office, but the underlying principle is, if you are a non-operational person, when was the last time you actually visited a site? right? So you're too far away from many operations. Go back, 2010. Yes, I look young, that's what most people say, but I've been in the industry for 22 years. So what it meant is 2010, 2005, the solutions, the bids that we wrote, look at the quality of what we submit to there. I can guarantee you what we wrote before is a lot more accurate, a lot more sensible, a lot more driven. So what you'll find here is, I don't know whether it's a leadership issue or industry-wide issue, but this is something that we think. We disdain our own operations for some reason. They are not the cool kid anymore. You know, you are here sitting today is only because somebody is running your operations out there. Otherwise, you know, you won't be here, right? If you have a huge crisis, you wouldn't be here, right? But operations is the crux. So whether it's a leadership, procurement, marketing, finance, bids, we all are detached from our ops, and that's something which I strongly suggest we do. So at this stage, I stop and I just wrap up. In a way, key takeaways for this is just for me, because I might run out of time. So FM is losing control of its own identity. We aren't shaping our future, we let others to define us. Until FM fixes its foundation, AI is just a buzzword. So that's my midway rant. Let me continue. It gets serious. So do you know what these are? Yeah? What do you think these are? Yes, I sit as non-exec with 3 hospital trusts, right? Why do you think hospitals insource their service? Because we don't deliver? No. Because they believe we don't look after our frontline employees. I can go back and check. Please go and check. Do we actually know how many FM people we lost during COVID? Is there any one number? We don't. We just walked away. And these guys didn't write in the armed forces like a covenant, I'm going to stand for my country and fight, right? These are the lowest paid living wage people who died. I know 2 cleaners personally. They died, right? I just want you go back and check within your company how many fallen heroes can you name? And we as an industry, at least this May 15th, needs to do something about it. Because in 2020, we just went up and said engagement, we all were clapping our hands, everything forgotten. Right? Today we talk about AI. Yes? And this is absolutely, so today the anchor point for me is, yes, I've done AI. Yes, I'm going to speak in Amsterdam next month talking about how great AI is, but I care for FM and you do, right? So the point here is, at this conference, do we honor AI? Yes, we do, but let's also try our best to honor our frontline heroes. That will be my plea for you. So if you might, these are from the 2 hospitals, Hillingdon Hospital and there is another hospital. Yes, so, and we need to have something that is a memory. Every year, you know, we do the badges for armed forces. We do need to do that part of FM because 1 in 10 is us. And we do need to commemorate them. We do need to celebrate them. Otherwise, people will forget. We already forgot them, right? We already forgot them. And that's, so again, it's just a people badge, you know, people badge. We are our great assets. Just tell me 1 contract, asset register is working. 1 contract. Yeah? We have CAFM tools. We have CAFM tools. We are amazing. You know, we label loaded 4.2 million assets. You know, so many of you know my wife is diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, right? So, and I'm sitting and doing this asset register, thinking, what? You know, I mean, like, so you have SFG 20 as a standard. This is another thing. If SFG 20 is gold-plated, let's just go back and tell them, guys, your SFG 20 is not fit for purpose. Go fix it. Because more and more people come with the SFG 20 standard, then we say, no, that's not how we maintain an asset. This is how we maintain an asset, which means we spend, and the underlying principle is we blame it on the client. We blame it on the tender and say this data is incomplete, it's not accurate, and it's wrong. But remember, that data comes from an FM supplier. Yeah, and so you are telling yourself, sorry, we are not great, you know? So as an industry, don't you think it's something that we need to stand up for and say, hey, we know how to manage your assets. We are just telling them, we don't manage our people, we don't manage your assets. So what do we manage, actually? You know? So, sorry. Right, let's go to the next one. Sustainability, right? It's an industry, and I've been telling it's an industry. Again, we jumped on this bandwagon. If I go and benchmark one supplier sustainability report to the other sustainability report, you know it doesn't match. You know, if I go back and say the same supplier to 5 different contracts. The 5 different contracts measure system differently. It doesn't match. We already let it loose, and still many companies are into net zero and stuff. My big question to you is, it's just 1% adoption in the world now. AI has just been adopted less than 1%. Still, the emission that comes from AI is greater than the country Russia. Right? Every single one of you is going to adopt AI, which is amazing, but who is going to monitor, measure the carbon net zero? If we believe we are great in sustainability, I would start with the speakers today who's going to come today afternoon and say, hey, we have done AI, plus this is our AI impact. I think it's important for us to just say, yes, we are, because tech companies won't do. They will push us towards it. And we need to stand up and say, guys, there is a balance. Right? Do we need AI? Yes, we need AI. But at some point, it's not good for us with carbon because we as an FM, we say it's wrong. Otherwise, we all will be jumping in it. So the important thing there is, do we know the environmental cost of AI? If so, let's just go and do it. And again, collectively, preferably, but if not, at least as an individual company. So I'm not even going to go there. We all celebrate IWFM awards, but I'm not a big fan of these things. But let's just do that. Anybody from IWFM here? Yes. So, in 2019-20, we track the social media feeds for top 80 companies, and then we benchmark that with what they say outside to what they say inside to just see how much is real, right? So it's sad. I mean, we need to start to encourage the industry bodies like this to just come on and say, hey, yes, there is a team manager, yes, there is an apprentice, yes, there is a team, etc. But we also need to have specific awards for our frontline heroes, because they are the ones who do the work. You can come have a party, have a good night, that's great, but let's bring them on board as well. And the worst thing you see here is the maximum that they get is a LinkedIn selfie from you. Look, we are the only industry in the world. Who just goes and takes a selfie and say, I actually visited my site today, and this is my cleaner, by the way. So nobody else does it, and we just need to avoid it. So the other one is the same story that comes up work, because it's absolutely critical. It's easy because for the marketing team or the HR team can win an awards, but is it a reflection of that? Time and time again, you see there's a lot of data that's available. You can go and win the best employer award, but LinkedIn tells me 50 of your directors have left in 4 months. What does it tell me, right? You just need to start to be more mindful, more human, because otherwise people can't see it through. Your buyers are a lot more smarter than you. They can connect the dots, right? They can click and say in LinkedIn, you just pay £50 more. It tells you within that 6 months how many employees have won. And here is a feed that comes up and says, we won the best employer award, right? So, yeah. So I've already talked about it, because we don't have the biggest challenge here, which I'm really, really, really scared about, is this. Let me find my notes. I might say something which I shouldn't say. So, I know. So, see, I've already told you, right? Today, FM is shaped by short-term financial interests and outdated industry bodies. So who's actually steering FM? That's the underlying question. Who's actually steering FM? We all are doing whatever we can. Every company does their own thing. Who's actually steering FM? If we don't come with a collective voice, if we don't say that this is what we do, then it's going to be hard. Because there are people who just say that they represent you, but do they? And what they have done. Yes, our newsletter reaches all top 80 chief execs. And we already told that not one chief exec has said, we have got some value out of it. Let's go. So the thing is, we know, it's distressed. I think IFM published an article just before December, and I wrote an article, FM is on inflection point for trends and opportunities. If you read it, you will see some details around it. The market is distressed, right? Because the taxation issues and now with all the other issues meant many companies are distressed. And we already told that FM is not growing, FM is being sold off. So the principle here is, the margins of the companies are at the rock bottom. So the question here is, where is the money going to come from? If FM can't survive for core services, where is the money going to come from for AI? Because it's going to be good for big brands, But what the small brands are going to do, and AI, interestingly, is commoditized. It's actually a lot cheaper. But there is a big survival issue that's happening within our industry, and we are just leaving them to just let go, and it's been scooped off, you know? And you might think, what's happening? See, the larger companies, if you go and check their track record, in the past 5 years, they have grown a lot more by acquisition than by organic growth. It's a lot easier for them to buy another company, boost their numbers, than say, we actually won something, because it's nothing wrong with it. And now it's actually getting, we are getting interest from people whom you shouldn't get interest from. They know the shorters in the financial markets, now they are all over FM. It's much easier for them to take something, bolt up, 3-4 years, buy some tech company, another company, bolt it up and sell it and move on. So we put a dot when any private equity company bids for any projects, for government in particular, because we just want assurance that if they flip and walk away, we still have guaranteed service, right? Because we don't want to take risk on anything. So primarily, AI is there. So the underlying principle here is, if the foundations aren't fixed, then you will be fitting under the 94% AI trial, which means we will be building something which is going to be interesting for the IT guys. It's a toy, but it's never going to be translated into actual real service. And that's the point there. So what we found here is there'll be 4 types of companies in this AI era. And you can read it and see where you fit in. Some could be on things. Many people would say they are the doers. They constantly trial on this, but I don't. We can see the data. So you're going to see number 1, who's just going to say, we are amazing, we are doing that. And number 2 is going to be, you know what? These are the companies we love. And we are working with more companies in number 2, which is like, you know what? There are huge issues in compliance. Huge issue in compliance. And the number of contracts being terminated is also increasing. I don't know whether you noted or not, because of lack of performance. So, but many of these companies are not talking big stuff. They are just going back to the bare basics. Am I self-delivering more? Am I looking into my supply chain, and am I looking into compliance? Am I looking into my engineer skill set? Am I looking into how I treat my cleaners? Just going back to the bare basics, the pure FM. You know what? Those are the people we believe we want to succeed in the market. So the flippers will exist. Flippers, PE-backed companies who just come. It's nothing to do with them. They come and they flip, they move, next company flip, because there are enough ignorant people. Interestingly, the Americans don't want to know FM. They just think that's an asset. You are an asset for them. Right? You just come, click, flew, buy, That's it. You just move on. So you can look into the way your company behaves and ask yourself, I'm not going to judge anyone, ask yourself, are you talking? Are you fixing, flipping, or doing? You might have mixed ability, and you might say, I'm actually talking and flipping at the same time. You could be multitasked. I don't know. You could be. But we just do. So the underlying point here is, before I start to wrap up, see, I don't even know my own handwriting. 1 second. Yes. So what I want to say that is FM as an identity problem, as we looked, FM has a data problem. FM also has a credibility problem, and FM has enough problems anyway. So, sorry, I couldn't find my notes. So let's move. What else? Yes, is AI built on broken foundations? Yes, I know this wasn't an organized presentation, sorry. I know that this is much more like less orderly, but hey, come on, I'm part of FM, and we are never orderly, right? So we just go wing it, and we just make it work somehow, right? We just make it work, and that's it. So my humble advice to you is this, focus on your foundations. Within your company, see what you can focus on, people side, data side, credibility side, identity side, whatever you can. Start from there before you do anything more. And if you're doing AI, it's fine. There are enough resources, enough great people here. Start a trial, start in a small place, make it work, then ensure you come. Because in many cases, it doesn't trickle through to the wider organization. Test it with operations, do what you can. I think some of the elements that I said today, my coach, my very first boss used to always tell me, at some point when you start to share things that you shouldn't share, people will say your perception of me is a reflection on you. And primarily, I just say, you might be thinking, you might be defensive about it, you might be upset about it, but I just want you to step back and think, is it something that I can work on before I do anything? Because there is AI, I'm a pure AI advocate, right? I wouldn't be survived last year when my wife got diagnosed with it without AI, because we had 8-10 projects in one go, and I used AI to do whatever I'm doing AI. So it's there for us. But we need to know before you do AI, there is the right way of doing it at the right time and for right reasons. So and there is always a time for AI, but use it for the right reasons. And that's it. I wish you all a great conference. I'm sorry, I just picked up 10 out of 74. If you want a lot more, we can do a lot more about this as well. We can go deeper and deeper, sector by sector, service by service, region by region. I am ready. So we can just knock off. But thank you very much.
I told you it was going to be lively. So, okay. Just before I forget, Frontline Heroes, a really important point made there. IWFM do have now a Frontline Heroes award. All the awards are open. And if you do need anything today to even speak about any of the awards, we have got a couple of people over here. We've got Mark, go on, and Sarah. So we've got Sarah Hodge and Mark.
Balance PNFM do as well, and they've always had a Frontline Heroes for the last 10 years, I think it is. So there are awards out there.
Yeah. So get your people forward for these awards. In it to win it and all that. Okay. Next up, we've got Yvonne Liu. She is the director at Purpose Union, and she's going to be talking about EDI and how biased is AI.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to stage.
Hi everyone. It's tough to follow that kind of morning, and also when you stand between everyone and the coffee break. I haven't got the best slot. My name's Yvonne. I'm a director at a small social purpose strategy firm called Purpose Union, but my background is mostly in communications and DEI, so I just put my hands up today. I'm not a technology expert. You're hearing from technology experts today. I'm not one of them. But I do work at the intersection of technology, DEI, and communications. I previously led PR and comms for the Peabody Community Foundation. I think a lot of you here will be familiar with Peabody. They're a £1 billion turnover housing association. I still currently sit on the board of a housing association based in Hertfordshire called Thrive. So very, very interested in the built environment sector. And previously in Australia, I worked for the Diversity Council of Australia as well. So my background sort of spans those areas. And what I'll be covering today, we're going to look at AI, trust or mistrust. So we're taking a slightly darker turn now, because I think looking at the program today, there's a lot of very valid and genuine exploration of how AI will help the FM sector. We're going to look at the slightly dark side now, things to consider as buyers of AI systems, as users of them, things that you might want to consider. So the data, where does it come from and who owns it? This is building a little bit on what Bhaskar and Andrew talked about this morning. The causes of bias in AI systems, the impacts of AI bias, some of the regulatory interventions happening across the UK and elsewhere, and then finishing on, of course, a more positive note. So a little bit about Purpose Union. As I mentioned, we're a social purpose strategy firm, and we work with organisations to really help them drive social change. So we've just done a piece of work with the architects regulators, the Architect Registration Board, to help them develop a new DEI strategy for all of their members, and working with one of the big high street banks at the moment to do the same thing. So sort of working on sort of quite large scale strategy and comms. And we've got experience sort of across a number of sectors. I mentioned technology, done a bit of work in the built environment sector, financial services, and actually most recently with Compass, which again I think a lot of people here will be familiar with. My colleagues and I have delivered some AI training for their comms team, so sort of really focus on content creation. There's quite an interesting piece of research that Deloitte published earlier this year. And also, I just want to flag that everything in my presentation today is from the past 18 months. I think when we're talking about AI and we're talking about these technologies, it's moving so quickly. Your examples need to be very recent. You need to be looking at what's sort of happening at the latest time. And Deloitte produced a global study where they interviewed and surveyed consumers and employees and asked them, do you trust AI services and products? And I thought this was interesting because I think there's a lot of people here coming today. Maybe you already have adopted Copilot in your workplace, or it might be that you already use ChatGPT, or maybe you're sort of on that brink of making those decisions. And what they found is that people who use them, businesses who use these services, are much more likely to trust them than those who aren't. So now let's look at where does the data come from. So this is getting a little bit more technical now. And when we talk about AI, we talk about often generative AI, and what that is it's a really broad term that refers to any AI system that's capable of generating new content. And to do this, and we touched on this earlier today, what AI systems use is, what developers use to develop these systems is a lot of data. So this is mentioned earlier, so millions and millions of data points. And they fall into sort of three broad categories. There's training data, test data, and validation data. And I'm going to look a lot now at training data, because there is where we can sort of find some of the links back to some of the bias that we'll see as a user of some of these systems. So training data can be sourced internally. So for example, it could be customer data. It could be, as an example, in your workplaces, sort of information directly relating to some of your sites, or it could be data that's bought or accessed externally. So often governments or research institutions will offer data as well. And what's really important here is to remember that because AI, and this was mentioned earlier, it relies on really large amounts of data to be able to be accurate and make those predictions, the quality and the volume of the data is really, really key here. And it's how it accurately finds interdependencies between those data sets. So training data as well, it can be structured or unstructured. So it could be unstructured in that it could be images, it could be audio files, it could be videos, and it could also be structured data, so like data that's sort of in tables and organised. So ownership. So this one's an interesting one. When we talk about data ownership, it's not actually who owns the data, it's the rights that are attached to any set of data. So one that will be more commonly understood is copyright, as an example. So thinking about what is the right that's attached to any set of data that's being used, and then what would be the consequences of sort of ignoring those rights. So then this takes us to the causes of bias then in AI systems. How does that happen? So we've looked at the data, we looked at where it comes from, we looked at sort of the ownership and the rights. So then what causes this bias? So there's sort of three general areas. You can have data bias. So this is prejudices in the training data itself. So we talked about the sources it can come from, it can be unstructured, it can be structured, and it's coming from lots of different places. It can be purchased for cost, it could be coming from research institutions, it can be coming from government. So that's very, very sort of live potential source of bias and prejudice. There could be algorithmic bias, so this is in the selection of the modelling approaches. It could be human decisions as well, and there are others, but these are sort of three really broad general ones that relate often when we talk about bias. And what are some of the impacts then? So in researching for this and sort of looking up lots of examples, it was quite frightening to read about the real world impacts that the bias is having on a whole range of areas of our lives. So right from sort of financial services and credit scoring and lending, through to recruitment, healthcare, content recommendation, that's going to maybe at a more informal level in our lives, social media content moderation. And I'm going to look at a couple of examples now. I don't know if anyone put your hand up if you saw this one in your news feeds yet. So our preeminent darts champion in the country, Luke Littler. The BBC News, it was their update service, actually had declared him as winning the recent World Championship before he'd won it. And this example is perhaps, but you can imagine if this was an election, or if it was, you know, an IPO, if it was sort of a different, and although I'm not to minimise Luke's achievements, but the fact that there is a delay or there's inaccuracy in some of this reporting is already really concerning. I quite enjoy this example. So for those of us who use Google Gemini, there was an issue with it for a little while where if you looked up pictures of soldiers who had served in World War II, so if you put that into a prompt, German soldiers, they would come up with images of German soldiers who were Asian or who were black, so obviously inaccurate, but there were fixes that were put into the system to try to make it more accurate and inclusive. And I wouldn't have ever thought that I would title a slide as "Too Woke" as someone who works in DEI, but there you go. And so what we're seeing is sort of this sway back and forth of systems trying to be more inclusive, and there are changes. You can see that they're sort of really live. Developers are really aware of it. There's a lot of talk around, there's a lot of discourse around the bias of the algorithms, and so there are things being made, but we're also seeing sort of when that swings too far, what happens as well. A couple more examples here that you may or may not have come across. So the DWP actually, just last year, there was a committee hearing in which one of its senior civil servants had revealed that it was no longer using an AI-powered fraud checker tool because of, quote, feedback from their claimants. So what it was doing was using an AI tool to flag where there was potentially suspicious claims, and then immediately pausing those payments. So you can see that's a very serious real-world impact where we're seeing that bias play out and sort of impacting people's lives and some of the most vulnerable people in our community as well. Uber Eats, so this is a really high-profile claim actually that made global headlines. So this gentleman here on the right-hand side, he worked as an Uber Eats driver in Oxfordshire, sort of between 2019 and 2021. And at the time, Uber Eats was using a facial recognition software for drivers to be able to log into their work app. So this is to verify that it was them. But this gentleman just kept having problems being able to access it, even though it was him all the time, it was legitimate, he wasn't able to. And he'd actually also discussed the same problem with other black drivers in the area, and they'd all realised they were having this problem. He took it forward to the Employment Tribunal, and eventually an out-of-court settlement was claimed. And Uber Eats has since made quite significant changes to that app as well. So again, we're seeing sort of examples at that system-wide level, but also at that sort of really individual level as well. Just very briefly on regulation, what we're seeing is sort of increasing regulation both here in the UK and particularly in the US and EU as well, around sort of ensuring that and putting safeguards in for around transparency of use, accountability, and I thought this was really welcome, I thought, in that the UK government's introduced a sort of really pro-innovation set of AI principles to support regulators. So this isn't so much a set of rules, but it's more about how can regulators actually support innovation. And very recently, what we've seen just in January this year, there's a new inquiry by the Treasury Committee to consider the potential impacts of AI in financial services. So some of the questions they're asking is, to what extent can AI help to improve productivity in financial services, and how is it currently used in different sectors as well? So we're seeing sort of quite a lot of government oversight and sort of levels of inquiry as well. So we're going to finish on a more positive note, and these are some more recent examples of AI for innovation and growth, and ones that sort of stood out to me as being quite interesting. So Danone, the global dairy company, I think they're based in New Zealand, they've partnered with Microsoft to scale a lot of AI projects. And actually, for those of you who are interested, on the Microsoft website, they've got quite a good, I think they've got a list of about 300 partnerships and projects that they're leading with at the moment with lots of organisations. And it's just a really interesting list of how organisations are using Copilot and others, and they've written them up as quite long case studies. And what Danone's has done is use AI in two sort of really interesting ways. One is inventory management. So using drones to help them more accurately measure and monitor their inventory. And then secondly, some really interesting user-based marketing. So their global sort of marketing efforts using AI as well to drive some of those things. So thinking about mitigating bias in AI then, as I mentioned earlier, I work at the intersection of comms and DEI and AI, and we're working with our clients at the moment on this. So not sort of providing advice around the technology, but we are providing advice around the use of it. And so first and foremost, and this hasn't been mentioned today actually, be interested to hear thoughts from the other speakers on this, is developing an AI policy. And you can think about, we've talked a lot today, or I've mentioned quite a few examples of where things have gone wrong. So you do want to make sure that you've got a policy and that there is structure around that. So what are the learning elements for your colleagues and employees? What are things going to put in place? What are those safeguards that you're going to put in place? Assessing the vendors that you work with. Again, I think for a lot of people in this room, this will be really relevant because you're often going to be purchasers or buyers, or you might be signing off on these purchases. So really sort of using quite a rigorous procurement process to actually assess the vendors you'll be working with. Auditing your tools. So even at Purpose Union, we are constantly auditing the tools that we use. So we're big fans of Claude and ChatGPT. I'm using Otter probably most days now to help me. I do quite a lot of focus groups and interviews, but I'm always sort of on the lookout for new tools, fixes that they're introducing. And this next point, this has come up a lot all morning as well, and this is just ensuring that the people at the centre of your AI. Earlier there was a mention about everything. There was a time when everything was e-commerce and e-learning. It's about the people who use the tools. All of these AI tools will be helpful, but at the end of the day, you need humans to be reviewing the output. If you are solely relying on the output of AI, you are certainly setting yourself up for some big risks. And then finally, embedding and promoting transparency. So finishing off on this, because I think this is really key. What we're seeing is this kind of huge emergence and growth of AI tools and products and services and content. And one of the things that I think all users, buyers, embedders of AI tools and organisations need to really think about seriously is how do we embed transparency in that work? And it might be through your policies, it might be through your training processes, it might be in the way that you communicate the tools as well to your colleagues and employees, but ensuring that you've got transparency throughout that process. To the end.
Yeah, so, thank you very much for that. We're going to go to questions. People online, just a reminder to submit your questions into the chat box. And Martin, have we got any questions so far? I feel like I'm going to win Martin in my head now. Any questions from in the room while we're waiting on Martin? Up the back. So you can submit any question to any of the 4 speakers this morning so far. So speakers this morning, get ready.
There was a pretty interesting stat saying that almost a quarter of UK FM firms is owned by private equity. And my question, Sudharam, to you is that a bad thing right now that the private equity is owning a bunch of the market? And could that be used as an opportunity versus a flag? I mean, your presentation did bring it out as a flag, but just thinking loud, whether there's an opportunity to consider that as an opportunity versus a flag.
That was for me. How's that? Right. Can't quite work.
I assume it's for me? Yeah? Okay. How do you think private equities behave? Yes, because they are, do you think they are going to stay with the same company for more than 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? No, they won't. But sometimes they stay, provided they see value. But I'm talking about a majority. You can be defensive about it, but majority of the PE providers are not going to stay with you more than 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And what that meant is if more and more of our FM contracts is owned by them, that comes with a short-term behavior of what I'm going to do between now and the next 3 years. to sweat my assets to get as much as I can, and then I'm going to wait for the next person to come in who's just going to cream the thing away. Remember, we are contracts driven, right? We are not like a standalone. So what that meant is the impact is going to be going to the contracts and contracts. So I would take it with a lot more caution. And you're going to see that's why we are moving more and more about generalized way of working. A lot more. If I remove the name tag from these guys, hardly there will be many difference in the tender proposals, because it's more or less the same. So that's maybe you can come and back me out as no, that's not true, but we believe, just genuinely believe, because I gave evidence to the NAO when Carolean went bust, right? So primarily it was that behavior, and we are starting to see that behaviors coming back after 15 years, 2008, 9, 10, coming back now 15, and the next cycle of this knee-jerk short-termism is hitting the market again. And that's a cycle. That's all we want to bring attention to. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Next up.
Thanks, Elliot. Assuming that facilities management gets all its data points accurate, as Bhaskar suggested, and we've gone back to basics, I have a really, really simple question. Who owns the data? And if I take data points from loads of different systems right across, say, a building portfolio, and I manipulate that data to find insight, to do something different, who owns that piece of data?
Me again.
Yeah.
Right. My personal opinion, operations should own the data. If it sits with IT, it just becomes a night amazing graphs, so they'll be absolutely enjoying what that tells them, but 100% the data should sit with operations. So that would be my view. Operations should be all over this, and then when bid teams or marketing teams comes and looks into the data, they know exactly how to translate the data in operational terms. Otherwise, we'll be talking some buzzwords and some random thing personally. But operations will be, unfortunately, operations in the AI implementation we have seen is the last one to even be discussed. Hey, what is it you want? It comes from the top down. So my personal opinion, operations should drive it. Operations drive it because you have KPIs already, you have SLAs. You have, within your company, you have certain metrics that you work towards so you can bring all those things together as one. So operations should drive it. So operations sits.
Got something to add?
Just a slight addition to that. I totally agree in terms of the use of the data, but I think to your point, it's not so much who owns it, it's what your rights to the data are. And it's not so straightforward, unfortunately. It's not like I own it, I don't own it. Often it's a combination of bits of data. The key challenge is, and this is why the data challenge is so difficult, it's knowing what your contractual rights or your obligations and rights are to that data. So that's the challenge, and that's a whole conversation in its own right. But I think the ownership or not owning it is too simplification. It's the rights to it and what they are.
Just to add to that as well, I mentioned earlier when I talked about the rights and the use of the output is so key. So I mentioned earlier around ensuring that you've got really sort of thorough procurement processes. So using reputable tools is really key for this because we are relying on sort of the scrutiny of the organisation in drawing on data where they have respected the rights of those data sets. And then in terms of the output of that, how you use that as well, and we need to consider there's sort of other considerations on GDPR potentially if there's sort of private information. So sort of it's not necessarily about just the rights that are attached to the data sets. It's also how are you going to use the output once you receive it as well.
Okay. Question for Louis. This has come from online. How worried are you about using AI for recruitment and workplace design? Will it send us backwards on access and inclusion, especially for those with long-term conditions and disabilities?
It's a very, very good question. There is a risk of that. I think, we've already seen examples of bias creeping into how these things are designed. And I think the key to avoiding this is ensuring that the people we're trying to empower are part of that process. and not being left to be, I guess, out of those decision-making processes. You know, a lot of the work that I do is giving that insight into what disability is like through my own lived experience and through my exposure to my peers. And when we see things go wrong is when they haven't been involved in the decisions that are supposed to be empowering them, they end up creating further barriers. So am I worried? I think it's too late to be worried because AI is here and it's already happening. I think what I'm worried about is there's not enough people like me who are not afraid to ruffle feathers and tell people that they're doing it wrong, and here's how you should be doing it.
Yeah. Have we got any other people in the room that are fellow ruffle of feathers? Anybody like to raise a few points? I get called a grenade lobber, which I don't think that's nice, actually. I'm going to change it to feather ruffler. Anything else? Got a question at the back? I feel like I'm index, Saturday night takeaway.
Thanks, Simone. Thanks to all the panellists so far and presenters. My question is regarding your thoughts towards what the balance is between regulation and innovation. The EU AI law apparently is riddled with loopholes, and it's been slammed a little bit for stifling innovation in terms of AI adoption. The US is basically getting rid of the concept of ethics in the development and use of AI, and the US is getting slammed for that. The UK is siding with the US. You know, we're not signing the Paris Agreement for responsible and ethical AI development. So there's a for and against here. Obviously, ethics should come front and centre. However, there is the kind of argument that focusing too much on regulation in light of the proliferation of all of this tech and the unknowns is going to stifle economic growth. But I just wondered what your thoughts are towards the balance there and what your call to government might be moving forward.
Do you want to aim that at anyone in particular?
I know it's quite a big question, so whoever wants to jump in, really.
Right, I can't be. I'm going to. Is this on? I've no idea. Yes. No. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, goodness me. It's a very difficult position to answer. Oh, that one works. No, it doesn't. 1, 2, 1. I'll just talk loudly. My view is that any innovation, I'm working here now. It's very, very difficult for governments to legislate and control what is very fast-moving. And by definition, my experience of that, and I'm old and grey, I've seen it, is they'll just be late and never catch up. So I think my view, my guidance to government, if I had any voice at all, would to be, let it be free, but try to ensure that accountability and responsibility are clear. So whatever comes up, because the cat's out the bag, if China's got unregulated, US will probably be unregulated, you can't shut that in, we can't hide in a bubble. So to me, it's all about responsibility and accountability and ensuring under law that that is framed such that if mistakes are going to happen, they will, and you can't legislate away or avoid them, that accountability and responsibility is there. And that would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Probably time for one more.
That also comes with an opportunity for the industry as well to create our own AI governance framework. Right? So if you wait for the government, they'll be looking at a broad brush. We already know where we sit. We sit under accountants and law firms. Right? So whatever they are going to come out with would not be fit for purpose for us. So I think it's absolutely important for us, okay, you as industry is using AI in these things, and you have your own AI governance forum within your organization, and this is how it worked. And that data, or that knowledge should be shared, and collectively, this is how we progress. What we haven't seen so far, the data, AI still waits for you because you pump the data, it waits for you for instruction. When the AI agents kick in, which is already happening, you're going to have the AI agents linked up with your engineer or your cleaner telling you, this is what I would do, engineer. So it moves away from waiting for instruction to making decisions. At that point, this governance will be even more important for us to do, because at the moment, it's only the guidance that's come from AI. So you can still choose to act or not, but going forward in the next year or two, you're going to find a lot of AI agents popping up. So these AI agents will not just process your data, they will make decisions. So as an industry, what's our AI governance framework is something which I would bring it up part of our own forum, and we ensure this is how we operate. So that gives a lot of assurance to the industry, to any public sector, to just say we have these certain standards that we go through. Government, I doubt they're going to water down anything, because you know most of the tax comes from the big tech players, so they will be watered down as much as you can. Thank you.
So pessimistic. So true. Any other questions? Probably time for one more. Check there's no more online. No? Right, you're free to go and get some coffee then. Listen out for the whistle in about 20 minutes. It's not Gladiators time, it's get back in here time.
Oh, thank you. No. Just wanted to set up.
Yeah. It's three handhelds today. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of all them around there as well. What's that? All the cups and the plate that I forgot about like a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
What's API solution?
I know. It's really bad, mate. Really bad, mate. Guys, can we do a sound check? According to this, 15 minutes? No, 5 minutes. Okay. And I need the loo.
Okay.
That's right, I'll make sure it's working and I'll go to the toilet.
Go now.
No, because I want to see it working.
So I can work out, but if you think you can work out because I'm here, so.
I'm the Zoom expert. Guys, can we get the sound checked?
As soon as we've got a feed coming back into here, so we've got something to check, we'll be sorted.
You can check it without. You can check it without.
Go for it.
Let me just grab a new next to large so I know where it's going into. Yeah.
Can you see anything yet, Martin? It's coming, it's on its way.
Say good luck. I'll go back and do the others. Right. Actually, just put into this one. Test that again.
One, two, yeah.
Can you hear me speaking on there? Okay, no worries.
You should be able to speak into his laptop now. You'll get it.
Okay.
How's he speaking now?
So just give us some audio, Martin.
One thing at a time. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me, Mother?
Yes, we can.
That's fine.
Okay, so
Audio's working, it's just your camera feed.
brilliant. I shall sort that out for you. Right, Martin, I'm just going to leave you and go and fiddle with another camera. So leave it open if you want. Yep, all good.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back. Is everybody refreshed sufficiently with rocket fuel coffee? We're all good to go for the next middle bit? We'll say the second half, but there's three, isn't there? So. Okay, so part two. First on to stage then, we're going to talk about AI's growing role in design and management of buildings. So welcome up to Tom and Ivo from Savills.
Morning all. I'm Tom Collins, I'm Digital Director at Hawley, and so really, I guess representing a view around AI's role in design in particular. So just briefly about me, I'm controlling the slides, aren't I? Should we see this moves on? There we go. Firstly, yeah, thank you for having me. This feels like new ground for me still. I've been with Hawley for about 5 years. It's my first opportunity working in the construction industry in general. And it's been a really fascinating journey, having coming from banking and fintech and a brief stint in the renewable energy sector as well. So when I arrived with a remit really to focus on how might we improve the way that we deliver engineering design to our clients, I must admit I was shocked in many ways. Lots of good positives around the incredible talents, the knowledge, the expertise that we have in our business, but also the design processes and the tools being pretty, I guess, feeling like a bit of a step backward perhaps from other industries that I'd been in. And so I think one of the big reflections has been that actually design in our industry is really expensive, like pretty much everything else in our industry. It's an expensive place to work. It's high risk involved, big asset values, complex design challenges to solve. But thinking about it in particular from a design perspective, we have a fantastic approach in theory with the REBA stages. And so this idea of starting with a rough idea of what the building's going to be, all the way through, as you're all very familiar with, to detailed design that gets us to the real build and then manufacturing and in use. The cyclical nature of it, I think we probably all would agree, is yet to be kind of fully explored and fully realised. And I think what we've also found is that the idea of iteration through a design from the basics through to a detailed technical design are probably less about iteration and more about rework, because again, design is expensive. So our experience that I think reflects the experience of so many of our peers is that the timescales we've got, the complexities we're dealing with mean we'd like to find an optimal solution pretty quickly and then develop it further, only to find that, of course, we're a complex supply chain. Other changes might come through from our peers, and we may find then that we've got to go back to the drawing board once more. So in reality, I think we end up in quite an expensive rework kind of situation. And the reason that matters, I think, particularly in the FM space, is we often end up designing effectively an iteration of what we think is the best outcome in terms of design, but isn't necessarily as rigorously kind of proven as it might otherwise be. So how do we move to that kind of better space? So coming on to AI, we're all excited about where it's going. Huge progress, as I'm sure, and apologies I arrived slightly late, so I missed some of the content this morning, but I think we were all pretty excited about where LLM in particular is taking us. So we've heard a lot already around efficiency, productivity. Those are massive challenges in our industry, and we're right to focus on how LLM can really move us forward in that space. However, beyond that, we've got really big challenges that we face in design, but across the industry more generally, and I'm sure these will resonate with you. So in terms of material procurement costs, project viability, just getting buildings out of the ground, and then things like net zero carbon, ESG goals, all of these things are increasingly competing complexities that I'm sure you can all appreciate. In this space, I think this is where LLM is only going to move the dial so far. So there are other technologies in the kind of sphere of AI that I think are going to be particularly impactful in this space. So, in particular, it can do things like, say, help source external data. So publicly available data might be able to inform design decisions. And so I'll give an example, in fact. So these are things we've been working on within Hawley at the moment. We've been using AI to help us get to a point where we can effectively model scenarios around daylighting, heating and cooling loads, and do it much faster than we could with full simulation packages. So the idea of purely relying on building really complex simulation models and then running multiple simulations, that's still A, expensive, and B, requires a specialist skill set. We're finding that instead of purely relying on simulation, and we still do a lot of simulation, we're also using AI to effectively create predictive models rather than full simulations. And we're doing that as well, using machine learning to optimize what we're doing around service zone layout, optimizing design and routing. Let's grab a water. So, already seeing some advances in this space, and I think we're really excited about the next few years and what that's going to bring us. But I guess we need to also be rooted in some of the challenges, and again, I'm sure some of these will have already been covered, but particularly in our space, there's a real challenge around unstructured data in particular. Again, what I walked into a few years ago that surprised me the most was that we're using Excel for so much. Excel's a great tool. It's in the wrong hands, it's very dangerous, you could say, in the sense that data gets spread all over the place. People use different calculations that they've perfected themselves. Project information might get stored on shared drives, on local drives. It's not necessarily in cloud storage. It's structured differently project by project and team by team. And finding design inputs, it can be really challenging. So we're also finding the nature of the relationships we have, the nature of the industry is that I guess some of our contractual requirements force us into quite a fixed mode of operating and a very fixed view of what deliverables actually are in design. I'm really excited about some of the conversations we've had with some of our key clients and contractors around, well, do we really need to deliver these kind of BIM level 2 3D Revit models, or could there be better ways of delivering design information to you? However, yeah, we're in this place because we've got poorly optimized tools as well. We've been drawn to 3D in a BIM world for a little while. You can probably relate to being offered expensive BIM models as part of the sort of FM package, and the value behind that is probably not commonly understood, may not even be there. So we see ourselves in a position where, yeah, the tooling needs to change as well as then the skills. So data skills in particular are a really, really important challenge. And I think that brings us more generally on to, and I think reflecting back actually on what Yvonne was saying in the last session around the risk of bias in AI. So, AI, by the way, we're working with Microsoft at the moment and also developing a partnership around data platforming, which we're really excited about. So this is not to disparage Copilot specifically, but and in fact, it's a great name for an AI tool. I think it sums up what it's meant to do really well. It's an assistant to your needs. You're still a decision maker fundamentally. A Copilot isn't necessarily a decision maker, but is running tasks for you and helping you and informing you. But it's only as good as its training. So you might remember the Microsoft paperclip, which I think a few people have likened Copilot to when it doesn't know what it's doing. So it's really important that you've got a well-trained Copilot. And in the design space, that's quite challenging because not all information is out there in the public sphere. However, any business like ours at Hawley of a decent size is sitting on a treasure trove of design information that spans back potentially years. It's often in an unstructured state, but it's all there to be learned from. And so, where I see AI really being embraced in the design process is when we really pivot towards much more of an evidence-based approach to engineering design. I do think, and I think it's becoming clear that, and not to disparage any potential architects in the room, but building design is going to become more engineering-led. We've got real challenges around achieving efficiency in buildings to achieve net zero carbon outcomes. We have ever more complex requirements around use of the right materials, complex supply chains, the need for higher performing buildings fundamentally. And if we're going to do that, we can't rely on the sort of classic stack of guidelines from the industry, of standards that are well established. We're finding already if we stick perfectly to the letter of standards, we don't already achieve the outcomes the client needs. So we need to actually build an evidence base and use that in our design processes to sometimes challenge the standards where we need to, but even without, a really solid evidence base that is not just data, but it's data with insight, understanding, data skills on top, to then sit alongside traditional engineering skills, is where we end up in a much more exciting place where we've got the evidence base behind us to actually make bolder design decisions, perhaps strip out a level of material out of the building that actually turns out we don't need. So for example, we're doing this at the moment. We're working with a few partners to query large data sets at the moment around occupancy, air quality, people movement, energy usage, to look at actually, well, if we compare against the spec of those buildings, and we've got that too, what did the design say and what was that based on, and then how is it actually being used in the real world? And if we scale that model up far enough, we end up in a place where we truly become evidence-based. The key thing there then is, so we're talking about data, but actually this is where generative AI, machine learning, all powered by a data layer that is well thought through, well structured, and is orchestrating data sets of all sorts. We get to a place where we can iterate far more rapidly and more cheaply. So I guess the real summary goal, I think, for the industry as a whole in the design space, but certainly for Hawley, is that effectively, internally, we make design so much cheaper, in inverted commas, that not that we deliver really cheap design, but we deliver optimized design because we can now afford to design 1,000 times, not one time, because we can constantly iterate and learn, and we can optimize for specific client outcomes, which is the other really important bit. So we may, with only one opportunity to design once, decide, oh, well, it's going to be some trade-off of sustainability goals versus pragmatic view of cost. Well, what if we could get to the point where we could model the exact ideal point on various scales around design solutions that gives the ideal outcome based on your needs as a client? And those will be unique to you based on the planned usage of the building. So yeah, we effectively move away from a world in which we're sort of constantly designing very expensively and having to go back and rework, and instead we're in a really rapid iteration space where we are getting to a level of optimization that ultimately delivers much better design outcomes for our clients. And that's where I see AI really having a huge impact. So yeah, I want to hand over to Eva at this stage from Savills. Over to you.
Thanks, Tom. Just conscious of the time, but the way me and Tom tried to approach this particular part of the presentation was moving on from kind of the design side, and now we're into the operational stage. So going back a circle in terms of the conversation we had this morning, quite a lot of interesting points were raised today. I'll reiterate some of those again, but then touch on specifically what we're seeing from kind of Savills' perspective as a property manager or FM, of what's actually happening on our and kind of industry sites. But before I do that, what I wanted to do is set a bit of the perception of what the market perception is, what's the ambition. So we hear the usual hashtags, of the, well, I like to call them hashtags, of all the wonderful things we could achieve, right? Whether that's optimizing energy, achieving net zero goals, predicting space utilization. Whatever else you might see on the board there, but we can probably extend that list by 100 or 200. But the reality really is, well, the key challenge is understanding the kind of realistic expectations versus overhyped potential. I really like that particular meme, or if you want to call it a GIF, because I think, oh no, it's not going to play, just a meme, is going back to that cherry on top, and some of the items that were mentioned by the previous presenters of the e-commerce boom, of the attaching the AI, and we're seeing a lot of that in the market at the moment. So if we know what the market perception is, so that's what we think we'll get to, that's the cherry on top, right? what is the current state of play? But before I jump into what is the current state of play, I wanted to make a clear differentiation in terms of when we talk about data. This is specifically at asset level. So the way we envisage is looking at static data. So that's everything, your O&Ms, your PDFs, if you're doing an occupier survey and you get some answers back, that's all static data. And then on the other hand, you have all the live data. So that's time series data. And what I mean by time series is repeated on a certain, let's say, every second, every 5 seconds, an hour, 24 hours, whatever it might be. So in this case, that'll be energy data, metering, building systems, whatever it might be. So we're seeing from an AI perspective, we're seeing a big impact. Apologies, I keep looking at that, forgetting that I've got a screen here. So the biggest impact or the significant impact we see is with the static data. So your O&Ms, design information, or what Tom was alluding to. So all the physically static information that we obtain. Where we don't see too big of an impact at the moment is all the big hashtags that we addressed today is the live data elements. Now, there'll be loads of platforms and solutions out in the market that will tell us we're doing AI or platform X, platform Y, but we're not seeing full value of any practical AI implementations just yet. And that unfortunately positions, I'll get to that in a minute, that positions our kind of existing buildings are just not quite ready. The infrastructure's not there, and I'll touch on that in a second. But also new assets that we're seeing coming into our management still are not necessarily designed the same way, but the infrastructure that's installed within those is built on the same principles due to the way our contractual chains work. And again, really good picture, pays 1,000 words as always. That's what we're seeing in the market. So we're saying there's loads of AI from a live data perspective, but it's just statistics, right? Sometimes it might be really advanced statistics or simply if, else, or all statements. So 2 real examples of what we're seeing, how static data is being used, how we are utilizing static data. So a lot of assets, you'll be surprised, will have physical information. So physical PDFs, 700 pages of O&Ms or whatever else it might be. Converting those into the digital solutions, we're utilizing AI to help us with that. Then once we convert them into digital versions, we're utilizing the static data to feed into our models to support our workforce through the static data. So they'll be simply engaging with a 700-page document just by ability to search certain items and engage with that document to support efficiencies on-site or also off-site. So that's the, oh, well, that's interesting. Let me just click through those. I probably should click near the mic so you can hear me clicking furiously constantly. Well, the point I was trying to make with this particular slide was, what are the prerequisites? How do we minimize the gap between what's the ambition and what's the reality? And a lot of these points have already been touched on today. So firstly, we have the data quality and integration. I've also put infrastructure readiness. That's a really key part. So if we want to gain any live data side from our particular asset, we need to have the ability to actually do so. And I believe JLL alluded to that point quite well. Sorry, gentlemen from JLL, not JLL specifically. Talent and training, big item, and I'll combine that together with change management that you see on the right-hand side as well. There's always a bit of resistance in change when it comes to kind of real estate. Just for a bit of context, I'm ex-Hawley, so I've gone from a design into property management side, and I've noticed a lot more change management issues from a property management perspective. It's just we're kind of, to some degree, set in our ways. This is the way we do things. So there's a big item to overcome these issues. And regulation, I won't even touch on. So what's the future role? So summarising it all together, what's the future role for AI in building management or property management? It's the usual hashtags what I've started with the first slide, right? That's the ambition where we want to get to, whether it's operational improvements, ROI, sustainability, net zero items, and most importantly, probably the kind of the competitive advantage, which I hope I put on there. Yeah. Competitive advantage from an investor perspective. Justifying that, well, why do we need this in the first place? How is it going to create value and lasting impacts? And the last thing that I wanted to, if I can go back, touch on, we're talking about AI like it's going to be this big, wonderful thing that we're going to integrate across the industry and is going to solve all our problems as I kind of outlined in the first slide. But the hardest part for all of us as an industry is the what, how, why, and any of the kind of questions we want to ask for that particular topic of understanding internally as an organisation, but that specific asset level of, well, why are we doing it? How are we going to do it? What we're doing about it? And that's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. Okay. And I think the dynamic duo are going to go even deeper into this now as well. So we've got Lucy and Graham from ISS, and we're going to be talking about, again, the use of AI in design. So,
we got a clicker.
Is that working? Got a mic?
Yeah, go the old school.
Go the old way.
Is that working? Oh, yeah. Cool. Firstly, thank you for letting us join you today and talk about AI in the workplace. As an introduction, my name is Graham Woods at ISS. I'm Director of IT Delivery and Demand, which is a bit of a strange job title, but essentially has two halves to it. One of those halves is, should we say, the more IT side, which is enterprise architecture and solution architecture. So for my sins, I have a geeky background. But I've been in and around FM now for 27 years, so I'm a bit battle-hardened with it. And the other part of my role really is to look at that FM requirement from our customers and our internal business and understand what technology we use and how we apply it correctly in our business. I've got to be careful what I say because some of our customers are in this room today as well. So
I'm Lucy Ingham. I'm the Director of IT Functional Partnering. So I partner with our central functions, working closely with Graham to ensure that our teams and people are enabled by the right technologies. So I'm very much from the perspective of what does technology feel like for people? How does it enable them to do their jobs?
Cool. Right, so this isn't a sales pitch, so this is just for context. I'm not here selling ISS. So for those that don't know ISS, we're a large global FM business, so I appreciate some of our competitors in here as well. But to give you an idea, we operate in about 30 countries, lots and lots of clients, and the key aspect is those clients sit in multiple sectors. So I think traditionally when we talk about workspace and office, workspace, we talk about office. People think about traditional office environments. But the reality is we have healthcare clients, so we have a lot of clinical environments, and that's still people's workplaces. We have transport, and we have lots of industrial sort of manufacturing, whether that be pharma, food manufacturing, things like that. So I think it's quite easy to fall into the trap of this is all about a nice posh office where I go to every day and there's my latte, isn't it lovely? We need to take a holistic approach about workplace and treat some things differently because there's a lot of commonality around what people expect in a workspace, but there's also some nuances around it as well. So at the end of 2023, which seems like a long time ago, ISS commissioned an AI report with an industry expert called Inmar, and that white paper is available online if you guys want to scan that. We'll put this up again later on so you can take a photograph of it if you need to. But that white paper was looking at the industry itself and how FM and workplace could start to utilise AI and get some thought leadership around AI. You know, as we've gone through, I imagine today with lots of areas, and I'm sure it will continue. There's a lot of uncertainty about what AI can provide us from a practical perspective, as opposed to the media hype and everything around that. And I know it's common themes we've literally just gone through. But we're aware 2023 in AI terms, in technology terms, is quite a way ago. So that was, over a year ago. So ISS has done another interim sort of update to that report that came out at the end of last year. So again, you can register for that online, download that and take some content away. So we'll come back to that slide at the end. Yep.
So these are just some examples of the many headlines we see all the time that are sort of describing the evolving relationship between people and work and workplaces. So we can see that what is expected of us as a workforce is changing. What we expect of work itself in the workplace is changing and evolving, and I think there's a lot of uncertainty around where and when we're expected to work, with some companies enforcing 5 days back in the office, some sticking with hybrid and remote working, increasing conversations around flexible working and 4-day working weeks even gaining momentum, and also how we work. So the rise of the hybrid workforce, humans and AI working together, potentially new roles developing because of the increased use of AI, and more productive working because of AI and personalised workspace experiences, but obviously concerns arising from that maybe jobs are replaceable, concerns over monitoring and privacy, and concerns over being overwhelmed by technology and information. So just looking at the evolving workplace, so as Graham said, you've been in the industry 27 years and we've been colleagues for I think around 21 now. And even in that time we've seen our workplace and our relationship with the workplace evolve. So at the beginning of that time we were in quite a low-tech fixed place of work. I had a desktop computer. I actually started my career in finance, so it was all paper-based. I remember having paper forms with carbon copies, filing cabinets, franking machines, etc. And we had to have our bums on seats 9 to 5 because that's where the work took place. Moving on from that, obviously enabled by technology, we've started to not have to be tied to our place of work. So I got a laptop computer. I was able to work from home on Fridays, and we started to have this more flexible relationship with our workplaces. And then, of course, COVID hit, which for office-based workers like ourselves brought nearly universal home working. And I think it was obviously different experiences for different people with positives and negatives. I think some of the positives people felt was better work-life balance, reduced commuting time, which got you some time back, more flexibility, potentially being able to find that quiet space to work. You know, also with negative factors such as not having ergonomic or accessible working spaces, feelings of isolation, not taking breaks maybe, or feeling like you've switched off after a working day. So where are we now and what opportunity do we have? And I think where I see, as we're returning to the workspace, how do we bring together those positives and try and translate some of those into a new workspace experience? And how can that be enabled by technology, including AI? How can technology change from being seen to being an enabler for remote working to be an enabler to get back into the workspace?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Very aggressive. Hello. Okay, so I think for those that are operators in FM, which I would like to think is probably all of us in this room, I think that sort of scenario gives us quite a few challenges, doesn't it? We've all seen our staff work from home, so not only does it impact us personally and how we work, but we now have an office environment that was maybe designed for transactional working, for people to be in the office the majority of the time. And we now see trends where obviously people are using space differently. They're using office work for collaborative work, they're using it at home for transactional work. So this gives us a bit of a problem as operators. So, and all of these points hopefully should resonate with the majority of you. You know, how do we make sure that the spaces that we offer people and the services we offer people are still appropriate? So what is appropriate today, what is appropriate tomorrow, and how does that differ from what it was 5 years ago, for example? We see a major shift in that agile working, and obviously people come in for collaborative stuff. There are lots of opportunities now we need to look at to reduce cost, operating costs, or generate efficiencies. So coming back to Savil's point, there's opportunities for technology as we've got today to support that. And you might think, well, why aren't we talking about AI? And I think a key point for me is AI isn't a tool on its own right. It is there to augment potentially what we already have. Okay, I'll come back to that point in a while. It's really important that we drive value and add innovation on. Now, you know, again, clients are in the room, so I'll be careful. But clients come to us, say, ISS, how are you going to use AI to enhance the services or to save us money on this or to optimise that? And it's a difficult question to answer because fundamentally we need to understand what data we have and how is AI going to support somehow an outcome that's going to generate better quality decisions, lower cost of operation, or a more enhanced user experience for the people in the building. And you've got to bring all that back to, I've just bought a box of AI, for example. How is that going to make my life better? How am I going to improve my services? How am I going to improve my value proposition? And I think that, to me, is the single biggest challenge we have. I see it all the time as an IT person. I'd like to think I'm practical, pragmatic. Other people say I'm just miserable, a bit sarcastic. But the reality is we can all go out and write a cheque and buy a new fancy box. The trick is, what the hell am I going to do with it? How's that adding value? How do we remove ourselves from this trap of technology for technology's sake? Now, I'm an IT person, love a bit of technology, but if there's no point in, no use case for it, no outcome of it, there's no value being generated, it's literally a glamour project. And I think at the moment there's a danger in FM, or actually not just FM, could be anywhere, that AI is a bit of a glamour project. We bought some AI, look, we're brilliant. And to your point earlier on, how many vendors do I see that say they've got AI-enabled products that exactly as you've got, they're just a load of traditional algorithms, but they've just slapped an AI tag on it to make it market better. So I think we've got to be really wary of how AI is pitched and how we treat AI and come back to what is it I'm trying to achieve. There is a lot of noise around AI, obviously, in the press and the media. So I'm hoping today, obviously, I'm not anti-AI, I'm not saying that at all, but I just think we need to be really pragmatic about what it is we're trying to achieve with it. Next.
So where can we hope to leverage AI for people? As in terms of a typical sort of AI-enabled working day in an AI-enabled smart building, what would I hope that might feel like for me? So I'd hope to be able to get to work, enter the building seamlessly, having AI to optimise some of my tasks during the day and prioritise things for me. I would hope to be able to engage with my workplace app and maybe say I'd like to work somewhere quiet this morning because I've got some things to focus on, and it could direct me to a desk where it's quiet currently due to sound levels, and it predicts it's going to be quiet for the rest of the morning where I want to work there. And when I get there, I'd hope that the temperature and the natural lighting would be optimised for my experience. Maybe the desk height has been lowered to suit me, and that I can work comfortably, maybe using my AI assistant to help me with my working day, which frees up time for me. And maybe it earns back some of that time that I've spent commuting. I would hope that that means I can move around the office, speak to colleagues, have informal conversations and get that sense of belonging that I didn't have when I was working at home during COVID. So also that would allow me to take a break for lunch where I can meet colleagues in the restaurant, and hopefully using AI as part of the supply chain and recipe management, understanding my dietary requirements. There'll be food there that maybe is the kind of food I want to eat because of what the weather looks like today. So I'll enjoy lunch with my colleagues, and then in the afternoon perhaps I want to collaborate with another set of colleagues, and because the building has been designed to allow me to work in this way, there's appropriate space for collaboration. I can use my AI assistant to take notes and actions from the meeting, meaning that all I have to do is review those after my meeting, and I can leave work on time. And I think, I know that's quite a sort of utopian view, and obviously buildings have to be set up in the right way to enable that, but I think there is the potential to use AI to connect existing technologies in the future with smart buildings to gain back some of those benefits that we felt we got when we worked from home and bring them back into the workplace, but also bring back in those things that we couldn't get from home, which is the collaboration, the flexibility in ergonomic spaces, the comfort, and that feeling of being together as a workforce, and having that culture that's so important for us as individuals and organisations.
Cool. I feel I'm, Lucy is definitely the utopian future, and then I just bring the misery, don't I? But as FM operators, so that Lucy's view as a user in the building, as a person view, a colleague view, I think that's very valid, and we mustn't forget. Obviously, we're users of buildings. I'm an occupant of a building, just like you guys are. Yeah. But some of us wear different hats, and we've got to create an environment that supports that environment or that user experience. Now, that user experience does vary from sector to sector and the type of workplace you're in, but I think that's a nice aspiration to get to, is that environment. Now, as an FM provider though, so to support some of that stuff, there's lots of things we need to provide from a technology perspective there. To be fair, there's a lot of expense in there. You know, if you talked about like your desk resetting and stuff, you've got to have smart building technology. You've got to invest in those assets. That's a lot of money. Is it really worth it? Is the outcome worth it? So but these are sort of not AI questions. These are more just technology in general questions. So, but coming back to some of the other points, and I could have stolen your slide with your key points on it. In terms of, as FM providers, where can we leverage AI? And the simple areas are things like the operational efficiencies. So I'm sure things like chatbots have been talked about before, and to be quite frank, I wouldn't say a chatbot was AI. They've been around for years. They used to have intents and if then else's statements and lots of knowledge bases behind them. Now AI is supporting a much more flexible approach, especially with agentic AI, so you can start to have more powerful conversations and more intelligence being brought back through chatbots. So there's definitely a lot of legs in that space there from a customer engagement perspective. But what I would say as a balance to that is not everyone wants to use a chatbot. Culturally, some people just want to talk to someone, they want to ring someone up and they want to moan at someone. Sometimes they want to do an email. That experience, we shouldn't be ramming a specific user experience down to everyone as a common standard. Yeah? So chatbot's very powerful, and I think, I'm not sure I like the term chatbot really, but chatbots to interrogate data and come back with answers as part of a BI platform, I think that's got a lot of power, and AI can certainly help in that space. Predictive maintenance, so the Sava guys touched on this a little bit. So obviously, where we've got asset performance, a lot of assets out there now, some of them quite smart, quite clever, quite connected, and can start to bring back data for you to measure asset performance. Some assets less clever, but you can always chuck an IoT sensor on it, because we all know that's the answer to the future, is put some IoT sensors out. That was 5 years ago, potentially, maybe longer. The key is all of that data that's coming back to my earlier point, what are we doing with it? How do we get that data together and do something with it? So AI allows us to maybe paper over the cracks a little bit and bring some of that information together and to analyse trends and predict failures and things like that. And that's really where the value is. But you have to have that source data in a sensible position to start with. And I'm not going to speak for everyone, and I think there was a topic, we missed the first session this morning, but how do you get good asset prediction and capital investment planning solutions on your assets when you don't actually have a valid and full asset list, which is not uncommon. So AI can certainly support in that respect. And I know energy and utility, I'll let the CBRE guys talk about that in a bit, because there's no point me talking about it if they're going to do that. But the most important one for me really is the data-driven bit. So we have lots of data, some of it structured, some of it unstructured, some over here, some in Excel, some on a bit of paper. Everyone's got that. Don't care what business you're in, you're all a variation on the theme, okay, and we're the same. What AI does allow us to do is to start to pull and create relationships between some of that traditionally unconnected data and to get some insights from it. Does it fix everything? Is it a silver bullet? Absolutely not. Not yet. You still need some sense for this stuff to work on top of. So I think with a lot of the investment that's made, actually, I feel there's a lot more value in understanding the foundations of your data, getting data together first before you start investing in the tools over the top of it. What else we got? Right. Next slide. Okay, so I am the bringer of misery today, aren't I, really? But let's talk about some other stuff. So AI isn't cheap. Okay, so we, for example, as an organisation, rerun Copilot on if you've got a business case to run it, because we can't roll it out for everyone because it costs a fortune. But certainly we've got a large number of users on that. From a personal productivity perspective, absolutely wonderful. I'd pay the 30 quid a month for my own money just to have it, the amount of time it saves me. So very, very good, but the costs scale quickly. Yeah. Imagine it's £30 for me, I can't do the maths, but imagine 10,000 people, that's a lot of money all of a sudden, yeah? It has to be aligned to your data strategy, so if we're using it to analyse data, we can't see AI as a separate tool. It is a layer that needs to go across the business. Putting my enterprise architect hat on, you have to understand what technology you have in your landscape, how it interconnects, how the data is overlaid across that, what data sits in which pots. How are you going to pull that together? And AI is a tool, a platform within that overall technology landscape. I repeat again, it is not a silver bullet. You are not going to take a bunch of fragmented data systems, go, here's a box of AI, look, it's all wonderful. It just pulls it all out for me. So there is still time that's required an investment to build the foundations of your technology landscapes. Sustainability. So the reason I've put that on there is very much that I think there's a bit of a, well, I'm not going to say misunderstanding, but I don't think it's talked about enough, is that as organisations we have net zero plans. We all got carbon reduction plans. Our customers have got the same. And the use of AI could be a positive towards that, but also where we're using AI at the moment, it takes an extreme amount of power at the data centre end, and in theory that could potentially negatively impact your carbon net zero targets. So it's just a bit of a watch point there. And I suppose it comes down to how we cater for that. And if you think of things like EVs, people talked about the long tailpipe emissions, like, yes, my car's electric, it's all lovely, but the power station's generating all the CO2. And it's sort of the same process, is that processing and energy is all being burnt up in a data centre somewhere. So you're sitting happy using your AI tools, you've broken new ground with it, it's all great, but there's a CO2 impact there. So I think it's just be wary of that. And then coming finally back to that enterprise architecture thing, this is me with my IT police hat on, the business needs to have policies, procedures around the use of AI, where it's appropriate to use, where it isn't, what data it has access to, and it needs to track and manage that as a real critical asset within the organisation. So simple things like ChatGPT, everyone went straight to it. It's a public website. You can search public internet stuff. I can't remember how old it was. It was a few years old at the time, wasn't it? But if you take something like Copilot, which is if you pay the paid version, that's all integrated into our internal Office 365, all the permissions apply, so you've got all the data controls and governance around that. So you have to think about those unsexy things from an IT perspective as well. Because I don't think, with many of our organisations, your IT guys are going to be happy if you just go out and start using AI without them being involved in the process. Okay. I am the negative one.
And as we make decisions around how we may use AI and other technologies in the future, from my point of view, I think it's important to always come back to the human experience. So achieving that sense of tech equilibrium, so technology that supports and enables people but doesn't overwhelm and doesn't overshadow, not technology for technology's sake, but solutions that provide real value to real people and real organisations. We should be looking to augment human capabilities and creativity, not replace people in the workplace. We should develop AI strategy based on long-term, value-based, human-centric cultures, not short-term cost savings, to ultimately support successful organisations and societies. We should be building accessibility to AI and other technologies through a sense of community. Not everybody is a natural adopter of technology, and I think by creating communities, we can make sure that we're not alienating parts of our workforce as we increase the use of technology and AI within our work and our workplaces. Working together to gain understanding, share use cases, find real-world scenarios, and support each other, and also making sure that we consider the ethical use of AI, so making sure the solutions are unbiased, making sure that we're considering the data we gather, how we use it, and how we protect it. So what now? There's so much noise around artificial intelligence. Let's rise above that and give you another opportunity to download your copies of the
shameless plug. Yeah.
So AI is in its infancy, and I think we've got a collective opportunity and responsibility to shape the future and make the right decisions about how we adopt it and how we use it going forwards. And how can we do that? We can educate ourselves, we can attend sessions such as today, we can discuss, we can communicate, we can form opinions, we can be objective, we can be pragmatic, we can make risk-informed and optimistic choices, and always keep people at the centre when we're talking about the use of technology and AI in work and the workplace.
Cool. That's us. Thank you very much.
I'm glad someone's mentioned the sustainability impact. I read something the other day that was every prompt that you ask AI, it uses the equivalent of 500 ml of water. Just bear that in mind. Okay, next up. Oh, no. Next up, we've got Andy Schofield, CTO, and he's going to be talking to us about the AI horizon.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, so I think what we're going to see is a lot of themes being repeated today. I'm going to reinforce some of the things that's already been said. Some of the things that we've already talked about will come from a security point of view, see where we're actually going with this technology. First, a couple of things that I found while researching for this presentation, a couple of little simple facts, but interesting that 84% of people surveyed in the UK are utilising AI daily. But really interestingly, only 34% of them realise that they actually are. And that's because it's actually here and it's baked into everything that we do on all the digital platforms that we touch. We've already talked about chatbots and engagements with Aer Lingus. I have a similar situation, by the way. And it's not great, the experience at times. But not only the software that it's baked into, the actual people who make the software, 5% of the software is being either written by AI or it's being used to enhance the software development process. And that is meant to grow, or predicted to grow, to 50% by 2027. So something that's only just in its infancy is now going to be used by half the population that produces software. I personally think that's lowballing it. I think software developers will start to use it and it will grow much faster than that. But one thing is certain, and we've seen it today already, that AI has got opinions for everybody. Everyone has a thing about it. You can see many of them there. ChatGPT is the precursor for Skynet because you have to have a Terminator reference in any AI presentation that you do. But one thing that I like to do is just introduce the concept of scale. So we keep talking about all this massive compute power that we've got and all these things that it can do. And one of the lines on there is, AI can't do anything that we can't do. And that's to a certain degree true. But if you look at ChatGPT and you ask it a question, do you have any idea how many calculations have to occur for it just to give you the first word? So I researched it and it's a quadrillion calculations. That's 1,000,000 billion calculations just to generate the first word. And it's being used every day. If we said...
Too early for that.
If we said, let's find the perfect human that can do that piece of work for us, and they didn't need any sustenance, they were never going to get ill, they were always on time, they were working 24/7, how long do you think it would take a human to do a quadrillion calculations? Oh, sorry. How long do you think it would take to do a quadrillion calculations? I can't even talk now. And the calculation is 31.7 million years. So it's not that it can't do things that we can, it's how quickly it can do things. And that really tries to demonstrate the scale. And a message that we've heard repeatedly today is the importance of data accuracy. And I just wanted to shed a bit more insight onto that comment. Because they're absolutely right. We've got all these disconnected systems, all these fragmented sources of data. But it's not just about that. Back in when Obamacare came into the United States, a lot of the health insurance companies put pressure on the hospitals to deliver efficiencies. There's a good example. And they turned to AI. Now, the problem was that when they looked at a simple example, they genuinely believed that if we've got a series of questions that we need to ask and it's going to come out with an answer, then we can replicate that with AI. And the one that they picked for as a trial was a test for pneumonia. So when people came in, if they were suspected of having pneumonia, you would go through a series of questions, and then you would either be admitted to hospital or you'd be sent home with some medication. So in principle, this should have worked. But the challenge was, we gave all the data for the patients that came into the hospital. We then gave all the data, and it was all cleaned and all verified and all structured. And we gave all the data for the patients that then had problems and more challenges. So when they launched the AI agent to be able to do this piece of work for them, it missed a critical piece of data. So one of the key questions was, has the patient got asthma? If they've got asthma, they get complications. But in the AI model, it didn't have the data about who had been admitted to the hospital. So in its basis, it said, if you've got asthma, actually nobody on the had further complications. They didn't have further complications because they were being treated in hospital. But if we just let the AI agent go rogue, then we would have been sending people home with serious medical conditions. So it's not just about the quality of your data. The reason and the study that found was it's because we're not involving people. We've said it today many times. AI complements people. You have workers in your organisations that understand how your organisation works. If you are thinking of deploying AI, get them involved. They will sense check it. They will tell you things that you will miss. It's really, really important. And that's going to continue because in your space, we get more and more sensors. We need to understand occupancy. Somebody said it earlier. Let's put another IoT sensor up. We need to be able to understand temperature. Let's put another sensor up. But the problem with that is it's exasperating the issue that we've got with data because all these sensors keep sending out all this information. And one sensor will talk to its provider. Another sensor will talk to its other provider. And how do you bring that all together? And what the reality is, we end up with either data islands or cloud fog, where you've got multiple sources of this information. So you've just made what was a difficult problem already. You've brought a solution, but it's actually made the problem harder. And then trying to sprinkle some AI dust over the top of that becomes incredibly challenging. So, is AI good or bad? Very simple question, but very difficult to answer. There are good sides and bad sides to any technology whenever you deploy it. So just to take a sidestep on this, quick show of hands. Anybody heard of this phrase before? Not many, right? I hadn't heard of it before I did this presentation a few years ago. But it was invented by a robotics engineer back in the 1970s, a guy called Masahiro Mori. And his principle was he created robots, and the more he made them look like humans, the more affinity we had with the robots. But then there was a kind of inflection point where it absolutely plummeted because he made them look too real. So we have an instinct in us, which he coined the uncanny valley, that says it looks good, but I know it's not real. The biggest example of that is things like waxwork dummies. You can look at that as a still photo with no moving parts. It's very easy to see that while it's a good replica, one of them isn't real, and that's your uncanny valley being triggered. Now, why is that relevant? Well, there's a lot of tools. We've talked about ChatGPT a lot today. OpenAI's Sora, VO2, Runway, these now introduce text-to-video. And text-to-video has a great benchmark that the internet has to set, which is Will Smith eating pasta. So if we look at what happened in 2023 with this technology, this was the result. Now, pretty obvious that's not real. Kind of looks a bit like Will Smith, and obviously got some pasta there. Some are better than others. But technology moves fast. But how fast can it move? So let's go forward 1 year. Completely fake. Just written by a text-to-video engine. Now, that looks like Will Smith to me. My uncanny valley is not going off at all. That's how fast this is moving, but it can't be that easy, right? So we created a sentence, a movie trailer featuring the adventures of a 30-year-old spaceman wearing a red wool-knitted motorcycle helmet, blue sky, salt desert, and you get the picture. All fake. And there are telltale signs, but this is technology from 2024. It's got even better since, and it's not going to get any worse. No cameras, no artistic effects, just text to video. Why is that important in terms of security? You hear it all over the underground. See it, say it, sort it. That's how we operate. We see something, we do something. If we can't believe what we see, how do we actually start to manage the situation? So we have to have mechanisms for that. And this is not scaremongering, this is real. So give you an example, a practical example, it's been in the press. There was a CFO got a video conference call from the CEO of a business, UK business, saying we have to pay $100 million or whatever the figure was to a third-party account, but it can't go on the books. And the CFO rightly said, not going to happen. So the CEO said, well, what do you want me to do? What do I have to do to prove to you that this has to happen? So he said, I want to speak to every member of the board. The CEO said, leave that with me. I'll get that sorted. So during the day, the CFO got more video conference calls with every member of his board. And at the end of the day, he paid the check. Not one member of that board made a phone call. It was using face swap and voice swap technologies, and that company was out millions of pounds. So this is real, right? It's not scaremonger, it's real. We have to have mechanisms, as jaw-droppingly good as AI is, we have to be able to have mechanisms to detect it and prevent it. So how do you get that balance? And that's what I'm going to talk to you about, the security journey now, because one of the things that we've talked about is AI is new. Well, AI is new, generative AI is new to us, but it's not new as a technology. So I'm going to talk to you about the journey that we've been through. So if I take a simple thing, we'll talk about this timeline, we'll talk about what security's been doing with that timeline and what AI was doing. So to start with, we had expert systems. So these were systems that we developed and programmed to do specific things, very costly, very expensive, not great. We had low resolution images, a lot of them were analog, it wasn't IP, so we were struggling a little bit. But you know, considering what we could do at the time, it was good. But then machine learning came out, and we embraced that immediately. And we started to do things like what we call analytics. And from that, we can now draw lines on video, and if something crosses that line, we can then set a trigger, we can set alarms, virtual fencing, things of that nature. It was good, but it was very prone to false alarms generated, and then you're getting a lot of more mismanagement of information. So let's get to the second generation, where machine learning starts to really adapt. And people have brought up today about biometrics. They've improved significantly, but we were talking about biometrics in the mid-90s. So you look at where we are now, it's significantly changed. But again, we've got ANPR, so number plate recognition, facial recognition systems, all because of machine learning. This, for me, was the game changer. Back in 2000, well, late 2000s, we started to be able to understand what video or images were within a video, so we could classify things like that's a dog, that's a bicycle, that's a truck. Immediately, we were getting data from video. So we've now got one of the richest sensors that there can possibly be, because if we can see it, we can do something with it. But the problem with that then added to the same situation that I was talking about a moment ago. We ended up with information overload, because you've got too much of the information now. So we've gone from nothing to absolutely masses of information. So the question is, what can we do as a fourth generation that can fix that problem? And there's two sides to it. There's the volume of information and then the size of the problem. So if we look at the volume challenge, a single camera, if we're running it at 15 frames a day, will create 1.3 million frames per day to analyze. If you take 100 cameras, this is not an unusual thing for a normal site. In 100 cameras, 47.3 billion frames that we've got to analyze. But if we layer the technologies and we take those and we add machine learning and we do AI, deep learning on that, sorry, we end up with a new technology which we call unusual behavior. And what this allows us to do is we can take a camera and it will learn what is normal at a given time of day, at a given day of the week, and say, I don't really understand what's not happening here, but this bit over here, I don't normally see. So that could be things like, I don't know, if you've got a bike going up on a pavement, that's not usual. It normally sees people walk on the pavement, things of that nature. And by doing that, we can get it down to 3.65 million frames a day. Now, I know these are stats, but what we're saying is almost 100% improvement over the raw data. So we've taken all that masses of data and shrunk it significantly. But we can do more than that. People have already mentioned AI agents. So we're now seeing the development of AI agents as well, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit what that does. It's proven within the security industry that if you're looking at a video for more than 15 minutes, you effectively go blind. So there's a study where it shows people watching them and they've had a gorilla go across the screen, and there need to be people after and say, what about the gorilla? And they go, what gorilla? So we have to have better ways of doing this. Unusual behavior is one of them. But using natural language, without any skills now necessarily, we can actually explain the problem that we want to be alerted to. Are people not wearing correct PPE? Is there spilt liquid in the scene? Are there too many people in this area? Has tailgating occurred? Or has there been a risk to life? So we're not now programming, we're doing a natural language type of explanation. Tell me when you see this. So if we look at a real video, now, when I first saw this, I went, I think that's pretty unusual that you've got three guys walking down the road, but evidently in this street, that's quite normal. So this is what we see, and the perception is that we've got cameras invading our privacy, but this is what AI sees. This is what we call a pixel hash. So by having that, we can then learn the pattern. That's where unusual behavior is triggered. And in this particular example, it's this area that it said, I've not seen that pattern before. So if we overlay the video back onto that and see what did it think was unusual. A tree collapsing on a car, I would say, is pretty unusual. So, but it picked it up from the pattern, not from the actual tree falling, which is great. And that's kind of where the technology is today, right now. However, what we're about to introduce is something that can take advantage of the next stage, because we're ignoring all of this data. We have all this data, we've collected it all. Surely we can tell ourselves something more about the scene. So if you look at the main video, you can see that was pretty close for those guys. But if we bring in the AI agent, without anybody looking, it can say, has there been a risk to life? Yes, there's been a risk to life, and then we can notify the appropriate people. So for the first time, we can give contextual intelligence to a scene. And if you think about all the use cases that can be used for, if we can see it, then we can do something about it. Lots of different use cases that can improve health and safety, awareness, early warnings. And a previous speaker that I was looking at when some of the presentations from the past said, actions speak louder than dashboards, and I couldn't agree more. But from my perspective, why do we have to choose? We can bring the actions into an intelligence platform that can bring all those cloud silos together, can aggregate our data in a clean, understandable format, and then bring that out to a BI tool, be it Power BI, Splunk, Tableau, other BI tools are available. But you can then utilize that. So my question or my challenge to you is, reframe your security investment. Look at the technologies that you've already got in your buildings before you start putting more and more data points in. Because they might be the ultimate sensor you didn't realize that you actually had. And at our business, what we work on is a principle called the technology bridge. We understand where you are today, where you want to get to, and then we work out a roadmap for you to get there. And that comes back to a lot of the speakers' points today, which has been define your business problem and then start to understand how you're going to solve it. But we are seeing shifts and trends. You can unlock business transformation with AI if done correctly, with the governance and the data and everything else that I've said and all the speakers have said so far today. You have to make sure the integrity of the supply chain, in my opinion, is there. There's no point in saying you want somebody from cybersecurity, information security, AI, you go and pick the right products and then you get the wrong person to deliver it who doesn't understand it. Because actually at that point you've just negated all the benefit you were trying to bring. So make sure the people that you're engaging understand all of these technologies and how to deploy them. Make sure they focus on AI, cyber and information security compliance and transfer from information systems to actionable platforms. So my takeaways for you really are, as an organisation, we deliver value beyond security. We're a technology company that focuses on security, but in fairness, we're seeing a lot of value that our technology can bring to the wider organisations. AI does enable a world of insight, but only if done correctly. And make sure that you've got that integrity of the supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So next up, we've got Shweta Sharma. Have I said your name right?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, nailed it. Not bad for a northerner, that. She's going to talk about AI, of course, but also how to rewire workplaces using that AI knowledge.
I think an important word in what you said, Simone, was sustainability. And there's been a lot of emotions around sustainability that some of our speakers kind of talked about and the risks. I'm here to sort of infuse a bit of positivity, so I would please request a bit of grace from our hardened operation leaders in the audience today. But we are really excited, and exciting is probably an understatement, because when we sort of think about reimagining sustainability in the context of commercial real estate, it's really sort of people in this room and in the audience today that are actually going to make that change and are actually going to lead that transformation. And I sort of realized that in this conference back in 2024, last year, we sort of discussed this point. And I think it was a presentation by Laura Ansari and Brad Taylor, who kind of talked about the evolution of roles in the workplace in this AI-enabled world. And we think that that's actually quite critical to the conversation around sustainability. Let's understand why. And I know a lot of people today talked about the focus on the problem statement. And so I want to take a step back before we go into the AI world to actually see what's happening on ground and what are the FM teams experiencing on a daily basis. So we have these amazing, incredible buildings, right, that are the lifeline of economic activity, and there's a really cool, video here, which will probably pause at some point, but effectively, what we're thinking about is, wow, there's so much activity across offices, shops, restaurants, all of that kind of being driven by these sort of skylines in big cities and towns that we live in. And then what people in regular life don't really notice is what is quite familiar to all the members of the audience here today. Massive inefficiencies, right? Lights are being switched on, HVAC systems are being overrun. There's so much to take care of that we're constantly reacting on what's happening at the building level, at the site level. And guess what? Who's at the front line? It's us. It's these people in the audience today. Now, let's understand what's happening in the market when we talk about sustainability and ESG. There's evolving regulation that's constantly changing, announcements coming out. Different government and administrations are taking different decisions on what goals should be. We're being bombarded with data sets, and we talked a lot about data today, around sort of the disparate systems and the sources. Basically, everything is kind of hitting our facility management teams on ground in a way that we're effectively ending up being reactive and trying to problem solve. But it's kind of like the tooling that we have is sort of still kind of embedded in spreadsheets. And I loved Andrew's kind of diagram in the morning about the whole kind of ecosystem of technology being propped up by an Excel sheet, right? But that's the reality of life. It's kind of like our jobs are becoming so complex, and we're supposed to be doing all these incredible things, but actually the tooling that we have is just not moving. So, I mean, we're working hard, we're working faster, but are we making impact? Probably not. I mean, that's very rightly kind of pointed out by the ISS group, right? And so, if you kind of take a compassionate lens on sort of why that's happening, it's exactly this problem where, Simone, you put up a lot of dots in your morning presentation, right? Actually, what's happening is that today, as we see it, the job of an FM manager, I mean, it is complex, it is challenging. So we can stand here on stage the entire day, talk about how we need to focus on the right use case and make investments and be more strategic. But try telling that to a person who's having to react to 500 problems on ground. Boilers broken, tenants are shouting because something is not working from a comfort standpoint. I mean, really, are we really sort of paying them enough to actually go through that? Of course we're not going to have any impact, right? And so, to my mind, actually, if we want to think about AI, it's about how am I going to make that FM person's job easier on a daily basis so that they can finish up work, be productive, go back home and enjoy dinner with family, right? Hopefully that should sort of give you some context. And we see it every day with our teams, right? That's the reality that we live in today. And we have to do a lot of things. And people talked about optimizing tenant experience, great design, right? Making sure that we are focusing on aggregation of data into insights. Oh, by the way, we have to do all of this really cheaply and cost effectively, right? So that we're not breaking the bank for our customers. So the reality that we live in is basically these bunch of dots that are hitting us, right? And so at CBRE, we sort of kind of take a step back and we said, right, AI is awesome, this is incredible, we want to drive sustainability outcomes for ourselves and for our clients, but we're going to start with the problem statement. And the problem statement is really about how do you effectively simplify this ecosystem? How do you make sure that the FM teams on ground, which are quite frankly the unsung heroes of sustainability within commercial real estate, I mean, how do you effectively have them integrate the information that is being kind of produced at an unprecedented level, build those connections, integrate the programs in a way that drive outcomes at scale for our clients, right? That's how you essentially build those incremental wins on a daily basis. So that's hopefully context for the problem statement, right? Now, what does that mean tactically? I'm going to talk about data now, right? So now we've sort of laid out the law of the land. What does it mean when we say driving sustainability programs at scale? needs to be done using the ecosystem of data and analytics that sort of bombard us on a daily basis. Well, what we need to do is we need to look at sensors, right? Like that was the joke of the session previously. We need to actually look at the information from sensors, but we need to layer that with weather conditions expected over the next week. We need to then look at basically the climate risk resilience of that particular asset and where we are located. Is it close to water? And then we need to look at basically how is the workplace kind of operating from an occupancy standpoint, right? Now, you may argue that, fine, we've been doing that forever. I mean, we have teams that have been doing that. But actually, it's quite reactive, and it's so manual because, again, back to the spreadsheets. We're trying to consolidate that data. We're trying to create like outputs and recommendations that will sort of recommend operational decisions. But guess what? We're sort of constantly kind of lagging behind, hence the reaction. Well, we believe that actually, if you kind of think about AI and its applications, we can actually change that with the way where AI is developing today. And some of the speakers talked about generative AI. We actually see that the whole manual effort that we're observing in sort of getting these outputs are kind of bucketed into 3 categories. And that's how we are very, very focused. We're very focused on effectively how we're sort of like actually driving impact across these specific buckets of work. We talked about all the data that is kind of floating around in the building, right? Now, here's the thing. In AI that we sort of position or imagine today, we can actually make the work of actually aggregating outputs from building management systems, occupancy sensors, those 1,500 sensors that are constantly being installed, more cheaply and more effectively, so that you don't actually have to grapple with the disastrous technology stack integrations that kind of plague us all the time, right? And they are a real sort of barrier to adoption. And so you might argue again that, hey, we already have those dashboards, right? Like Andy spoke about Tableau and Power BI and how that kind of like surfaces up like unified data views. But what he also said is quite right. Come back to the facility manager. You expect them to sit for 2 hours a day trying to look at that data and make sense out of it when people are shouting on the phone to them and they're like constantly running across the building. Hell no. That is not the reality. So imagine if they could actually take their phone out and have a AI agent that can talk to them. Hey, here's what's happening in your building. Here's what the data says. I think you should go and check that HVAC system. What do you think? Do you want me to take any action? Okay, I could deal with that. I could talk to you for a bit on my own time, when I need it, when I can catch a breath. That's the power of how we're effectively like changing the way monitoring happens in a building. People talked about optimization. Now we've been kind of looking at examples of capital planning and sort of looking at how you make decisions around energy optimization, right? Again, not something that we haven't done previously, but with AI, now we have tooling that can allow us to simulate very accurately and very quickly net zero glide paths that can inform when is that next retrofit going to be most cost effective and is going to basically be helpful in building the business case or the investment case for the CapEx planning process, right? So what we've now done is that we've taken that manual effort that was anyway happening, by the way, because our facility managers are great and they have data teams and they can kind of run that anyway. But what we're doing is that we're sort of quickly changing that approach to make it more efficient and effective so that you're actually spending more time convincing the landlords or the investors and actually making that decision. Automation, back to the complexity dots, right? We've been talking about automation as an industry for like decades. But what's happened is that with AI, we are observing with our clients is that actually you can take this complexity and now automate some really, really complex tasks that was previously not possible. I'll give you an example. In sustainability, compliance is sort of top of mind for a lot of our clients. And by compliance, I mean, how do you essentially crank out reporting around grant submissions or TCFD, SFRD, you name it. Typically, that is manual hours that goes in sort of cleaning the data, putting that together, making sure that the insights make sense so that we can ultimately generate reports that are actually going to fetch big scores for our investor clients, ultimately, who are the owners of the asset, and we can drive like massive returns in terms of access to capital. Imagine the opportunity where we actually take away that manual scrub of data, improve data accuracy. So now you're actually spending more time thinking about the insights and the strategy that actually goes behind those reports. And that is effectively where we see AI having an instrumental part in the way we're actually transforming that business process, so to speak. So that's one area that we're quite excited about, and we see that a lot of engagement from our clients in sort of helping us work through some of that. The reason why FM is so crucial for this, somebody else said it in the previous presentations, is that we own the data. We basically are the custodians of that data. And without that data, McKinsey, Deloitte, PwC, none of those, and you know, if there are members of those groups in the audience today, I'm sure you'll agree when I say that we're actually looking to our operations teams to actually fetch that information. So what is stopping us from actually being more deliberate in the way we're actually imagining the opportunities with that data ourselves? Now, that's sort of like the buckets in which we kind of break down work or scopes of sustainability across FM. But there's another layer to it, which is typically around the traditional barriers that we've always noticed in sort of technology adoption in our sector. And you know, these are sort of themes that have been picked up like through the day today, but effectively the first one is like, oh my goodness, the amount of systems and the technology stacks that we have to actually integrate to actually make sense of the data that is available, that's insane. But we can actually simplify that process, and we're doing that today actively. So this is not something that we'll do in the future. We have done that for a lot of our clients in the way we use generative AI to actually bring together these sources. We talked about business processes. Back to the FM manager, the poor FM manager who's sort of saddled with all these responsibilities. You're now offering up opportunities for her to actually talk to an AI agent. We're entering the world of agentic AI now, and have a conversation about what's going on in the building rather than spending like hours in front of dashboards that frankly are time consuming in the rigmarole of like day-to-day operations management, right? And then the third one, finally, is effectively something that's usually a conundrum, you know, the dilemma between what is the owner's expectations versus what is the occupier's expectations. We are effectively in the world today where we're being able to create common ground through the work that AI can do in sort of pulling data together to make sure that actually both parties can come and have a very productive conversation about how their sustainability aspirations can kind of come together. And so that can translate to some really, really meaningful outcomes. We've been using this from across our client sets and trialing this where we have actually surfaced up information that is relevant for both parties to be able to have conversations around who is going to make that investment in retrofits? When is that going to happen, depending on the lease breaks? And then how do we effectively restructure the lease arrangements that are currently ongoing to incorporate things like green leasing frameworks? All of these hopefully give you a bit of idea around tactical outcomes that can be driven when you kind of focus narrowly on the problem statement, which in my case is sustainability, and how do we effectively reimagine sustainability in the world of commercial real estate. And I'll sort of leave you with this, where we came back right to the beginning, right? We're talking about the FM manager and the job to be done, right? And so in the future, the way we look at AI is not necessarily the focus on like these amazing AI agents, but it's basically the transformation of a tactical executor to somebody who is a strategic enabler. Because without the support of the operation teams on ground, there is no chance in hell that we're actually going to be hitting any of those commitments that are being made at a corporate level, right? And so, you can see basically the need for action because, as the ISS team pointed out, there is this trail of AI-induced emissions that are essentially creeping up. Forget about the inefficiencies that are building, right? And we need to really, really take responsibility in the way we actually drive that down, particularly within the built environment, because it's a high impact area. But we cannot do that if our FM teams are not on board and frontline in terms of these efforts in engaging with AI. And so I'll leave you with just one question. What is the role that you're going to play as we go through this transformation, right? How are you going to talk to your teams about what needs to happen on a daily basis for you to actually effect change? Because the buildings of tomorrow are not waiting for some AI agent to take action. They're waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you, that's great. Love it. Right, we've got one more session before break. So if the panellists can come up and bear in mind that you are standing in front of people from eating their lunch. Joking, just kidding. Talking about eating lunch and how to use AI, this is a random one. So do you know that conversation that I'm sure houses up and down the country have regularly? What shall we have for tea? We've got nothing in for tea. I used ChatGPT last week to say, I've got all these items in the house, what can we make? Highly recommend that. Worked a treat. Okay. So we've got Martin joining us online. And we've got Louis. I mean, you don't have to, mate. No pressure. Right, Martin, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear, thank you.
We can hear you loud and clear too.
Morning, everybody. I'm looking at you from a camera at the back of the room, and all I can see is a lot of bald heads.
If you all just turn around a minute and just wave at the back. Okay. Martin, how's things going online?
Well, the technology gremlins gave us quite a game for quite a large part of the morning, so it's been up and down. But hey, it doesn't matter because technology is so great, it's going to change the world. Everybody's been telling us that all morning.
Exactly. And I guess that leads me on nicely to the first bit of let the panellists introduce themselves. Start at Sharon, because you're at the end.
Not because I'm special.
No.
So, are these working?
Hopefully.
Is it working? Yeah, brilliant. So I'm Sharon Slinger. I'm Director of Constructing Rainbows, which is a equity, diversity and inclusion consultancy. I focus on the built environment. My background is construction and FM. And I'm also founder of LGBT Plus in FM, which is an LGBT network, collaborative network across the industry.
I'm Lucy Jeans. I'm up here because I'll be summing up later. And in the meantime, I'm taking lots of notes so that I can pull out the essence of each one of those presentations that we've heard today. I'm from Larch Consulting. We're an FM strategy and advisory consultancy.
Louis, for anyone that missed you this morning?
I'm Louis, and I am a workplace inclusion and accessibility consultant, really helping organizations understand the nuances of disability and how that is impacted by the digital space as well as the physical space. But I'm also known as the unstoppable crazy cripple because I like to ruffle feathers and tell people, I'm not afraid to tell people that they're doing a crap job. And this is how you can fix it.
Yeah. warning to anyone, if you introduce Louis as the unstoppable cripple, just give a little bit of context first. Because I did that earlier and got a look of like, you can't say that. I was like, no, I can. Okay. Martin, the man, the myth, the legend. Look at the back, not the screen.
Hi, yeah, if anyone doesn't know me, Martin Pickard. I'm been working in FM for over 50 years. Now working from home, challenging the question that everybody wants to get back to the office. Some of us don't. And I've been chatting with the online people today.
Cool, thanks. So I guess let's start with you, Martin. From what you've seen and heard this morning, what excites you the most and what terrifies you the most?
I can get it from both the technology presentation. I thought the technology presentation was the best promise of something that would, an application of this that would really, really improve things and be a game changer for the way we do security. But at the same time, it's also the perfect example of the thing, one of the many things that worry me about the way we're implementing AI, because spotting unusual behaviour would spot Lewis and say, this is unusual behaviour. It would spot me because I don't walk straight and I wobble a bit. It's all about what happens when the unusual behaviour occurs. If you do it in an interview, you don't get the job. If you do it walking through a shopping mall, you're going to trigger an alarm that's going to send the SWAT squad to get you. Those are the things that worry me.
Yeah, and on unusual behaviour, I'm going to ask Sharon, because you're from Leeds. What, I'm in Sheffield, everyone, so little Yorkshire rivalry there. What are your thoughts around that unusual behaviours in the workplace?
Yeah, I mean, when listening to Andy's speech, my heart just dropped, and I could actually feel churning in my stomach when he was talking about the CFO that had been duped by the board members. And actually, it's something that's come up at home, because I've heard of with kids being replicated, and we're saying, actually, do we need a code word that we have to make sure that we know it's each other? I think, if we couldn't have some kind of, I was also looking at the kind of the unusual behaviours thing and thinking, that's all well and good, but it's going to mean that we're spied on all the time, and actually we need some of that freedom. And is it really worth it? And I would say, Elon Musk, I won't ever agree with him on anything, but we do need those controls. It's something that I'd really like to see.
Yeah. Lucy, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I loved that presentation. I thought it was really interesting, the uncanny valley idea about, how good are we going to be at spotting when something is a fake. That is a real concern, isn't it? Yeah. And will we actually change our definition of what is fake? I can remember one of my children asking me when they were little, they were looking at orange juice and saying, it says it's made of real oranges. What other kind of oranges are there? And it starts to make you think, doesn't it? If we're getting a data model that's been developed by AI, that doesn't mean it's not real, does it? So that line might blur in the same way as that whole Will Smith eating pasta thing wouldn't blur. If you want to look at really weird AI, look at ballet on AI. Because when AI develops ballet dancers, they'll suddenly sort of sprout an additional limb. It's really disturbing. It hasn't managed to capture that at all. But I think some of the other things that I was looking at for my summing up are things like, what business problem are we trying to solve? I'm one of the judges for their technology award that we'll be looking at straight after lunch. And one of the things that we often see in those entries is, here's a cool thing. You think, yeah, that's great. Why would why would this be useful? What are we solving? So I think to kind of nail it back down to what we're looking at as an industry, which according to Bhaskar is in a state of absolute collapse and identity crisis. What a doomer. Where is he? But there are some good questions there, aren't there? In terms of how are we going to use AI as our co-pilot, and we were talking about how it's going to sit beside us and we're going to make the decisions and it's going to be a co-driver. But actually then we've talked about some of the uses of technology where it is going to determine what we should do next and start to give us instructions. And so that's a kind of crossing of a line somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where we're saying, rather than help me with this, what should I do now? I'm looking at your decision tree, AI. How well is that going to work for us?
And Louis, I've got a question for you. So, as you spent 612 hours learning ChatGPT, I think when I first met you, it was about 300 and odd hours. So, well done, great effort there. It was a couple of years ago now. The question for you is, you go into organisations and you're helping them understand their inaccessibility and bias in that organisation. And we're now replicating the same societal issues in AI. Do you think it's going to be easier to train the AI or the people?
Wow. Well, I think we're going to have to train the people because they are the ones who build the AI, so that they can train the AI. I think the challenge we have, I think the ballet is a great example. I would invite people to try and ask it to create an image of a power wheelchair user on a 6-wheel based wheelchair and see what that puts out for you. But I think that there's still a lot of positive that AI brings to the picture. I think clarifying the definition of unusual is going to be important. As Martin said, I would be definitely classified as unusual. But I'm very hopeful, just what we've heard from today, when we apply it in the right way, by the right people, it can really be an amazing tool that can be wielded to make our lives easier.
Yeah, because if identifying us as unusual means that the adaptations that we need to our workplace will come automatically, that's a good thing, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you think it's going to be easier to train people or AI?
I think the concern is that there's certain people that are going to be training the AI, which are then going to be training the people. And I had been told not to get into like societal political issues, but I think seeing what's happening in the world at the moment, we need to make sure that people aren't hoodwinked into thinking and doing certain things, and actually continuing to use their own brains to implement the way that the society and the workplace, just bring it back to workplace, should be. And that's one of the concerns I think we've got.
Yeah. I think workplace is that replication and reflection of society and vice versa. I thought it's quite hard to separate the two, in my opinion. It's many things that are politicised and start in the workplace. If you look back, can you believe it was 5 years ago when lockdown started?
We were just discussing that.
What happened? I know the last year's gone quick, but 5. And I just think the amount of politics and things that have come into workplace and facilities in the last 5 years, it's been really interesting. I think it's only going to be getting worse. I'm going to say worse is the word. Have we got any questions for the audience that you want to ask the panel? Just now I'm not talking a lot. I think that's Sarah up there. Yeah. Lights are a bit bright up here. You've been the runner.
It's always someone really far away, isn't it? I'm not going to go with the mic.
Just showing my age here. I didn't know I didn't need this. It's actually, I'm sorry, I know this is a really boring question and it has to come up, the generational thing. You know, I'm at one end of the spectrum. My new colleague, who I'll embarrass by pointing at, is 23. We're working together and occasionally she's trying not to sort of widen her eyes when I show that I'm slightly confused about how to post something on LinkedIn. And I think when it comes to AI in the workplace, talking to some of the FMs that are on our editorial steering committee, some of them are great, they know what's going on, they're on board, and others are frankly terrified. So I just want to get the panel's view on that, because that's another form. I wouldn't say it's a discrimination or a diversity thing, but it is an issue when you've got 5 generations working now in the workplace.
Yeah, I think the digital divide with AI actually can grow bigger than where we are now. And, even things that are, even car parking, like there's car parking, often you can't use cash now. Well, older people might not have a phone to be able to do that. And so again, this is looking at how we upskill people and how we make sure that we're bringing everybody along on the journey. And likewise, there often is a generational divide. But often there's really, kind of older people that are brilliant at digital and younger people that aren't. And so actually it's just making sure that people are upskilled.
I think it's happening, there's a flip as well, and I see with my children who are young adults that they're absolutely fantastic on a technology interface, but if you ask them to, I don't know, ring the garage to find out about a tyre or something, they're just like, oh my God. The idea that they might have to phone someone or go in and speak to somebody, they're really uncomfortable about that. And it's almost, there's a lot more anxiety, I think, about personal, transactional things. And that if they've got a problem with their train ticket or something, and you say, well, you can ask at the station, at the ticket office, they really don't want to do that. Whereas we would probably not have any problem in my generation of doing that. And lockdown forced us to get up to speed with some of the apps. So I think we did have that kind of accelerating there. But there's still some quite worrying statistics, aren't there, about the number of older people that aren't online, that don't have Wi-Fi, that can't do things like pay for their parking. And don't know how to do it, don't have a smartphone, can't learn how to use one at the age that they're at, don't want the package.
Go on, Martin.
To interject.
Yes.
As the token old person on the panel, I don't believe in this age divide thing over technology. I think there's an economic divide. You're talking about people who haven't got money, who haven't got smartphones. Remember, we had our first cell phones, I know because I was working for the company, back in 1985. This is not new technology. Our generations were there before PCs, before calculators. We've dealt with more technological change than any of the younger people in the room. And I really don't think that's the issue. The issue is economics. We assume that people have you gone?
Still here.
We assume that people, it is said, there's this stereotype that the old people haven't got smartphones and can't use an app. No, it's poor people who haven't got smartphones and can't use that. A lot of the poor people are poor, Don't get this started on winter heating allowance. Anyway, that's.
Can I add to that as well? And bringing it back to FM. Actually, with this AI, it does cost a lot of money to bring it in. So are we going to see this big divide between companies that can bring it in and companies that can't? Or are people going to switch their budgets from people-focused things to AI-focused things? Because we all know margins are pretty low in the industry. So I think the money kind of thing on a personal perspective, but also a company perspective, could also be creating that divide.
Yeah. So anybody from the supplier side that would like to add?
Thank you, Sharon. You picked up on the second half of the point I was trying to make when I lost my words. That's why we could hear from these big service providers talking about connecting all of their workforce, and they don't, because the part-time cleaner who's cleaning the local chip shop isn't given a mobile phone or a tablet by their employer. They don't have any connection vast majority of the frontline workers in FM are not connected into the data activities of the organisation. Again, bottom end of the scale, frontline workers, minimum wage, it's the economics that's the issue.
Just before Deborah steps in, is there anybody from the service provider side that'd like to add anything to that around how you're using AI but still balancing out with people or not? If you want to put your neck on the line, CBRE, Mighty, JLL. Anybody? Go on. Well done. We won't quote you, don't worry. Chatham House rules now.
Well, I will, because you're speaking this afternoon.
Yeah.
I think the reality is when you're making any level of transformational change, when we set about the change that we were doing, we didn't really know about digital transformation. We really did start with those problems. And what really took us the time to deliver that level of change was the engagement with people. I know last year's conference was about the symbiosis of tech and people, and we've been living that reality for the last 8 years. So our teams have all had their fingerprint on what our processes look like going forward now, automated or otherwise. Now, you know, we're in an M&E maintenance business, so by comparison to the cleaners that Martin was talking about, these are highly paid, typically skilled tradespeople who do have the devices that we're talking about. So whether it's the field or the hub, in terms of our business, and we're an SME, you know, we spend a lot of money. And to be honest, whatever budget you set and whatever time frame you think, it's going to cost you more, and it's going to take longer than you think because there's no quick fix in this.
Yeah. Is there anybody from SBFM in? Is Matt here? No?
No, but they won last year,
Yeah.
the Technology Award last year with that.
They're up there.
Are they up there?
They're hiding.
Oh, there you
Well, they
go.
are, they're
Hello.
lurking.
I'm briefly remembering a presentation that you did last year where you won the Tech Award for how you were connecting your workforce. Have I imagined that? No.
No, they
Do you
won.
wanna-
They had an
Yeah?
AI app that
I'm
could...
glad I know I've slept a little bit since, but do you wanna like tell us all about it? Do you wanna add anything to the conversation?
That was fabulous. You could see Matt Chapman delivering a speech in any language you wanted. He was very impressive.
Sounds like a drinking challenge, that.
Yeah, hi, Mark Fenn here, Product Director at SBFM. Relatively new to the FM sector and wasn't here last year, so really excited to be a part of this. In terms of the award last year and how we've leveraged AI, a large amount of that has been focused on the front line. So kind of specifically building out an application called Flex, which supports literally our frontline operatives. You know, it's about scale, but it's also about the people. And I think we've heard a lot of examples today as to kind of use cases and how that's being used for people and putting, you know, people first. So a lot of that is around chatbots and getting answers to people quickly. Some of that is also around providing links and support to additional money-saving tips, financial advice, and also kind of access to a learning and training directory. Most of that from the app itself. But AI does sit within that framework to bring a lot of that information together in a consumable way for frontline people, and again, serving that challenge of multi-language that we see in the frontline.
Awesome, thanks. Deborah, before someone else steps in. Hands to you.
Wait, stop.
Oh.
Wait for the mic.
I thought you had a mic, sorry.
Wait for the mic.
You get shouted at.
Pardon me. It was more just around what Lucy said around, you know, the parking, and that now you can't pay with cash, can't pay with a card, you need to use your phone and use the app, which of course opens us up to huge amounts of fraud. And that's, you've seen it, it happened to me, somebody, you know, you take the QR code, but actually the QR code isn't actually for the parking lot, and they end up taking £1.20 out today and then £25 out tomorrow. And I think that's what has us all worried, isn't AI. It's that the advancement of the technology is moving at a rate which isn't unheard of. I mean, it happens all the time, but it's moving faster than compliance and governance. And, you know, we've already learned about the first technological murder where people have taken over lifts and let the lift go. There's a great show on BBC right now around how they can tap into CCTV camera and recreate what you're seeing, so that people are being prosecuted wrongly and wrongly convicted because they have overridden the existing formula. So I think, AI, technology, machine learning, I'm in the same age bracket as Martin up there, but I'm excited about technology, but I'm also terrified because I can't see the governance. I'm not seeing, and you talk about your kids, Lucy, my kids, I saw this really cute video online and, they were helping the polar bears and I was all excited and my daughter goes, it's fake. And I was like, what do you mean it's fake? It can't be fake. This is really humanitarian. This is beautiful. It's fake, Mom. It's AI. And she could see it instantly and I couldn't see it. So maybe it's just learning. We're learning. I don't know.
We did see one of the things that we've noticed, there's a bit of a trend over the last year or so where we're evaluating tenders at large, is we're seeing tender responses that have really clearly been written by ChatGPT, for example. I mean, Hannah, who's here with her forensic science qualifications, can spot them. She's got that uncanny nose. But that's quite a worrying thing, because actually if you're asking AI to say what is the model answer to this question, rather than what can your company do, then the evaluation becomes a bit more of a test of, is that a real answer, rather than let's talk about the answer that you've given. So we think there's going to be an interesting approach there where it might start to, I don't know what Pascal would think about this as well, about how you actually police the use of that in responding to documents and developing documents that you're then going to commit your organisation to delivering later when they've been imagined by a bot.
Yeah.
It's the 2025 version of cutting and pasting from an old business.
There was an example that I heard of a few months back, which was a few FM companies were tendering for the same customer, and they'd all use a form of AI. And of course, they all submitted the same answers, slightly evolutionised because they'd all learnt from each other's answers. So heads up.
It's the same with recruitment, though, isn't it? There's people using AI to submit their CVs and covering letters, and actually, people want to know about the people, not what ChatGPT has told you about them.
This takes us back to that need for some humanity and applications that are the applications we need. Lucy's point about the business benefit. I can access and do play around with ChatGPT and things to do some lovely drawing and write some rubbish poems, which I could do much better than the computer can. But what it doesn't do is the laundry or the washing up or the weeding.
Oh, I wish it did.
I think just to add to that, it's definitely down to education. So are you taking the time to inform yourself and learn about what's out there? I mean, I don't know how many of you are connected to me on LinkedIn, but Simone, would you say that my content is ChatGPT?
No.
It is. It is.
Watch out for them rockets.
So I think the difference is that, adding on to what Martin said, I'm using ChatGPT as a tool, but I'm taking the time afterwards to not just copy and paste, but making sure that it's me. And all of that content is from my own GPT, so it's something that I've trained. I've given it my writing style. When it makes a mistake, I'm teaching it to do better next time. It's a continuous effort, unfortunately. Just like anything in our careers, we have to learn, we have to research, tap into those generational wealth that came before us, and making sure that it's learning from that the whole time. That's how I do it. That's how I can keep up with life, not being able to do everything myself.
Yeah. I'll come to Andy next, and we've got Mark as well that's got a mic in his hand. Go on.
I think something that I think the industry is missing as a whole at the moment. I don't think it's so much about AI. I think a lot of people have spoken about data. I appreciate it's something we've visited here in the past, but I think the industry is not. If I went back to my old proper job that I used to have, as I describe it, and I was an ops director, I'd be looking now and going, how can I get my people trained on data and how to use it. And the industry is not, no one is providing that. If you look at the construction industry, you can join a free course at Cranfield University. They talk about digital twins, talk about what you can do. You can sign up to these courses. They do
question, it's more of a clarification. So we were talking about ChatGPT and being able to detect and so forth. This isn't new. We've seen every time we bring a new technology out, there's a threat. It gets used in a way it wasn't intended. You know, if we saw the people in the audience that are old enough, remember that when we first started doing computers, we used to run them without antivirus. It was normal. Now, if you say that to a younger person, they'd be like, well, really? Why would you do that? That's madness. So if you look at, say, ChatGPT, like last year I looked at writing an article, and then I went to an AI detection bot to say, did ChatGPT write this? And he went, yes, 100%, it wrote it. So I went back to ChatGPT and I said, can you rewrite it so it can't be detected? And it went, oh, that's you've written that ChatGPT didn't. I did it a month later and it went, no, ChatGPT still did it. So the same with fake videos, the same with fake content. It will be exactly the same thing. When the internet came out, it was abused. My daughter, when she submits her homework, goes to a thing to make sure that she's not doing plagiarism, right? It's exactly the same. That will be built into our technologies as we go forward so we can detect and advise and guidance. Part of the reason 20 minutes is difficult to talk around the whole context of a subject, but awareness is key. If you're aware of viruses, when a virus detection comes out, you'll go, we need that. If you're not aware of it, that's part of the problem. So I think sessions like today are really, really important. So just wanted to add that context for you.
Probably got time for one more question from the audience. Over here. While we're waiting for the mic to get round, I'll tell you a funny story. Because of COVID, I had to teach my nan how to use Zoom. And I got her some Alexa plugs because she nearly fell over unplugging the Christmas tree lights a couple of years ago. I went to her house the other week and she's got rid of her landline. And I was like, yes, we're making progress. She is on her way. And I said, oh, I tried ringing you. Was you out? And she went, oh, I don't take my mobile phone out with me. I said, you what? I thought we were making progress here. And she said, bloody user today, they'll have it out of my hand. So there you go. Don't be scared of the AI, just scared of the use.
I used to work in Dubai and we had a company looking after a big mall. And we want to embrace AI, technology and everything else. So we put sensors in rubbish bins, so when they got to 50% full, the cleaner was deployed. We gave everybody a Google Watch linked to a big call centre. So if there's a spill, we could send a cleaner. And the technology made the cleaner go to that spill. The reality of life is that people, the residents, used to put cardboard boxes in the bins, so the bins didn't sensor. The cleaners used to share watches and get back on the bus and go back to the camp, so you always thought the cleaner was stuck in one toilet. So all I'll say is the human element has got to come into all of AI.
That's a good note to probably end on there. Is there anything else just before we end? Anything you want to add?
No, I was just going to say about the human element, which has come through all morning, about us working together with AI. I think it's just really important. If we don't have the skills to use AI, then you know, it's not going to be worked to its proper benefit.
Yeah. Anything for you, Martin, what you want to add?
I just have one more point, which you can debate over lunch rather than debate it now, but we've had speakers who warn about the environmental impact of AI, the carbon impact of those data farms. People warn about it. We've had people telling us about how much AI is going to improve their bottom line. Where's the bit in the middle again, you know? Is anybody in the room actually tracking their carbon impact of their AI initiatives?
Stat that came out the other day, a little bit depressing, but and on that note, please go for your lunch. I'll see you back in 40 minutes and I'll blow the whistle.
Can you take the microphone off, please? No, this one. Come on,
Oh, yours?
yes.
Yeah. I thought you meant mine. I thought you were going to tell me something.
I'd like to use one of them.
Yeah, but she works from home. Yeah, but she works from home.
So we'll be finalists. So do you want to put this on there or come up?
You can put it on now if you like, yeah. I'll come up after lunch and grab it.
Is that the one? Is that all right?
Yeah, yeah.
This
Not my thing.
isn't the one that's not working.
No, no, it's working.
All right, I'll leave that.
Yes. If I keep this on?
Yes, fine.
Yeah. I always get thinking, does everyone just hear me like laughing?
Everything that's going on.
It's like, does it get turned off?
Hi, so I'm here at the 2025 Workplace Futures event where we're talking about how AI is contributing, changing, and disrupting industries. What are your thoughts? Is it too much, too soon, too fast, unregulated, or do you see some real advantages? Keep me posted.
I'm just getting them out. Yeah.
It's fairly sustainable.
Yeah,
Fairly sustainable.
it's still sustainable.
In its own right, yeah.
In its own right, but not dangerous.
Okay.
No, I said to Dave, I said, how much? He said, I know.
I see. Well, that sort of goes exactly with what's being presented today.
When I looked at the site, it said prices from £35, and I thought, well, that's pretty really reasonable. And then Dave contacted me. I said, I'm going to be about 600. He said, what? So he said, yeah, each.
What does it look like? Is it hand sculpted?
Yeah. But
Okay, see when you're ready. Stick to where we've been playing this or
Yeah, got him at the mercy. Nice to meet you. Like we all said down here. Sir? No. You want to have that conversation too?
to be mic'd up.
I can just speak loud enough, but it's got a short. Well, it's got to go through the mic. Okay, right. The virtual. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, as long as we can pick them up. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Star jumps can you do? I've stopped. I was doing too much, and I was just like, I was like, no more coaching. Yeah. I think I got to a point where I just went. I think I got to a point where I thought kids are a bit annoying, so I'm not going to do any of this anymore. It was fun while it lasted. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for coming back, everybody. Right. So we've got the Technology in FM Award first now. So if you want to welcome up David, you do. Donovan. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Donovan. There he is. I was like, I can't see. Thought you were doing it with Donovan. Was the stage?
Good afternoon. My name is Donovan Foster. I'm from OCS. Just welcome to yourselves, delegates, and to my fellow judges as well. We at OCS are delighted to be this year's sponsor of the Technology in FM Awards and to be able to present the award to the winner here at the Workplace Futures Conference. I think what we're seeing today, and as we know, the world of FM is changing as it continuously undergoes rapid transformation driven by technological advancements and customer requirements. As we embrace this evolving landscape, the opportunities for growth and innovation are limitless. However, this will only happen by companies with the individuals such as yourselves who put themselves at the forefront of these latest technologies. This year, there was 13 companies with 14 entrants, and this was then shortlisted down to 5 companies that went through for judging. The companies in alphabetical order were Amy, Arcus FM, DMA, HSS, and Lockheed Martin. The following brief was presented to the entrants, and this was the criteria on which they were judged. Identification of need, implementation, a business case presentation with key metrics, technology, measurement of success, and application in FM. This year, something different was decided, is that there was a second award or an additional award, and this award is to be presented for a highly commended award. And this is presented to an entrant where we as the judges felt that they presented a very clear business case, as well as doing something quite revolutionary in the market through the use of AI. And that's congratulations to DMA. They can come forward. I believe. Hold on. Thanks very much. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Now to the winner. This entrant was found to be a market leader which has spent the last 5 years modernizing their business. In terms of their presentation, they provided a detailed and highly focused business case. Their business model had tangible and practical applications, and we found that they had dashboards that were easy to view and navigate. And lastly, the business in terms of the ESG had excellent measures in place for their carbon footprint and emissions. Congratulations to our winner, HSS Pro Service.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Okay, right, let's crack on with the final third. Feel like I'm watching ice hockey now. So up next, we are going to be speaking about the AI advantage, accelerating IFM service excellence, and it's Nook Chekdemir from Planon.
Good afternoon. I hope you are digesting well your lunch. And I'm happy to guide you through our 20 minutes presentation. My name is Nook Chekdemir. I'm the Director of International Business with Implanon, with a global responsibility for our field services domain. And I will explain you in a minute what we are going to do. A lot of spoken about the rise of AI already. Before I do that, I want to take you also with me on a glance of the fast evolving IFM market. And I especially mention IFM because FM in diversifies multi-service offerings has also that abbreviation. So forgive me if I do not plot it exactly on your FM abbreviation. Then the AI nexus, hyperautomation. I will get back on that later on. AI on its own, very good, but we think that there is another umbrella to look after. It brings a lot of advantages or disadvantages. What does it mean in IFM-driven processes? And at last, of course, how does it converge to tangible business cases? And I will also show you some use cases during the presentation. Of course, the fast evolving IFM field services market and IFM market is subject to demand and supply legislation, as we all know. Energy transition, electrification, smart buildings with all their BMSs in various generations, numbers of customers with their demands. Renewables, for example, are they subject to a building or are they solitary in an infrastructural grid? EV charging, is that subject to a building or is it microgrid or infrastructure? But the fact is that there are sometimes before a building and EVs are raising drastically. So how to charge then all these cars or making smart appointments with these EV chargers? Something to consider. So basically what we are seeing is that the boundaries of FM are getting more out of the building to the built environment. And there are also other parties involved. We were busy with this microgrid and the EV chargers. So like any other industry, is an opportunity or a threat? Yeah? But there is, let's say, something to consider in that era. Sustainability management, something which is in my part of Europe very, very high on the agenda, subject to legislation, and helping customers to become net zero. But also looking at all that data and all the demands which are raising in that a fast evolving FM market, it's very difficult to orchestrate all that data. And AI can, of course, help in aspects of that whole process, but not solve it all. So Verdantix in 2024 defined CPIP, which is basically the third, fourth, whatever, next generation CAVM, which is completely IoT, AI and hyperautomation enabled. And that's something different than connecting to these kind of technologies. That's completely something different. And not as a goal on its own, but as a prerequisite to be able to orchestrate and use of the data in tangible business cases for both end users, customers, owner-occupiers, as well the providers. Okay, back to the rise of AI that has mentioned already a couple of times, which was, of course, to be expected. We all know, I think we are on one page with the cause of the rapid adoption of that, introduced by ChatGPT, that was the accelerator. But we knew all that it was not new in the market. Sometimes it is a consumption or consumerization adaptation, a way to accelerate and where the businesses are going to anticipate on. I cannot even count the number of questions that I have had, these typical dinner party chats, like, hey Nush, you're in the software industry, aren't you? I said, yeah, that's correct. Are you doing AI? So I don't know how familiar that sounds, but I've had tons of these questions. Now it decreases, by the way, so like everything. And of course, if we mention that it was already there, then indeed it was already there, but not that known and not that explicit and not in the way like we know it as now of today. In the customer experience, in workforce and HR, in operation and finance, there were already, smart algorithms which has the behavior of AI and doing already aspects of a certain process and make that already smarter. So we all, I think, agree here today, what I've learned and what I see, that AI is going to have a big potential to change the IFM industry or the FM industry. You see the example of Google DeepMind with a 40% reduction on their cooling costs. But we think, as a statement, and also based on researchers in the market, own investments, own investigations, and also listening and reflecting with market parties, that hyperautomation is the umbrella above AI, and that will revolutionize the FM industry. And hyperautomation, what does it mean then? It's basically an umbrella which consists of AI, algorithms, and a way of process learning, also known as process mining. So an end-to-end automated process with AI agents on each essential part of that process. And why? Because if we have an incidental AI, let's say, function or part of the process, then the pitfall is that it will generate even more work for us. Because what do we need to do with all these outcomes? And I will give you also an example of that later on. So it's not our invention. Hyperautomation was already invented by Gartner as a definition many years ago. This statement is from 2022. It was even prior to that. But the combination of the adaptation of AI makes hyperautomation, I think, more actual than before. Perhaps a brutal statement, opinion, by the way. Less than 5% of all our service providers have implemented AI or hyperautomation. And that is a little bit in line of the prior speaker of this morning who said, okay, are we talking about it, are we doing it, or whatever in between? So we think that hyperautomation is the nexus of driving AI in IFM, for whether it is for cleaning services, soft services, even occupancy management and restaurant or catering services can be related to that, maintenance management. So we have so many examples from that. And an example, of course, is in the cleaning with predictive and prescriptive capacity planning. I need a little bit of water. And that helps, of course, to plan and to be prescriptive what you need to do your job. Because it has been identified that the occupancy was different, certain areas of building was not used, so why then take not different measures and different actions to your employees? Trusted environment experiences, proving what you have done and analyze that with AI and distribute that also to your end customer, transparent. Contextual health and safety management to optimize the facility environment risk management. And also guided activity support. Make use of all kinds of panels or mobile user interfaces to guide your employees, in this case cleaners, through their route and their activities and what they should do, differently than the normal regime. And all to make the process more efficient and tailored to the situation as it is. And in field services with blue collar, and of course all these functions can also be mixed and matched. This is just a subset of them, just a subset. Virtual assistants, knowing that we are getting older in Western Europe, that's already a trend for I don't know how many years, so it's already difficult to hire good people. Scarcity, knowledge management, so the way to empower our technicians or knowledge workers become more critical, So a virtual assistant with AI is really, really sufficient to do that. As well, a hybrid combination of real-time, context-related remote support with a virtual assistant, a combination of human and machine. Automated stock parts prediction. So, you're going to the job with a certain task. I will give you a use case later on, where it's really applicable, and all these parts are already foreseen and planned, even logistically. That is very handy, because capacity is also a given, a topic. There's not always a thing like cost saving, but also capacity is really a big thing. So increasing capacity is really desired. AI search assistants, okay, I think that's more familiar. That we're already using that, and that can also be used in the context where you're working in your work orders. And of course, I mentioned the virtual assistant, but also augmented reality, guided support. It's also not new, I think, more than 10 years already, but really embedded and embraced in a work process. That is not that often happened, but again, driven by AI and this embracing this new technology, also AR is revitalized, I would say. Last of the, let's say, then I will present a deeper use case. Also not forget the, let's say, the customer itself, the owner-occupier, in the demand and supply, how to engage better with the customer. I always mention, if you repair a lighting system, you won't get an applause, because it used to work orderly, and yeah, then you already repaired it in the state that it used to be. So how to engage more in the process, how to be more transparent on where you are, what have you done, I have done your ticket orderly, whether or not via an AI chatbot, interactive map guidance, if you have big plans, and there are on universities, difficult to find your way, even for technicians, but also for their own employees. And these kind of applications related with also context-aware recommendations, where you are and what can you do on that place. Can you book a room? Can you connect with your colleague or whatever? That is really applicable for end users, which can lead to a better total experience. I promised you to go a little bit deeper in the hyperautomation use case, and that is also in line with what we saw this morning, because the Dementimeter was really high on the maintenance management. So I'm lucky because I choose for that scenario. There are more scenarios, but I choose for that one. And that is how to use that for prescriptive maintenance, which is even the next level of predictive maintenance. What you see here in front of you is, let's say, a building, like there are many of them, with all kind of processes and technologies and assets, with a platform which is capable, agnostically from which BMS, which generation, whether or not slightly retrofitted, to do analytics on inefficiencies, AI analytics. An example, for example, is a lighting system. A lighting system which causes physics on an electrical network, such as harmonics, it's a little bit physics, but can imply that the lighting system is going to be in fault or broken, will be broken. So you can avoid this situation already. It can also consume more currency from the network as a blind currency. A little bit electrical stuff, but really important. If you looked at compare that to compliance, they are not compliant on that moment. So there are a lot of things which can be detected and already could take an action on before it happens. What will happen is that event will analyze the inefficiency, including the euros or the pounds that it can save, possible cost savings, will be routed by the CPIP platform with AI decision agents within the context of, and the constraints, must I say, of the contract. If it is within the constraints of the contract and without any human intervention, it will be distributed whether or not to a subcontractor, the service provider's own technician, and can do with the prescriptive information of the analytics his work. And that whole cycle creates a huge efficiency and also potential cost saving for, let's say, the owner-occupier in that building. Another example is overpressure and underpressure in airco solutions. It can that a solution gives a fault, but the fault is not really a fault. It's just caused by too much doors open, windows open, overpressure, underpressure. The traction of the motors will behave differently. The system is capable of learning their behavior on certain moments of the day. And then it will recognize that it's just the building where we're in. The asset knows then, or the analytics knows, oh, you're installed in this building with this behavior. So as such, we do nothing with it. So just an example. And what I will do is also provide you a movie to make it a little bit more human interaction, because now it looks on one machine with one robot, but of course there are humans involved in this process.
The demand for outsourced field and facility services is driven by customers seeking enhanced experiences and value. At PlanOn, we provide technologies that ensure customer satisfaction and loyalty with a focus on engagement, deliver a total experience, minimize financial risks in service delivery, demonstrate the value of technology investments. With PlanOn Field Services, ensure critical assets run efficiently, detect issues early, and enhance service delivery for better customer and employee experiences. The PlanOn Field Services platform uses hyper-automated processes to ensure tasks are completed quickly and correctly the first time. PlanOn Field Services supports critical teams with IoT data capture and detailed analysis of building usage, asset performance, condition, and energy use. Hyper-automated processes for faster job ticket creation and dispatch. Mobile tools providing field teams with essential knowledge. Prescriptive analytics delivered directly to mobile devices for more effective maintenance. Context-aware health and safety checklists for safe working environments. A generative AI assistant to help teams find the right information and process mining for holistic end-to-end AI continuous improvement proposals. Enable field teams to automatically capture site details like materials used, time spent, and customer sign-off on completed work. Automated processes minimize financial risks and keep ERP systems updated for accurate invoicing, all backed by the industry-trusted PlanOn platform with integrated modules for managing customer goals, technical maintenance, soft FM, space management, energy, and sustainability, all designed to build satisfaction, trust, and loyalty. PlanOn, helping critical field and facility services teams to exceed customer expectations every day.
So now I think that you won't forget where I work. So, coming to a conclusion, and I would not like to jump to a conclusion, more a conclusion in perspectives, because there are way more perspectives and way more topics to bring in this relevant balanced scorecard, so to say. But from a customer's perspective, it's always important because they are paying the bills. A total experience, helping customers in exceeding their expectations on each aspect with engaging them in your processes. Traceability, transparency, net zero challenges on the customer side. And on the shareholder side, because we all want to have a healthy company with good margins, otherwise we cannot be a good company for our customers, is mitigate financial risks, of course, jeopardy management, but also increase capacity. And also by increasing capacity, you have also more time to do toolbox meetings, to create knowledge management even to a higher level. So there are a lot of causal relationships in all these examples. And processes, of course, need to be in place in a continuous improvement manner, and that will be supported by process mining to see also whether or not you made your SLA, what can be better or what went wrong even in that whole process timestamp procedure. And there also AI examples will present measures to improve and to consider. And of course, innovation and technology and having a CPIP platform, Connected Portfolio Intelligence platform, truly IoT-enabled, hyper-automation, AI, not as a goal on its own. That technology is never a goal on its own, but as a prerequisite to create and facilitate this, how to say, new processes and new service delivery opportunities for the FM market based on a truly tangible internal rate of return, OPEX-based business scenario with true value. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we've spoken a lot this morning, into the afternoon, about the complexities of AI and how FM are going to adapt. Steve McGregor is going to come on stage now from DMA, the award-winning DMA. Highly
commended.
Highly commended, yeah. Nearly award-winning. And he's going to talk about, actually, can AI cope with the complexities of FM? So it's going to flip on its head.
Do you mind if I put that there?
Yeah, sure.
Just in case another photograph is taken as a brand there. Hi, I'm Steve McGregor. I press the button. I'm the Executive Chairman of the now highly commended DMA Group. And we're very proud, so thank you very much to the judges. DMA is a 222-year-old service company specialising in M&E maintenance, projects and energy services. And I've been asked today to consider whether AI is ready for the complexity of FM. So where's Bhaskar? Is he still here? We're an unashamed doer. So I thought I'd remind those of us that are not involved in delivery in the room just what it means to actually deliver FM well. So those of us who've been doing it for a while know that navigating that path for effective and efficient and compliant delivery of FM takes a lot of skill, a lot of experience, a lot of dedicated people out in the field, whether they be cleaners or, in our instance, engineers or people back at the ranch that are planning and playing that speed chess that moves our resources around to where they're needed. So start with the people. Our industry sets probably 3.5 and 4 million people to work every day, making sure they get to work safely and get home safely, making sure they have the right skills, qualifications, tools, equipment, they're at the right building at the right time, they've got access arranged, and they can do what our customers have paid us to do. Not only that, we've got the added challenge of a huge skill gap in the UK. So attracting and retaining the talent means that we need to differentiate ourselves as providers as well. And we're an SME, £20 million a year company, but we have to do an awful lot to attract people to our business. Now I turn to the property. Understanding all of the different types of property that customers occupy. We've got some cherished customers with us from the education sector and from commercial offices in London. And understanding those user needs is really important. And Bhaskar mentioned again this morning that very often we follow 5, 6, 7 providers before us. And we never get a bloody accurate asset register. Never, or should I say rarely. It's absolutely critical to us as M&E providers that we get accurate data if you want us to look after the assets that make your buildings operate effectively. And it really is, I think, a travesty that we don't get that element of the data absolutely right. And we've spent an awful lot of time, actually automating the business that we run. And having that base data at the very start is absolutely critical, as I mentioned. So now I turn to technology. In the 4.5 decades that I've been involved in this sector now, I've seen the progressive... You looked at me like that, Simone. I've seen the progressive march of technology. And when I started in the industry, well before it was called FM, I was working with the Navy in Chatham Naval Base, and we used to send naval assets to sea and to war based on manual T-card systems. And they worked very effectively. Everyone knew how they worked. We then moved towards desktop green screen technology with floppy disks. And wow, did we get excited. But it didn't last long. Excel took the spot. And there's still probably something like 1 billion Excel users across the UK. And probably 70% of building owners in the UK still use Excel to manage their properties. So we've seen that progressive activity from simple technology, from manual, straight the way through, and I've seen all of the iterations of CAFM, and we as a business have used CAFM systems for 25, 30 years. And of course, the activity around today was really looking at how AI could influence what we do, make us better, and more importantly, deliver better service, continuous improvement to our customers. So I think this probably, from a doer's perspective, just makes it absolutely clear that there's still a lot of stuff out there that is a long way away from the AI that most of us have been talking about today. So if it isn't interpretable to the people at the coalface and it doesn't make a difference to our customers, then we really ought to be challenging ourselves why we're doing it. There was an inference in the question that I was asked to respond to about whether AI was ready for the complexities of FM. So I thought I'd have a look around other sectors and just see what other industries were doing with AI. Nuclear engineering, I think we'd probably all agree that's pretty clever stuff. Whether it be defending the nation with our atomic deterrent, or whether it be power stations and small power stations that are coming along the way. But AI is being used to help predict component failure. It's helping to predict and optimize the performance of the reactors. It's helping to identify hazards, whether that be safety or operation. So a pretty complex industry that's actually got its head around how it could use AI to benefit its outcomes. Forensic accounting, for the accountants in the room, and I certainly know there's one of them. There's lots of data in accounting, and the research that I've done around this in how AI is used in that regard is that finance has a myriad of data, and AI is helping forensic accountants to spot risks, to spot illegal or fraudulent activity, and is actually using NLP to spot communication between parties that might infer some of that illegal or fraudulent activity. So another complex environment that's using AI. Healthcare. Healthcare is using AI for automated medical diagnoses. I found that quite astonishing, to be honest. So it's difficult enough to see a doctor, so I've signed up already. So they're being used for clinical trials, for the identification and the development of drugs. So again, another particularly complex environment in which AI is being used. And finally, and most surprising to me, was air traffic control. So I don't know if any of you know that AI is actually being piloted at Heathrow Airport, affectionately known as Amy, and it is helping the air traffic controllers, the individual air traffic controllers, to more effectively manage 500,000 flights a year, or 90 flights an hour taking off and landing. And it's merging long distance and close distance radar and 3D imaging to present visualizations to air traffic controllers to help them to do their job more effectively. So I think we can safely say here that there are other equally complex, at least, sectors that are effectively using AI. So I think the question we should be asking ourselves is, are we ready for AI? And I think that's the more pertinent question here, and I think that's probably been resonated with some of the previous presentations. So just to reinforce, it isn't new. Artificial intelligence was first pioneered, probably considered the grandfather of AI, is Alan Turing. Alan Turing, if you don't know or haven't remembered, was the guy that cracked the Enigma code during World War II at Bletchley Park. So 1947 to 1950, he developed something called the Turing test. And the Turing test enabled us to measure the human-like artificial intelligence of machines and computers. So it's been around a long while. From my lay application perspective, I see that this really is only a simulation of us. AI is incapable of creative or original thought, and I think I'm just reinforcing some of what's been said. I know when I show my mum some of what I can do on ChatGPT, which makes me feel very good, she says, "Oh, that's clever, son." But we all know it ain't clever, it's just very, very quick. So just to give you an idea of quick, the neurons in our brains operate at around about 250 miles an hour. Mine's probably about 150, but anyway. So AI operates 125,000 times quicker than the neurons in our brain. So that reinforces Andy's point about how quickly we actually goes out. So when you use the open source AI platforms, which I'll talk about in a tick, you ask a question, you get a response back. The closer prescriptive the question is, the closer prescriptive the answer. But all it's doing at light speed virtually is going out, scanning the publicly available website, and coming back with that large language predictive generative text that gives you an answer to what you've asked. All pretty clever stuff. Now, it's really good at analysing high volumes of data, and the 30-odd years that you identified, Andy, to address what I can't remember, but I know it was a pretty impressive statistic nevertheless, is it's really good at analysing large data sets, spotting trends, solving problems. And if there was any doubt about the potential value of AI, there's some big money behind it now. In 2023, £130 billion was spent in the infrastructure around AI and the development of the platforms. The race is on. That number is going to pale into insignificance over the next sort of 3 to 5 years. Some of you would have heard that, obviously, well, I've seen. We've got countries and governments, you know, the UK, our own UK government is stepping up to be an AI super provider with data centres and creating a fertile environment for private sector companies to invest £14 billion into the UK to be a force behind AI. We've seen Meta recently. The Meta is the owner of Google, committing $65 billion of infrastructure improvements. We've seen the infamous Elon Musk making approaches to ChatGPT, that he was a founder of, which I never knew until the publication all broke, that values that business at $100 billion a year. So there's huge sums of money going into this, and I think we have to be careful that we don't end up with the emperor's new clothes here. We have to really make sure that when we use AI in FM and in our businesses and everyday lives, it actually sources what we need. The one thing that AI needs to operate effectively, and you've heard it from other presenters, is lots of high-quality data. And the growth of data over the last 15 years has been huge. But in the last 5 particularly, it's been a massive increase in the level of data collected in, another new word for me, the data sphere. But there we go, 175 zettabytes. Quick show of hands, had anybody ever heard of a zettabyte before? No, I certainly hadn't. And I'd never seen so many noughts since I saw David's salary check, but there we go. So it's 1 million gigabytes. And each gigabyte has the ability to store 600 high-quality photographs. So we can see where the data is driving us, and we need it to be high quality. And it's clear now that data is being referenced as the new gold. It has to be found, and in our industry, it has to be captured. It has to be mined, and it has to be refined if it's going to add value to what we do, because we need to make absolutely certain that we get insights from that data, actionable insights that make it possible for us to really use it in an effective way that impacts what we do right the way down at the grassroots level. So that's kind of the big picture. So I mentioned that I talk about some of the open source platforms. And I'm sure if we'd have asked people in the room last year or maybe the year before, there'd have been nowhere near the same level of use of those open source platforms as there is now. I think probably most of us in the room are using ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity. And from my perspective, there's probably 2 ways to use these. You simply ask a question, as I mentioned earlier, and it comes back with an answer. Or you can put your own data, you can export your own data into one of those platforms and then ask very prescriptive questions. And it will drive out pretty decent visualizations, pie charts, graphs, and all that good of stuff. But I think there's a real word of caution here. This is an open public platform, so I think we all need to be asking ourselves, are we really sure about the IPR that we're putting on these systems when we're asking them to do things on our behalf? So this moves us now to what I consider to be the most valuable form of AI when you're ready, and that's when it's embedded. And there's 2 versions of embedded AI. One is in the products that you buy, whether it be HVAC equipment or simple phones. Simple. But that's actually embedded into the product. The other version of embedded is really challenging how we do and why we do the things we do. And we as an organisation, DMA, we're an SME, we've spent the last 8 years getting ready for this next iteration of AI. And if I look back with that experience under our belts now, we might have been able to knock 18 months, possibly 2 years off of that. But this is not a quick fix. It meant that we had to go back. We were doers, and we thought we understood how our business operated. But in order for us to make that transition, we had to engage everyone across the business. Whether they were engineers, planners, the finance team, everyone has had their fingerprint on how our bio service management platform was developed. 8 years, I hear you ask. Bloody hell, that's a long time. Was it worth it? Absolutely. It's doubled the efficiency of our business in that time. It's eliminated over 10,000 hours of unproductive time. And this was all lost time, from things like engineers having to ring up for a purchase order or having to fill out timesheets, all of which have been fundamentally automated now. So all of our back-of-house processes, all of the key processes that we have to operate our business have now been automated. And this has made a massive difference to us. Now, what we really did before we got involved in how we spent the money, and I mentioned it earlier in one of the questions that we had, that however much budget you put aside and however long you think this is going to take, you're going to need more money and it's going to take more time than you think. That's just a reality. It's like changing an ERP system in that regard. But we really had a very clear view of what the problems were. Our simple purpose was to make buildings work better. And in the environment that we operate in, we've heard a number of people say today, we've got perilously low margins. So we took the decision that if we were going to invest in AI, it couldn't be cosmetic, or automation of our processes, it couldn't be cosmetic. It had to make a real difference to us as a business because we couldn't afford to get it wrong. Equally, the industry has told us for years that our customers are not completely satisfied with what we've done in maintenance. So I, for one, this morning wasn't surprised at all that maintenance rose to the top in terms of people's suggestions for improvement. So that was our mantra. That was our problem statement, I think I heard someone say earlier today. So we really understood what we were doing and why. And that really made a difference to our business. Fundamentally about data, I've heard a couple of questions today about ownership and accountability and access to data. Our CTO, a particularly gifted CTO, Andy, came into our business from outside the sector. He came from the finance sector, so knew nothing about FM per se. But for the first year of his architectural development of the platform, it was all about data collection, actually enabling us to be able to collect all of the data, much of which at that time we weren't ready to use. But progressively, we've been munching away at that data because it's been making a difference to us and our customers. So we really understood what problems we were trying to solve and why we were trying to solve them and how it would manifest itself to our people and to our customers. So, something completely different now. There's been a little bit of talk today. You could probably have a completely separate conference about the ethics of AI. And I don't want to add to that because I probably don't want to know enough, and I'm too excited about what it can do for us, if I'm honest. So forgive me for that. But it's also been leveraged about the impact at work and maybe the loss of jobs. So the graph that's on the screen at the moment is a combination of two key reports, one from the OECD and one from McKinsey. The top black bold line is the growth of the population globally, which is now approaching sort of 9 billion. Conversely, and worryingly, the birth rate has fallen below 1. So if I consider my granddad and my great-granddad, when they were at work, there was 5 people working to support every retiree. This statistic now is telling us that in 25, 30 years' time, it will be 1 for 1. So this is not about losing jobs. This is about how we actually get fewer people to do more. This is a massive demographic shift, and it will upturn and upend the economic models that most of the first world economies have leveraged for Lord knows how long. So what this actually means is that over the next 25 to 30 years, and the UK is included in this, we've got to double, if not treble, our productivity just to actually maintain what we're used to doing now. Now, of course, I believe that technology is an answer to this for sure.
It's not the answer, because I think all of us are getting used to the fact that we've got to work longer before we retire, and that's just a brutal reality. We have an added problem in the UK, because the Office of National Statistics has just confirmed that we've got a productivity crisis in the UK. So since the 2008 financial crash, productivity has flatlined at best. So we've got an added problem, and considering that we've got 3.5, 4 million people set to work, as I mentioned just now, every day in FM, this is going to have a large impact on us. So I think certainly that technology is a significant contributor to how we battle with that very difficult challenge. So, before conference, we asked the industry, and hopefully some of you in the room today, to respond to a survey about AI, and David and IFM team supported us in getting that out. And I'd just like to sort of feedback some of those elements back to you, if you like. So it's clear, and we've probably heard that in the room, and you can feel the vibe, that there's a growing interest in AI, but there's also caution for a number of reasons that I won't repeat. Investment-wise, 2/3 of you confirmed that you've actually got budgets for this year for AI. What about the current AI usage? So you were really honest that equally 2/3 of you are not using AI at all. And I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about there, because there's nothing in the industry that's plug and play. This is hard work. Of course, you can use the open source platforms and ask your questions like Billio, but does it really give you differentiatable change? Does it challenge what you do? Does it add value? And I would challenge probably not. The key barriers to adoption have been the business case, weighing up the pros and cons, the benefits versus the challenges, but also access, and we've heard some of the speakers earlier today mention training, and getting access to the right level of skills to make AI work. So future priorities. So most of you that responded confirmed that where you had been using AI, it was more towards the, I'm going to say simplistic, but the more straightforward administrative functions. And that's a great start. Our mantra was think big, act small, fail fast. So if this stuff doesn't work, change it and refine it and redefine it. So the fact now is that you were identifying that your future focus was on the real heavy lifting. How you're going to optimize your workforces, how you're going to automate your processes, and take a deep breath, because, like I said, this is not a short fix. There's hard work involved in this. And from a personal perspective, as I say, I've been involved in the industry for 46 years. Most of the discomfort that I've felt is I've had to unlearn the things that I took for granted for years. I've had to unlearn to recognize, not every case, but there are different ways of doing things. And if you don't open these and open those and shut that, very often you don't get that feedback. So I think it's quite clear that we're an industry in transition. AI presents a huge opportunity for not just FM, but for all of us in our daily lives as well. So I'd just like to put that up on the screen while I finish off. So any of you who are interested in picking up the white paper, it'll give you all the detail on the survey that we conducted, then please do. So I would just like to give you one parting thought about AI, and that's get back to basics first. Thank you very much.
Get your water bottle. Thank you. Awesome. Right. Got a bit of movement at the back there. Okay, so next up, we've got a trio. We've got, it's talking about AI-driven workforce intelligence, and we've got Lindsay O'Keefe, CEO at Sodexo, Caroline Durkin, Head of Ops for AstraZeneca, and Lee Eccleshare, VP at Amplify. Sorry.
Fantastic. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am Lindsay O'Keefe, as it says up there. Hopefully my picture resembles a little bit of what I look like. And I am the CEO of Corporate Services UK and Ireland, and energy resources as well. So when we were asked to talk today, I didn't want to come on my own, and I thought 3 of us would be far better. But actually, why? Because I want to take you through the journey. I want to take you through the data, then what the client wants, and then me as a service provider, what must we do? Because I think there are lots of very exciting things that we can do in AI and in this space. But actually, if it's not what the client wants, we need to make sure that we prioritise our action. So you're going to hear from Lee and Caroline, and I'm going to hand over to Lee first.
Hi everyone, Lee Eccleshare here, so VP at Amplify. And Amplify I've been working with Sodexo for quite a while now, and what we do is we provide AI-driven intelligence across a number of different verticals, a number of places. So essentially we come in, help Sodexo and try and find places where AI can speed up their intelligence and then make their decision-making data-driven. So if I just come to the next slide, what I'm going to try and show you now is just a quick use case. We've heard lots about AI today and in how in general terms it can be used, how in general terms it might be applied. But what I actually want to do is show you some fresh new data where we've used AI to try and come up with a question and some insight derived from, an answer from a very real question. So as I'm joined today from Caroline from AstraZeneca, where we've chosen to kind of pitch this little mini case study is using AI in the realm of pharmaceuticals. So I'm going to make clear, this isn't something we've done on AstraZeneca and their research. What I'm going to talk about is very general across the whole pharmaceutical landscape. And more specifically, I've taken essentially the top 20 pharmaceutical companies. And the question we're trying to answer is, for these companies, what might the future look like because of AI? What might their workforce look like? How might that workforce change? So we've taken AI and tried to answer the question of how is AI going to revolutionize this workforce? So what you're looking at here is we've sent our AI engine into the internet and asked it to try and find, first of all, we've heard a lot today about data and getting this gold standard high quality data. So if you have bad data, you can then get bad results and make bad decisions. So for this piece of analysis, we wanted to only look at academic content. And the thesis here is that if we can find academic content that's linked exclusively to the top world's pharmaceutical companies, can we then start to make judgments about what their future workforce might look like, to then start to make good decisions and change how we start to view those workforces. So the graph we're seeing is the resultant from that search. So we were able to gather around 225,000 academic articles, and each one of these academic articles is either paid for by a pharmaceutical organisation or run by a pharmaceutical organisation. And we were looking particularly at which ones of these talk about using AI. So we can see how the future of pharmaceutical companies are going to change because of AI. And actually what we can see there is there's a huge growth in this overlap of pharmaceuticals and AI. Starting in 2018 up to 2024, there's almost a quadrupling of the footprint of AI within pharmaceutical research. So from around about 3% of the total research topics in 2018, all the way to about 11-12% in 2024. So that rapid growth, that inversion point around about 2018, where this field starts to take off. There's lots of things in here in terms of protein development. I think somebody earlier on mentioned AlphaFold. That's one of those things. It was a protein model that kind of revolutionized the way pharmaceuticals started to use AI. But then that gives us the question of what actually does this mean for the workforce? So we can then take things a step further and start to look at actually how can this be used to then start to predict the needs of the workforce. But because we've already spoke about the advantages AI has, one of those advantages is it is very fast. It does things really quickly, much faster than a human. So I know if I was to try and read and try and digest that 225,000 academic documents, it would take me a very long time. On the kind of the opposite side of that, you can leverage AI, use those models to try and bring back data. So at a really simplistic level, what you could do, you could take the Copilot, the Gemini type large language models, and you could ask it, how is the future of pharmaceutical workforce going to change? The answer it gives you will actually probably be quite good. It'll probably be quite accurate. However, what it won't be is data-driven. What that next step is trying to take it from just the qualitative oh, there's going to be, in this case, what we've found is computational biology is a big part of this data landscape. What we can then start to do is quantify that, start to structure this into different data sets. So then, as an organization, you can start to make decisions about the future. And that then impacts the people on the front line in these organizations and at these places. So when we then sent our AI away to start reading some of these particular papers and trying to classify what are they talking about, there's some standout things here. So clinical trials, the way in which clinical trials are going to happen at pharmaceutical agencies is completely changing, the way they're structured. Computational biologists are something that's taking off, especially in 2024. That's the most prevalent discussion topic within this data set. So then this is the data-driven view, and then it's down to people like Caroline, who then need to work out, what does this mean when you want to try and take this forward? What does this mean for your industry and your people? So a couple of points of what this might mean if I'm running an R&D site, and I can see that I think because of our academic research at an organizational level, computational biologists are going to become more important. Does this mean that actually the services I have currently for my wet laboratories, do they need to change? Are my wet laboratories going to shrink as my computational laboratories expand? Does that mean I'm going to need data centers on site? Do I need more infrastructure, more data centers? Or what does this mean for the demographic of the people I'm hiring? Are computational biologists usually a different demographic? Are they a different age? They expect different things from a wet lab biologist. So there's lots of decisions in there to make it at the people level. So that's kind of where AI can fit in as a hard use case here for trying to derive data, trying to get actual insight, and then enable you to make better decisions on how this can then impact the workforce and how it goes forward. So having had the theoretical and the data side, I'd like to hand over to Caroline to actually look at what does this mean for lived-in experience and how does it look at somewhere like AstraZeneca.
Thanks, Lee. I promise you I'm not going to give you a science lecture, but I think what Lee's sort of given us is this, get the high-level insights into how data and AI is influencing pharma more broadly. I guess speaking specifically about AstraZeneca and how we're using AI both in this, the area of discovery, but also how that makes us ensure that our facilities really enable our scientists to do their best work. So as Lee said, my name is Caroline Durkin. I am Head of R&D and Commercial Operations for AZ sites across the UK. And I do want to give you a bit of an insight how I think there's been a lot of talk today about, why we do this and the purpose of it. And for me, as a client of lots of you in this room, it's really important that you understand the purpose of your client and that you can really draw a connection between what you do and whether that's delivering FM services or developing AI to what that organisation needs you to do. And in AstraZeneca, we're very clear. We have a very bold ambition to deliver 20 new medicines by 2030. And to do that, we need to be much more productive than we are now. We need to automate processes. We need to recruit and retain the best people. Back in 2013, AZ decided to make the move from our R&D facility in the northwest to Cambridge. And for those of you that sort of know the pharma industry, you'll know that this sort of golden triangle of Cambridge, Oxford and London is really the heartbeat of life sciences in the UK. It's where you attract the best talent. It's where you work with academia on the best collaborations. So the move to Cambridge was to facilitate that. We made the decision to move in 2013. It took us quite a long time to move into the new building. We were besieged with we had a flood, we had a fire, and we had a global pandemic in the middle of it all. So it was actually, we were quite a long time before we moved in. But actually, in those years that the building was getting finished and commissioned and soft landings and all the rest of it, the world of AI in science really changed, but it also changed in terms of our employees' expectations of the workplace. So we were, the saying is, we're designing the plane as we were flying it, really, to try and make sure we were keeping up with things. But actually, employees' expectations of what they need in the workplace is very different from what was before. And I think Lee mentioned about, areas of science that are really reliant on developing that AI technology. The area of AZ that we sit in is really in that early discovery, that R&D phase. And AI is really influencing that, be it in how we use AI to do predictive modelling on that early discovery. There's been a couple of times today mentioned about clinical trials. With the use of AI, clinical trials are a hugely expensive enterprise in the pharma industry. So, if you can make those clinical trials much more bespoke, if you can get, the right cohorts for them, if you can design the right clinical trial designs, then that shortens that whole period. And every pharma, I don't know if there's any other pharma folk in the room, but every pharma, we're all in the same race for the same thing, right? So the more productive you are in those early phases, the quicker you are to get a medicines to a patient, which is what I guess collectively in pharma and with our supply partners we're trying to do. The patient engagement and the experience, there's a lot talked nowadays about, healthcare, pharma being more about sort of personalised medicines, and you're able to do that much more with the use of AI. But, through all of that, as I said, our employees' expectations of the workplace have changed as well. What they experience within the laboratory, they want that same access to things, being, being more personalised for them in the workplace. So whether that is, how they commute to work, how they find a meeting room, how they get their favourite coffee. The expectation is that if you're to support scientists and people who support scientists, being able to be more productive and efficient, then the facility that they're working in needs to enable them to do that. And whether that's, in a lab where, we're really focused, there's a lot of talk today as well about data. And, for us, data is really what enables us to make smart decisions about how we use our buildings. So, uptime within labs is absolute, every minute that a lab or a piece of equipment in a lab is not working is downtime that we can't afford to have. So that whole experience of our employees is really, really critical. And I guess, having on board a supply partner who understands that. Again, there's a lot of talk today about, the scary world of AI and it's going to take people's jobs. But, my ask to you as, I guess, a client would be that you take the time to find out what's important for your client, and you, in the same way that you do with sort of traditional hard and soft services, you set your sort of digital and data strategy aligned to what's going to make a difference to them. It shouldn't be stuff that is gimmicky. It should be stuff that makes a real difference, both within the lab, but also for the people who work there. So I think Lindsay's going to talk specifically about how Sodexo have worked with us and other clients to enable that.
Wow, thank you. Okay. So huge thanks to Lee and Caroline. Lee's talked about how we harness that data, how that data can give us some really early indications of things that we need to do differently. And then as Caroline's talked to us about our role as an FM and a food service provider to align to their business objectives and ultimately their ambition. And I think we'd all agree that the AstraZeneca ambition is pretty important to every single person in this room. So we're very proud to have been on that journey with AstraZeneca. But then how do we shape our workplace solutions? And Nush before talked about the what. So what are the things that we can technically and physically do? And I want to talk to you about what the outcomes are. Now, clearly, it's all about translating this vast amount of data, high quality data, into actionable and meaningful insight. And what does that really mean? It's sometimes taking all of that information and making it really obvious really quickly. And if it's real time, it allows us to do something really quickly, which will not only help our clients on our ambition, but also maybe we can become more efficient. And maybe we can give greater savings back to our clients to reinvest in what's really important. If I think about something that is at the heart of everything that we're all achieving and we're striving to achieve, and it is a different conference, is about the journey to net zero. And one of the things that we're doing with our data is pulling it back into a building index, performance index. And why is that important? Well, if you think about an EPC rating that we'd all be familiar with our buildings or our homes, how do we use that data to figure out where we are and what do we need to do to get there? And that's just one example of where we can use it. We all know the workplace is evolving and our employees' expectations have quadrupled since COVID. How do we make the workplace a destination of choice? And then how do we make that a real key differentiator for the likes of the AstraZenecas of the world that need to battle in that race against talent? So how can we do that? Well, firstly, how can we enhance the productivity of those colleagues through the day? I'm going to use the example of green lights. You've driven to work and it's just gone smoothly. Green lights all the way. That is our ambition as a client, as a customer and a consumer, travels through one of our workplaces all the way through the day. It's what they need, when they need it. It's seamless and it's adaptable in the moment. So it's preempting what they need even before they realise they need it. Also, as a food service provider, how do we translate that back to what's actually on the plate for our consumers? We have a couple of tools in our kit bag. One of them is our Everyday app, which is our consumer-facing interaction platform that can be personalised for their preferences. It can give them all of their options as they're thinking about what they need that day to get them through the rest of the day from a food point of view. Simply, it's about just removing any effort to make them have that green light experience. Then there's an engine that sits behind it called Foresight. And what that engine is doing is pulling all of that information back through the system and giving our teams the real information that they need to do to make that productive green light environment. And then finally, let's talk about demand-based FM. There'll be lots of people in the room who remember good old-fashioned cleaning input specifications. And we've moved to output specifications. But now it's really about what the outcome is. And that is about us being able to accurately plan and predict the resources that we need to once again feel that green light experience. So ultimately, by transacting that data into actionable and meaningful insight, we can support the strategic agenda of our clients. So that's kind of the what, but what about looking forward and the environment we must create? We have to have a mindset to embrace digital excellence. We have to do that. And if you can't do that, there's not much point entering the race. Once you've done that, you must empower your colleagues, because there's no use having real-time data if you will not give them the empowerment to do something with it. And we do need to train them and protect them in these advanced methodologies. Generative AI, we've spoken about that a lot. And it's a big topic today in the press. At Sodexo, we're globally looking at Copilot. How do we make that work? But if you can switch the 80-20 rule from pulling the data together and making the fix, if you can completely flip that, the efficiency, the productivity you drive will really help boost business objectives. And then I think it's about creating and in the press today, it's all about being fair. It's about making it positive. Whilst AI is a nervous topic for so many, it's about making it positive and right for our clients and our people. And I guess I will leave you with a final thought, and it's why Caroline came and joined me today. We met after a roundtable about this very specific topic. And I think if we looked 5 years ago and the data shown it, we probably all thought this was something that was coming for the next generation. And we've seen how it's progressed so quickly over the last 5 years. But if I look at the people in this room today, it's not the next generation who have the business acumen or the experience to get this right. Therefore, it is on us to make sure that we really make this work in a safe and a very positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure Lucy's noted that call to action for later. It's on us. Okay, so we've got one more before we'll take a short tea break. So the next one is about decarbonisation. So I think this ties in nicely. It's like we planned the agenda and everything. So using AI to drive decarbonisation, increase resilience in buildings. We have Aymeric from the MD from Equans Digital. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. The advantage of coming in the afternoon is actually a lot of ground has already been covered. At the same time, I think there's been quite a spectrum of opinions, maybe on some of the same topics. So, people focused, yes. Data and good data, yes. The real cases of AI and it's been there for a while in different forms, whether that was big data, IoT, ML, you name it. Yes, but let's maybe take a slightly different angle to it. And specifically today, we'd like to talk about using AI to drive decarbonization and increase resilience in buildings. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a sore throat. So, why driving decarbonization and increasing building resilience? Well, let's look at the environmental and climate imperative. What you can see on this slide is the combination of before and after satellite images, which shows a view of homes near Fairhawks Avenue in California, and that was on 6th of January, and then with the fires on the 8th of January. So while the fires were burning. So this has been actually created by using geospatial technologies, and by the way, using AI, and AI-driven analytics. But what does this reveal is the scale of destructions. The scale of destructions from the fires in LA at the beginning of this year. Not only the destructions in terms of buildings, but also at least 17 deaths were recorded into the Eaton fires and 12 in the Palisades, with more than 10,000 structures destroyed and at least 180,000 residents that were evacuated. So then you listen again the news that was on Monday, following the warm temperatures of the weekend, that 10 flood warnings and 86 alerts were in place on Monday in the West Countries and in Wales. And we only need to go back to November to the devastating effects of the storm Bert to see that this was already a region that was affected with hundreds of homes and businesses destroyed. So moving on then to another bit of context as well, and slightly different lengths to the topic of discussion today. Regulatory compliance. So again, there's different aspects here. There's the compliance around data. But maybe let's look at the photo we've got here in terms of dust, vibration, noise compliance as well. So whilst increasing building and infrastructure resilience is necessary to mitigate those risks, the environmental regulatory compliance and framework is also increasing. There are strict compliance requirements in buildings, constructions, and on open sites. And in the UK, this starts from the control of the Pollution Act, NPSC, the statement of the noise policy statement for England, as well as building standard regulations. Economic drivers and operational performance. So at a time where budgets are constrained and also that the business are looking to do effectively more with less. Operational performance of buildings and estate is key. So alongside British net zero economy, or alongside rather, that's the CBI, the Confederation of British Industry, just announced this week that as a comparison, that effectively the net zero sector is growing 3 times more faster than the overall UK economy. There was a point earlier in terms of the productivity as well, and in the UK economy, and whilst the UK economy has been criticised for being concentrated in London and in the southeast of England, and for the low productivity growth, in contrast, the CBI report found that the net zero economy is wider distributed around the UK. And this is supported by large increases of jobs in those regions, and an example of that is net zero jobs in Scotland with 20% increase just since 2022. And also that those jobs are 38% higher in productivity in the UK on average. So where are we with AI in 2025? It seems that there isn't a conversation really which doesn't include AI. But we only need to again go back to the news and Trump today's announcements, and we can see the massive investments that are being done, and this is just only accelerating. So it's $500 billion project to be funded jointly by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank, and clearly when you've got those names and those mastodons, then you can't turn your head. Also the constructions of a high-tech data center, and that's true as well, and that goes along with hundreds and thousands of jobs. Data centers, projections estimate that $100 trillion in US data centers investments over the 5 years. But the key here is on the global level that technology is not the pursuit. Again, this is something that was said earlier. I think we are moving now to not only this accelerated investment, but not just AI for the sake of AI. Actually, this is now really coming into politics. It is really an investment at a national level. UK is a good example of that recently as well. And this is really now treated as an emergency, not only as well play a part in terms of world politics with the rise of China. And then all of that, we've got the events of DeepSeek, which is really quite disruptive and an interesting actually case to see how actually fragile this is. When you've got hundreds and billions of pounds of dollars made investment in data centers like this, and actually the development costs here based on open source LLM go from 6 million to 200 million. So who are we? Equans Digital. So you probably have heard Equans before as a leading facilities management providers, as well as you probably have heard about energy solutions. But Equans Digital is really part of those integrated offers with the facilities management. And so here are some of those activities that we cover, and you can see that as part of that technology innovations and digital transformations in empowering those transitions, we are looking at data management and integrative services leveraging AI. So what are we trying to solve? So these are some of the challenges, maybe again, some of that we touched upon. The diversity of the building stock, I think, is worth stopping and pausing there. Some of our customers are on the, for example, estates of defense, justice, or schools and universities, and you can see there's quite a variety there in terms of building stock from Victoria times to much more modern buildings. But at the estate level, that certainly provides a challenge for our customers. Certainly the technology is present, and there's the variety of technology deployments at different level of maturity. But what is clear is that there's not one unique solution, but there's very fragmented market. Difficulty to access data? Absolutely. The data is there. Whether that actually we can collect it and do something useful with it, well, that's the question. So yeah, absolutely. I think this is really at the foundation of the challenge experience. We talked about maintenance, but actually the maintenance is what we provide as a service. But the challenge that we are really addressing here is those repetitive tasks and that human capital attached to that again. So yes, the vast amount of data, and that's just going to get worse. But also, again, what do we do with the data, and how we can use that to make better decisions in our day-to-day operations, but also for the business. So this is our smarter service offering, and so it started from the left. Again, very, very easily, simple data flow effectively, as well as actions. We connect, we monitor, and we optimize. We collect data, and then we do something useful with it. And with that, when we start building capabilities, so in terms of connection, yes, we would be deploying some technologies. That could be some BMS controllers and systems, as well. That could be some IoT technologies and sensors. But ultimately, it's really that connectivity piece, which is also quite varied depending on where this is applied and depending on our customers. Very different when you're operating on an RF base with radio networks, which is all very controlled, and or if you are obviously in a commercial building. But also the aspects of consultancy that goes with that. And again, that's depending on the customer case. In terms of the monitor, really at the heart of that is our smarter platform. And this is really at a higher level of that data, that unique data point, where that connection is made across the different and the variety of the systems. And with the cloud portal, which allows that the entry to the customers. And from an optimization, and that's where really we're going up in value, we are looking at really, again, leveraging the human capital and expertise of our engineering teams, as well as the operational expertise. And we install BMS, we deploy those technology, we understand the data that is behind it, we understand what the data that's supporting an issue and how it functions. And that's where we are able to really optimize that data and really understand what value we can bring from that. And so from those capabilities, these are the type of services that we provide. So from remote monitoring at the foundation, also the maintenance aspect, and really moving from planned to reactive, and to more down the line in terms of prescriptive or proactive maintenance. The energy management points, where we have some already existing case, which I'll go through, as well as some critical asset monitoring and base maintenance infrastructure monitoring. So let's start with the energy management. So this is today, and then forward-looking in terms of the AI elements. Today we are able to really collect all of this data from the variety of control systems and BMS, various completely agnostic in terms of technology, and so we are able to also do that on a building level or at an estate level. We are able to operate element of automation and control, and then from that, then really looking forward is starting to to corroborate those data sets with others like CAFM data, like seasonality, and also the Gen AI, which has been covered extensively today. In terms of critical asset monitoring and condition-based maintenance, here we are really looking at, again, addressing critical assets. So we've got a real case example of an hospital where by really deploying, again, some very light touch technology, we are able to really understand how that AHU is functioning, how those control systems which are critical to a lab or to a operating room attached to the operating room is functioning. And so working with the customers, we are able to do fault detection and diagnostics, as well as to start modeling that asset behavior. We understand the data, we know how that system is working, and we are able to apply rule sets, rule-based automations as well. Then going to infrastructure and monitoring, so slightly adjacent to maybe the topics for today, but really looking more in terms of the certainly the wider environment of buildings and constructions as well, where we are able to, for example, through the monitoring of air quality, vibration, noise, we are able to mitigate those environmental and regulatory risks and strengthen the resilience of ultimately the building and the environment. Again, some quite interesting innovation that, from that looking forward as well in terms of models to what was, I think there was some aspect of reference as well earlier in terms of deep learning. The LSTM model as well is another one. So what is the future journey of AI and FM? I think, interestingly, I picked the maintenance aspect, and that's the left-hand side. I do think that's where there's a lot of value, and it's getting the basics right again, but I think we can do it slightly better than we are doing it even today. And it's starting to look at some of the assets that we have and really starting to apply that human capital, that human expertise. We know the asset life, we know we can improve that. We understand those those systems and those assets, and we are able to really preempt that more and more. So I think that's really a key one. Gen AI, yes, there will be, I think, much more use to that, and that will come in terms of the applications. I think in terms of the solutions, that certainly have a part to play. But again, and here maybe is my less cautiously optimistic view, and maybe my more negative view, I would say. I think that there's a lot to do to that respect in terms of governance, data validation and test model. But also we've talked about training, and I voluntarily put model and people training together. There is definitely the training of the models that we use and the LLMs and the data supportive those Gen AI. But there's also the people training element. For example, at Quanz Digital, we launched a digital academy, and with our partner Multiverse, we are upskilling our data, our force, our frontline staff with that data skill sets and upskills and training. And so, yeah, I very much see the two together, but that's certainly, I think, a journey, and I think there was a good point just earlier in terms of, yes, the technology can support the human, but the human can also train the technology. So in summary, I think AI really has a part to play in creating that additional value from what we already do well today, and ultimately bringing bigger impact, whether that is in an infrastructure environment, but it's in that flow of ultimately collecting the data, good data hopefully, but there's the data ingestion and data formatting to make sure that is a good data. And then there's starting to really create some value out of that, and through analytics, through machine learning, through AI, absolutely, to really starting to support the human in the decisions they are done making every day in our operations. And hopefully, with all of that, then we will create a much more sustainable future. We will drive decarbonization, and we will increase resilience of buildings. In terms of decarbonization, we talked as well earlier about the impact that data centers are, and yes, we can see that there's a large investment of data centers. So I think at Equans Digital, certainly we're looking to make sure that we are right-sizing our application and our use of data centers. That's the first element, and also making sure that we are not oversizing those usage, and so that they are ready to scale. And I think some of that is by design and by architecture. But yeah, it's a very important point, and it goes also from low energy usage of low energy, high computer design chips to water cooling effective solutions. But I think all of that has a part to play in that green future. But yes, I think it's not taking away on one hand to put back on the other. So yeah, absolutely, this is something that is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. So, short tea break now. I'll blow the whistle again in about 15 minutes. And please come back for the final part. Okay, welcome back everybody, again. Okay, so kicking us off this afternoon for the final part now is James Bradley of Churchill. He's the CEO and he's going to be talking about building an AI platform for group-wide internal communication. Welcome to the stage, Bradley.
The final part sounds a bit serious, doesn't it? Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having us. I'm James Bradley, Chief Exec of the Churchill Group, which means I have the privilege and pleasure of leading the business alongside many amazing colleagues. I'm joined here today by Moss, who will introduce himself in a minute. I like to think of Moss as the ultimate co-pilot, but we'll see. And today we're here to talk about AI and our journey with AI, but specifically to do with communications. So, that's my first slide. So, for those of you that aren't aware of Churchill, we are a group of specialist businesses focusing on the soft side of facilities management. So we're a large people-based employer, and therefore, as you can imagine, communication is something that we really do concentrate on and continue to refine. And the use of AI has been a really useful part of that. So just before we get going, just two things I really wanted to get across on this slide. The first one being we're absolutely on a journey, and we're very early on our AI journey, like I think many of us are in this room. One thing we have found so far, though, is that there doesn't appear from the explorations we've done to be one sort of killer move. There's not one thing that's going to revolutionise our business. What we found is there's lots of little things that incrementally really do add value to what we're doing, and particularly when we're thinking about communications. And then the second thing I really wanted to get across is that although we're early on our journey, we're absolutely confident and have high hopes that AI has got a place in our people-centric business. So looking forward to sharing some practicalities and some of the demonstrations we've done so far today. I'm now going to pass over to Moss to say a few words.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, James. So for those that do not know me, which is probably the majority of you, I'm Moss Lackham, and I am CEO of Semantic AI, which I will tell you a little bit more about. So before founding Semantic, and apologies, I will be scanning my notes quite a lot. Before Semantic, I spent over a decade in product technology management across banking, government, operations and services, basically the guy between the engineering team and the executives, and figuring out stuff along the way. So before I dive into kind of more about Semantic and what we've been doing, just a quick couple of questions. So show of hands, who's sent or received a voice note? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Very cool crowd. Okay, now who finds the listening of long voice notes annoying? Okay, wow. Almost a consensus there. So in a nutshell, Semantic does exactly that. We ingest voice data and we take out the most important bits from it and deliver information to businesses. So, of course, we do more than that. So I've always believed that technology should work for people, not the other way around. That belief led me to start Semantic 3 years ago. It began with me in a shed with a bunch of PhDs, engineers, amazing engineers, with a simple, ambitious goal: to build AI that truly understands and amplifies human connection. We weren't just building tech for the sake of it. We were figuring out how AI could genuinely make organizations move faster, work smarter, and cut through the noise. We built a proprietary machine learning model capable of identifying a person's age, gender, emotion, sentiment, topic, and urgency level anonymously. We've integrated this with context-aware generative AI models like OpenAI and Claude. And we're really excited to announce a lot more updates coming soon. So the result, a proudly British, voice-first AI platform that processes thousands of voice notes while ingesting big data, whether sentiment or operational, to deliver highly valuable insights and actions, empowering our clients to make informed decisions in real time. So, voice notes are no longer a niche form of communication, they're becoming the norm. And as you can see by the slide, 1 in 7 adult British smartphone users now send voice notes at least once a week. Some of you guys are here. And it's not just a UK trend. WhatsApp recorded 7 billion voice messages sent daily in 22 in the US alone. This shift signals something bigger. People want to communicate naturally, quickly, and without friction. Typing is slowing us down. And AI-driven voice technology is bridging the gap between convenience and deeper, more expressive communication. Voice is the most natural way us humans communicate. And it's how we'll interact with AI. No friction, no learning curve, just speaking. So we designed Semantic to be effortless, no clunky dashboards, no overcomplicated systems, just AI that listens, understands, and delivers the right insights to the right people fast. Most platforms promise the world and deliver maybe a postcode. We're not there for that. If tech isn't simple, people won't use it. I've got zero patience for software that takes hours to figure out, and the philosophy runs through Semantic. It has to work instantly, integrate seamlessly, and actually drive impact. And we're not stopping at voice. We're just making it as easy to process big data, images, and even video very soon. That means turning all kinds of information, whether it's a written comment, a photo of an issue, a recorded message, into clear, useful insights that slot straight into your existing workflows. No extra steps, no hassle, just AI that works where you need it. So again, AI isn't just a tool, it's shaping how we communicate, process information and make decisions. The challenge is making sure it works for us, not the other way around. So here's a thought. What's stopping AI from being properly embedded into your organization? Whether you have an answer or not, I'd love to chat, so feel free to grab me after this. So, as mentioned, it's already transforming the way businesses are operating. I'm excited to share that we've been bringing this to life with Churchill, with plenty more to come. James will talk you through some of the projects we've been working on and the real impact they're already making.
Thanks, Moss. And I think it's fair to say in the time that myself and some of my colleagues have been working with Moss and the team, we've certainly learned a lot. And one of my biggest takeaways is that AI and particularly voice application is really on the up. And I think from an FM point of view, just to set some of the scenes before we, to quote Basker from earlier, we very much believe in ourselves as being doers. So we want to show you some stuff that we've been up to. But these were some of our challenges when we're thinking about communicating with our colleagues. FM, as we know, very diverse workforce. So we've got language diversity, we've got learning style diversity, we've got neurodiversity. We're also very much a field-based workforce, aren't we? So we've got people everywhere all of the time, and that sometimes is difficult to keep in touch. And then I think we've talked on it a little bit, and the famous 3310 has been mentioned a few times today, but we very much do still have hardware diversity in the UK and perhaps across the world, really. But we've got people using no technology all the way through to the latest and greatest. So as a big people-based organisation across the UK, we very much recognise these as some of our key challenges when it came to communications. And just to add a little bit more detail into this, this graph here from the ONS is showing us the non-English languages spoken in the UK. There's some significant languages, obviously, across the UK, as we know. Hamish McRae, I used AI to swat up on him. And AI told me that he was one of the formidable speakers on the future trends in economics across the UK, across the world. And one of the big things he was saying, and it was a really positive thing about the UK, was that the UK, and specifically within the M25, we've got the largest non-national population of professionals on the planet. And that was in the context of why the UK and London, and I'm an optimist, by the way, is a really great place to be from a talent point of view. And something else I picked up from Moss along the way is that when you think about voice, you think about communicating, generally speaking, the further east you go in the world, it becomes harder and harder to text type, because the A to Z alphabet is absolutely how a lot of our technology is designed around. So if you've not got an A to Z alphabet, actually text typing is quite difficult, and you find lots of people actually type in English. So that's another consideration. And then thinking about neurodiversity, some statistics here from the ADHD Aware organisation. As we know, this is a topic that I think we're learning more and more about. So actually, I personally think these statistics are probably lowballed, but significant members of our business and the general population with neurodiversity. So that's hopefully setting the scene, a few of the things that we've been thinking about. So just wanted to share with you now 4 case studies of things that we've implemented across our business. So in no particular order, starting with some safety-related communications. So like I'm sure at most businesses, we like to promote the recording of near misses. That's something we've done for years, from the original methods on phones and on paper through to sort of more digitized forms, and people were talking about that earlier in terms of really sensible ways of recording things. And what we've used AI for in this application is actually 2 things. The first one is it works alongside the traditional methods. So if a colleague wants to report a near miss, they can actually fill in the usual bits of hard data information, but then actually leave the circumstances as a voice note. And as Moss was alluding to earlier, that voice note then converts into text and allows us to have data for us to analyse. But I think that's doing 2 things for us. One, it's helping our colleagues share more because it's easier to leave a voice note, but it's also allowing our colleagues to leave it in whatever language that they can leave a voice note in that's most comfortable or easiest for them. But the thing that I really like about this, and I will come back to this at the end, is that the AI is working alongside the traditional. It's ingesting the traditional methods. So we're not saying let's drop the traditional methods, because that's still very well liked across the business. But actually it's ingesting that data as well, which is then generating us some key themes, which I'll come back to. So our second case study that we've been developing here at Churchill, again, like many businesses, we love to celebrate our frontline. I'm pleased to say, and there's been a bit of a debate on it, we have a Shining Stars programme that's designed to specifically celebrate our frontline heroes. So this is something we've been running for many years, again, in a much more traditional fashion. And one of the bits of feedback we kept getting from our colleagues, and as we know in FM, we're very busy people, very operational, lots going on. We love to be out on our sites with our customers and our colleagues, really driving our services forward. So when you've seen or recognised something that's gone on from a colleague or a group of colleagues that's been fantastic, sometimes the thought of writing a short novel around what they've done to recognise them is actually quite difficult, particularly if you don't like writing, or you're a really busy person, or you're running from one site to the next site. So actually integrating, again, some basic data capture with the ability for colleagues to use voice notes, again, in whichever language they choose. We've seen a massive uptake in the ability for people to put forward really detailed recognition. So as a business, then we can really make the most of celebrating all of our colleagues. So that's probably my favourite one, actually, because it's been a really nice thing to do. So far I've been talking about communication to colleagues from colleagues. This example is something we've used and we got very excited about around using AI to digest a lot of data to then communicate to us so we can interpret and do something with it. So this example that I've got here that we've used is we're working with a customer of ours, a leisure provider, leisure facilities, and we ingested lots of thousands of TripAdvisor and Google reviews. We then queried all of those hundreds of thousands of reviews with various different FM-related prompts, and then that returned to us this report. And interestingly, the first thing for, maybe I'm an FM geek, but of about 100,000 bits of data that we never would have been able to look at, actually over half of them were FM related, which I think goes to show how important our industry is to the general public and our customers and the world in general. But what we really use this data to do then is look at, right, when the general public of these roughly 60,000 reviews that were related to this facility for that period of time, which actually isn't a very long period of time, it's a couple of years, When we got into it, you probably can't see this. Oh, the screen's quite big, so maybe you can. We saw the overall sentiment of that leisure facility, but then really importantly, got into those key topics on the left-hand side. And you can probably see there, the top one, the most commented thing was about car parking. But interestingly, when you look at the sentiment and the feedback around that, actually it's pretty good. So when you scan down, we're looking actually quite quickly, you can see here, there aren't as many comments, but security was one of the more negative sentiment-based bits of feedback out of that 60,000 bits of information. So my colleagues and I were then able to really think about, okay, well, if that's what's going on, we've ingested a lot of data, how can we now make our solution better for our customer, for their customers using the facilities? So that was a really nice sort of big data communication piece. And then the fourth case that we wanted to share with you, bit of a plug here, but some of you may know that we're a majority employee-owned business, something we're really proud of and really excited about for the future as we continue on our Churchill journey. What we've used this for is this is an ongoing conversation that all of our colleagues across our business can have with us. I should have said actually at the start, by no means do we think this is a replacement for good old-fashioned spending time with each other. It's absolutely a complementary overlay to that. But the thing I like about this is it tracks over time sentiment around how people are feeling about being employee owners, questions they've potentially got, but also things that they might want to know a little bit more about, or things they're not feeling great about, or whatever. It allows us as a management team and all of our leaders across our business to really focus in on the things that our colleagues want to know about or be reassured on, or whatever it might be. But that's an ongoing thing, so that changes over time, and the Gen AI behind it continues to work to give us the latest and greatest. So I wanted to finish our sort of demos by going all the way back to the near miss, and just to show you an extra layer that we've put over our processes that I talked about around using voice and traditional, using the Gen AI to then actually churn out some responses. And what we've now done here, and I'm going to play this video in a minute, this is an AI-generated video, and you'll see that what it's allowing us to do is find those generated insights, put them back into video form to share back with our colleagues. And again, this isn't to replace all of the great stuff we already do around safety. It's just that extra added twist. And for those of you that speak Spanish, Polish or French, you'll be able to check me here. But we've got full English blurb here, and this just gives you an idea of how accessible it allows us to communicate information. So I'll just play this quick video.
Hey team, quick update on safety from the last fortnight. We're seeing some avoidable accidents across sites, and a few small steps can make a big difference. La mayoría de los cuasi accidentes provienen de resbalones, tropiezos y una iluminación deficiente, agua derramada, manchas de café, falta de señalización o habitaciones y pasillos de almacenamiento oscuros. Estos suelen ocurrir temprano en la mañana o durante los cambios de turno, cuando las personas tienen prisa.
Więc co możemy zrobić? Po pierwsze, skorzystaj ze swoich umiejętności dynamicznej oceny ryzyka. Jeśli zauważysz coś niebezpiecznego, zgłoś to. Po drugie, używaj znaków bezpieczeństwa prawidłowo. Umieszczaj je tylko w pobliżu rzeczywistych zagrożeń. Troisièmement, si l'éclairage est insuffisant, informez votre superviseur. Une bonne visibilité nous permet de rester en sécurité. Et enfin, lors des passages de relais, signalez tout danger. Un bref avertissement aide tout le monde à rester vigilant.
And we have some great news. We're now making reporting even easier. You can now use your phone to send a quick voice note in your chosen language or snap a photo. Just tap and talk, and we'll handle the rest. You're the front line of site safety. If you see it, fix it, report it. Thanks, team.
So, thank you. That's what I thought when I saw it. I was glad that Moss did try and talk me into making the avatar me, and I was thinking, absolutely not. But I think hopefully, as I say, this is not to replicate or replace, anything that we're already doing. This is those little, that was a minute 25, and actually we get those out. That's off the last fortnight's worth of near-miss data. And actually, it's just that little thing that might make a colleague think slightly differently that actually might prevent an accident actually happening on that day. And that's why I'm excited about AI, because it's just those little things that make a difference. I wanted to highlight these bits as well, these couple of comments, because in a good way, it didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. However, what it did do is draw ourselves to our attention to that next layer of detail. So thinking about this is the last fortnight's worth of near-miss data. We are in the winter, so when you really get prompted by the AI to think about it, actually I'm not surprised that poor lighting is coming up at the moment, and perhaps as we continue with this cycle, it will see that disappear as thankfully we're getting into some of the lighter mornings and evenings coming. But interestingly, the other piece was it was highlighting that on-shift changeover is also where we have a lot of our near misses, which again, we actually hadn't thought about before, so being very open and honest with everyone here, but actually we are thinking about now, and for that's another great gain we've had from AI. So summaries really, I've probably said these actually, but small improvements across many areas. It's that sort of good old philosophy of continuous improvement. Those small gains really are making a difference. Hopefully I've made it clear, that, and this is really important to us, and I think lots of people listening today, that this absolutely does not replace the people side of our business. Actually, it just helps us get even better and spend better quality time together. And as you can probably tell, I'm no salesperson, but I am told that an age-old sales ratio is we buy 55% from our body language, 38% on tone of voice, and actually only 7% on what someone said. And the really neat thing I like about this project we've been working on alongside Moss and all of our colleagues is that actually we are getting the 38 plus the 7 by using this bit of AI rather than just the 7 on the traditional methods. So we thought that was quite an interesting thought to share with you. In terms of what's next, lots, I suppose, is the summary. We are starting to work now we've done a lot of internal things. I haven't touched much on our presentation, and I'm glad I didn't, because I think it's been really well covered, that proceed with caution with all AI for all the reasons that we've said, and we're really trying to tread a sensible path. And one of our real, I suppose, barometers is, are we putting anything into the actual AI element of this that we wouldn't put on our own website? So that's something that's sort of our guiding principle. But we are starting now to do several sort of deployments with customers across leisure, business services, social housing and transport. So we're really looking at how AI can now enhance that actual service delivery in situ, which is quite exciting. And we've got lots to do there, haven't we? And Moss knows that for sure. The second to last thing for me is we are finding it's a virtuous circle. Like, we have learnt so much by using this and playing with it, and it's really helping us sort of gain our knowledge and really find. I've shown you 4 case studies that we think are quite cool. We've done 400 that really aren't. So that's part of the fun. But absolutely virtuous circle indeed. And obviously look forward to continuing the conversation with everyone here, but hopefully clients, hopefully peers, and everyone else across our fantastic industry. So I have been asked to just mention this as well. If you want to have a go with the software, David and Elliot have kindly embraced it for a feedback mechanism. Please do test it, use lots of different languages. And all your feedback, of course, is really helpful to David and Elliot and everyone involved in organising, not to be too cheesy, but what I think has been a fantastic day today. So hopefully you can take the time to leave some feedback and use the product. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing if it understands my muddled accent, actually.
Yeah, well, try your best.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, I've got my own language. Simonish. Okay. Right, next up, we have got a little panel, actually. So we've got 4 people heading up. We're going to be talking about technology, AI, and people working in Symphony to deliver enhanced building experiences. So we've got Carlo Aloni, CEO, Ryan Stocks, Head of Service Delivery, Andrew Botham, Managing Director, Energy and Smart Engineering at Bellrock, and Rumen Sahota, Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships at LGIM. If you want to come up, are they here? Oh yeah, whew, you panicked me there a little bit then, you know. Didn't have a contingency for that. Okay. So clicker is over here. Yeah. Do you want the seats? Yeah. If you guys sit on the end, let's save moving all the stuff. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so Carlo's not here today, as you could probably see. But yeah, so we're here talking today, I think, on behalf of Bellrock Group. I think there's a lot of conversation here around AI and the application within real estate or FM. And I think the angle that we're trying to display here today is just really going through a live case study over, is it 3 years? Roughly 3 years. So it's been a really big journey, going back where you perhaps thought about what good would look like, and now I looked at some of the metrics that we achieved over just the past year, and it is pretty impressive. So I'd like to essentially moderate the panel today and go through some of the motions. And I'll start with you, I guess, Rumen, to ask, within LNG, how do you see AI? And, you have various different industrial, office, residential stock, and how you look at it, and specifically from a Bellrock perspective, when you look at how you can implement innovation initially, how did you look at it, and what was your expectation at the start?
Yep, thank you. Lovely to meet everyone. Rumen Tota from LGIM. Just before we go into that, it probably makes sense just to give a little bit of background into where this journey started. So I work in the asset management team along with all of our asset managers. And probably about 3 to 5 years ago, a lot of the asset managers were coming to me with the challenge of, right, we're getting too many reactive jobs across our portfolio. We haven't got enough data, enough visibility of how our spaces are being operated. How can we do that? And so over the last 3 years, a project called Project Symphony has taken place, where we take the data feeds from the BMS, IoT, bring them into a data platform called Demand Logic, which is a visualization platform to really understand what trends are happening in our portfolio from an energy perspective, but also a comfort perspective. And off the back of that, be able to really understand what's happening, be able to put triggers and alerts into place, and then have a conversation on a daily or weekly basis with both the site teams, the FM teams, and our BMS consultants and our M&E consultants to understand what's going on remotely. That's had a lot of good results, I think, and the next stage is AI, but probably just before I go into that, is it worth, Ryan, you jumping in?
Yeah, I think one thing that I've learned during our, different programs that we run is technology, like you mentioned at Demand Logic, but there's many others, solve, I don't know, maybe 25% of the problem, and the rest is people, process. And this is the thing that stood out for me significantly in the Symphony model, is how you handled the people in the process part. So Ryan, I don't know if you wanted to give a bit of an overview from when you started and how that worked.
Hi guys, I just want to start saying it's great to hear another northern accent, so it's made me feel a lot more comfortable coming down to London. So I'm the account director for Bellrock, so there's around 50 of us who work on the LNG account across around 250 assets, which are totally mixed use, as we've covered. So when we started this journey, it was very much probably a bit of a learning curve, right, that we've all been through of it's information overload, and you try and get as much information in front of your engineers and hope that they make the right decision, and you quickly find out that it's quite daunting for them. They don't understand what you're trying to achieve. You don't understand how that we're trying to make them do it. And I think we had to probably take a bit of a step back initially, right? So the biggest thing we've had to do is get the various supply chain partners we work with across the country on board with what we're trying to achieve and explain the benefits of why we're doing it. And then start in terms of daily briefings with our teams. So in each region of the country, we've got certain clusters of different M&E partners, BMS consultants and technical teams. And we're really on the morning call, so there's half an hour each morning, and you have the actionable insights from all the data feeds, and you discuss with them as a team what your priorities are, and then you try and understand what the impact to our occupiers are and what we're trying to focus on in terms of energy, or comfort, or air quality, or a blend of all of those. So as part of that process, we're going through the actionable insights, you're making changes and tracking it on the system. And I think the huge part of it is tracking through when there's actually a job that's required versus just a conversation and a remote change. So it's things that you'll have all seen already. It's nothing kind of groundbreaking in that respect, but how you get the people all working together from different companies with all that data to have the actual output that we're all trying to work towards has been the ultimate challenge over the last 3 years, and it's something that I think we're very close to of delivering on. So again, without just reading from the slides, the huge, from an occupier perspective, and I'm hoping Ruben can cover this from L&G's perspective, we work in service charge world, so it's how you avoid the call-outs. So if you can fix something remotely, that's the starting point. And then from an occupier perspective, we're trying to fix things before they realise, but then make sure we communicate back with the insights what we've done and why to our occupiers.
Yeah, I was going to say, so traditionally when people look at these interventions, you would focus largely on occupier experience, but also the ROI is focused on energy savings, perhaps for more efficient assets that you're running. However, when I looked at this results, it's nearly 50% of it is actually labour efficiencies, right? So even though you see that as it sounds like still manual intervention with the daily calls or the weekly calls or whatever, do you see some of that automating better in the future with some of the engagement you have? Because you've obviously, we've got a platform called Concerta that hosts a lot of this asset data. How do you see some of that evolving over the coming months compared to what you've achieved here from a labour efficiency and energy saving?
So for me, we really want our engineers to feel like they control the buildings and we're not taking away decisions from them. We want to make sure we overlay that with the right amount of insight and data. So before we actually do anything in terms of automation, we want the engineering team to understand why we're doing that and the impact to our occupiers and really make them feel like they own the buildings. Again, we've looked at several different options in terms of automation, but for me personally, the minute we start to take those decisions away from the people on the ground who are running those assets and understand those assets and maintain those assets, it will mean that they probably won't feel part of that journey. So it's making sure they've got the right tools and the right insights to be able to then track through the changes that we're making. From an energy perspective, it's been fantastic. So I think we've now got the results to explain to new starters and people who go through the training academy the reasons we're trying to do this, because we've got such fantastic results. But again, it's making them feel like it's probably similar to what James said in the previous session of it's a tool in addition to what we're already doing with the great engineers. It's not to replace them, it's not to automate everything from a BMS perspective, it's to make them be able to control the buildings better and smarter and have a better environment for the occupiers.
And just to add to that, so from an asset manager perspective, probably the biggest thing for them is just, number one, getting the data on it. So they didn't have the data before, so how can they actually understand it in quite a meaningful way in terms of comfort, energy, maintenance, and that's where demand logic and then the team's insight comes into play. And then just predictability. So if they're avoiding these reactive works, they can actually do some asset management, whether it's, I don't know, on a lift or another piece of plant and equipment, and actually have better forecasting ability on their budgets.
So, so some of the metrics then that you look at from an occupier perspective, because I know you do the air score, air rated score. There's various different things that you look at or you've implemented. It's quite innovative from an industry perspective. So how are you guys looking at that on a monthly or quarterly or annually basis? What does good look like for you from a metrics perspective?
Yep. So we're always constantly looking at it. So that's probably one of the best examples, air quality. So that was through a company called Air Rated, where they are constantly looking at the latest air quality science and research in the market to understand what good looks like. And so based on that, we'll constantly, within Demand Logic and Concerto, change our change what those benchmarks look like. So if, for example, 1 month there's new science or new research that says actually the PM 2.5 should be a different level, we can adjust the triggers based on that. And that happens across lots of different areas, not only air quality.
So Ryan, what's next then for
question
for the team?
For me, it's we've gamified it, which was kind of the starting point once we got people using the tools that we had rolled out and got them on board with the journey. So once you get people bought into it, for me, from an AI perspective, it's now the output of what we have done. We can communicate through AI in terms of, again, similar to what James said in terms of the actionable insights. You can then put them in front of your occupiers and your client in terms of the asset managers and the fund managers and say, here are the things that are important. Here's the output of what we have done in terms of the interventions and the different impacts they've had. And then from our selfish perspective, it's making our occupiers never want to leave the buildings they're in because they feel like they're being maintained well, they're saving energy, but it's balanced with air quality and it's a comfortable, productive environment for their staff. From a feedback perspective, something probably we've not covered is we've got 2 routes of feedback. You've got QR codes that are across all of the office assets where people can scan. We take the insights, then we analyse that through AI, that gets shared with the building management teams, and then that influences our PMR discussions in terms of what CapEx is going into those assets.
So one thing that we sort of scanned over in the presentation slides, so I might want to pull us back into it quickly, is just to highlight. So the numbers here that I saw, one was the 404,000 avoided energy costs, and then you've got the 527. Over how many properties is that, and was that most of last year then, the results?
I think, yeah, so this is 2024. We have 28, I believe, office assets that are on the programme now. Started again with just a trial in Manchester, then it's rolled out as we've got other people on board with the journey. I think probably one thing to mention on this is, as we've spoke about with getting people along on the journey with us, it's not as easy as just saying this is happening, embrace it, and the outcome's fantastic. We've had to demonstrate locally in certain areas what the benefits are. There are certain asset managers and funds who probably straight away jumped on board with it, going, that's cool, that's fantastic. There's a lot of people who were quite nervous, and we've had to really take them on that journey and explain to them what we're trying to do and why. So yeah, for me, we're quite proud of now we're across 20 offices, 28 of the major offices, and it's continuing that journey now with the people who have seen the benefits elsewhere and rolling it out there, and then we'll start to look at industrial assets and retail, which will be another challenge in itself.
I was going to ask that as a final closing statement, because the majority of this is office stock, right? So do you see the application for industrial relevant? Because it's a slightly different tenant experience from an asset owner perspective, right?
Yep, no, definitely. Offices was definitely the easiest one, just given kind of the location of our assets, the budgets involved over there. But I think retail, industrial is definitely next. As you said, some asset managers are more keen to do it first, and then others will follow on. And that's definitely where our retail teams have now got to.
Brilliant. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. It's that time of day where the phone started dying. I think it's replicating the energy. Okay. So, last one before Lucy does our lovely wrap-up. So we've got FM and AI, 5 ways AI is driving transformation. And to speak about this, we've got the Chief Digital and Product Officer from Mighty.
Afternoon all. It's going to be challenging to keep up because we've got so much of information. Bhaskar obviously decimated all our assumptions and all the glory that we want to sort of bring in. So it's going to be challenging. And my colleague, Beverly, can't make it today as well. So as a result, and she was supposed to keep me grounded, make it less geeky, but I'll try my best to be a little bit more realistic about what we're sort of doing around it. Fancy job title, but ultimately, I'm sort of in between technology and operators. My role is to translate technology that the operators are using and making that impact around it. So before we get into some real use cases, so my focus here would be to sort of unpack some of the stuff. But there's an interesting, picture, and over the next few years, this will just continue to sort of expand, right? I mean, the change at which AI and all this technology is happening, it certainly gives me a fatigue, right? I'm AI fatigued. I keep up listening to podcasts, read so many stories and stuff like that, just to keep up and make sense of all of that, and then translate that to my board to understand and to apply that into our environment. So it's a tough job. But, the model, the rate at which AI is changing is just phenomenal. On 27th Jan, when the first trading day after the full-scale awareness of the R1 DeepSeek model, the global economy, the Western economy actually lost about 1.5 trillion to 2 trillion value, right, in one single day. And it's larger than the global FM market, right? So global FM market is about $1.3 trillion, and a single day, because of one particular model, more than that value was lost in the Western economy, right? So this is the scale at which change is coming. I was quite interesting. Nobody spoke about quantum, right? I mean, the quantum computing is another era that is coming in, right? So Microsoft is recently announced a breakthrough using, topological, AI models. They have a more stable qubit computing systems at the moment, right? The implication of that would be just crazy. Just to sort of explain you what exactly quantum is, so just imagine you are chasing a gold pot in between a maze, right? And every maze door is basically 1 and 0. So you can open one, check the outcome, come back. So that's basically 1 and 0, and this is today's computing. What quantum computing will enable us to do is open and close all gates all at the same time. So you can go straight into the gold pot rather than worrying about different things. So that's a very basic analogy, and I don't understand quantum anything more than that. I mean, the moment the quantum comes in, I'll retire. So, and then, Meta is also investing significantly on, their open source technology called Llama, right? And they are saying that it's open source, but they're also creating some commercial models around it. So, this transformation is just going to keep going on. But overall, I firmly believe that like telecom, like energy, AI will become an utility, right? So AI will be available everywhere. It's for us as users and consumer, we need to sort of use AI and create those applications in a way. So I think we all have spoken about everything, right? So we spoke a huge length on predictive maintenance. Data still remain a massive challenge. Asset register, Bhaskar again, quoting him, significant gap in asset register. And this is an industry-wide problem, right? So, I mean, whether we are at MITRE or CBRE or JLL or ISS, it's a universal problem. So we need to sort of address that. But now I think we're seeing a little bit of breakthrough with AI, and we're sort of seeing an early glimpse of what predictive maintenance can do. Energy, I think Equans definitely spoke a lot around energy management. AI can help us understand the supply-demand cycles and how much energy needs to be stored at the grid, how much can be traded back into the microgrid environment. So, there's a huge potential around the whole energy management. Help desk automation, I think James Bradley spoke a lot around it, the voice technology and how we can sort of use that. Risk-based security, I'm going to go a little detail on that. I mean, I'm going to show a use case that when we're working on the retail sector on the risk-based security, and space optimization, workplace design, space optimizations are pretty well-known use case around it. But, in terms of what AI is helping us doing, so 5 key things, right? So one, it's increasing our visibility. So we have much more visibility around our FM operations. We know what our customers are looking for. We have much more details on the insights and the trends and stuff like that. Second, it's helping us to be more ready, more prepared of the eventuality. We can react much more quickly. And as a result, we become much more agile as an industry, right? So we can become more flexible, FM on demand kind of a model, right? And with that, what we can do is we can build resilience of our customers' portfolio. We become much more resilient to threat. We become much more resilient to failure and all those elements. And ultimately, is the customer experience, right? So we got AstraZeneca. They spoke about, it's all about, their requirements. So if the customer is not happy, whatever we are doing, it's all garbage. So So let's unpack this, right? So I'm taking a security example, right? This map of the UK, and this is not the outcome of last May's election results, nothing to do with Labour versus Conservative, although the colour looks like a bit like that. However, this is basically the risk profile of the country, right? And the risk profile of the country constantly changes. So, this is taken based on the data from UK crime statistics, UK's deprivation index, and we also overlay with the customer incidents data, plus our security teams who are on the ground, they collect a lot of data. So based on these data, the dimension, the risk dimension of the country constantly change, constantly evolve. But historically, and this is based on our top 8 retailers, right? So we got about 8,300 locations where Mitie offers security services. So based on the top 8 retail customers, all anonymized here, whenever we used to go to create those security strategy, it was an annual exercise because, capturing all those data, analyzing all those information, and then creating that strategy was a cumbersome exercise. And typically, the analysts used to spend about 2 to 3 months to sort of create all this model on Excel. But now what we can do is, within seconds, we can upload this information and we can extract the risk profile of the entire country. And then we can start working on the strategy. How do we deploy resources and stuff like that? So, lots of conversation around structured and unstructured data. And what we are doing today is we are processing 7.6 million incidents data. These are crime incidents data on a monthly basis to understand the risk profile and create those strategies around it. As a result, what we are now doing is we are able to sort of tier various locations, various stores within the UK environment, and we can then start focusing only on those high-risk areas where the impact is highest. And then, this high-risk number of stores, so there are 48 at this moment, it kind of changes over a period of time, right? So wherever we see the risk score has gone or changed, we then start thinking about what deterrent, what exactly we need to sort of do to improve and to lower the risk profile of these particular stores in a way. So we become much more ready. So increase visibility, improve our readiness. And then what we have seen is by changing the way we deliver our services, right? So, by increasing the number of security people or increasing the number of body-worn cameras, we are able to offer much more agile services, right? And we've seen the stock loss have come down, and these are the top 5, high-risk stores. And, from October to November, we were able to reduce the stock losses by about £107,000. And that's a significant drop, right? We're talking about... so stock loss is basically people getting into the retail store and nicking stuff, right? So from alcohol to food or something that sort. So, a drop of 46.4% within a month's time is a huge impact. And retailers today in the UK are losing about £3 billion worth of stock, right? So it's a huge impact, and it goes straight away to the bottom line. And policing is not even bothered. If anything which is less than £500, there's no reference. I mean, the police will not do anything about it because there's just so many other social, criminal activities are going on. We don't have enough adequate resources to support those kind of incidences. So as a result, we are able to offer much more agile services. We can sort of flex our service delivery model quite rapidly, and we can then start looking at certain degree of predictability. And as we sort of move, we're able to sort of drive much more resilience. So you can start looking at, what are the typical items which are get nicked, right? So you can see beer, wine, spirits, clothing, footwear, health and beauty. So you can then start looking at where we need to sort of deploy resources. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday, you would find a high propensity of beers and spirits been nicked. Can we then change the shift of our security teams in those locations on Thursday afternoon between 3 to 4, right? Just an example. But these are some tiny little bit of information that can help us drive certain resilience around it. And what we have seen, ultimately, it's all about the experience, right? So our colleague engagements, our lone workers who are in the stores, the colleagues of retailers, we've seen the engagement level because they are able to sort of share information much more, promptly by about 40%. And within the last 3 months, with the about 8 retail customers that we're talking about, the NPS score kind of increased by 12 basis points. So that's a significant increase for a very short duration of time. So concluding, and I'm not going to come between you and drinks. So 5 things that we need to start thinking about: visibility, readiness, agility, resilience, and experience. And if you want to know a little bit more about what we are doing in Mighty around all these 5 areas, please scan the QR code. And happy to talk. Thank you.
Does anyone get any burning questions for the last few presenters while we wait? No problem.
What's the delta in the cost of additional security guards compared to what you saved?
So, so what we...
They do it.
Do you want this one?
That's fine. So I think it was not just the cost of additional security guard. What we did was we looked into certain simulation model, and we did some projections around it, and we identified if we add 1 additional security guard, what is the impact of stock loss? But if we add more body-worn camera, what is the impact, right? So what we realized, adding body-worn camera to the same security team reduces the stock loss significantly higher. So it was not people just adding more people resources, but about using technology and body-worn camera, the impact was significantly higher than adding more resources.
Thanks. Cheers. If you've ever wondered when you go to Boots why all the expensive stuff are on all them twizzly things that you spend like 10 minutes, you're like, can I just get the razors now? That's to stop people going in and just swiping the shelf off. So, next question, Emma?
I had a question for the Bellrock team. Quite interested in the Symphony model, or what you were describing. You said you've put your sensors and the program predominantly in corporate office space. Have you had an opportunity to start working with any critical environments, so clinical or anything that's a bit more critical based? And how has the client responded to that in terms of putting sensors, getting the data, and kind of interfering potentially with the building? Has that been a challenge? Has there been resistance? Interesting to understand that.
So I'm going to disappoint you right here. We only do office, industrial, retail, but would love the opportunity if there was any critical environments. But from our point of view of LNG, it's solely that. So I'd like to lie and say yes, but I want to be honest.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks for that.
Okay. Quick time for one more. We all good? Okay. I'm going to hand over to Lucy then for our wrap-up, which is always quite amusing and insightful. So looking forward to this. No pressure.
I'm the person who's listened all day to every single presentation. I haven't lost my concentration once. I'm going to talk you through what we've covered today. I'm going to sum up. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to give you some calls to action. And most importantly, I'm going to tell you about the new location of the after-conference drinks. So, Workplace Futures 2025. Everything you need to know about AI. I think David and Elliot like to come out with a big promise. So do you think they have told you every single thing you wanted to know about AI? Simone in the chair and Martin online, welcomed by the AI people with all the devices and humans watching. This is a kind of new greeting that we have, isn't it now? And how did we feel about AI at the beginning of the day? Through that little survey, we felt excited, intrigued, curious, cautious. Do you think you feel the same now? Probably. perhaps those things again. And we talked about Elon Musk worrying about summoning the demon, although I think he might actually be the demon. And we thought that, how could AI be a force for good? And do we think that maintenance is going to benefit the most? And also an interesting note that came up a few times, that regular AI users are more optimistic about the benefits of AI than people that don't use it. So if you feel cautious, perhaps give it a try. A useful little fact that came up that I think we've touched on before that might perhaps inform other conferences that we think about in the future. AI data centres already emit more CO2 than Russia. So which particular bandwagon are we on today? Are we, we're on the AI one? If we were on the sustainability one, we might be talking differently about this. So these are things to consider. I'm going to do some thanks before I start the summing up, just in case I forget to thank people later. I'm going to thank Simone and Martin Pickard online for being our hosts for the day. I'm going to thank David Elliott, Dave Ian and the IFMnet team who put this event together every year. I'm going to thank all of our speakers, all of our sponsors, the team here at the venue who've looked after us, and you, the audience. And have I forgotten anybody? No? Good. Fantastic. So let's start the romp through every single speaker that we've had today, starting with Andy Targil of JLL, who talked about AI and FM to give us some perspective. He asked us how can we use technology to get better outcomes. And he talked about 3 different types of AI to help us contextualise it: generative, predictive and optimising. That was a helpful start to the day, wasn't it? What business problem are you solving? You need to focus on your business goals, distinguish reality from hype and prepare for agility. And he said everyone is seeking the digital unicorn for FM. Did we find it today? I'll leave that up to you to decide. And then we had Louis talking about unstoppable living AI in his world. What is development for accessibility to be able to achieve things through AI that couldn't be achieved before? It's a big breakthrough for people that have struggled to interact with regular technology and regular accessible workplaces. So where we're looking for talent, we can look more widely than we could before in the industry. Andrew had said, what business problem are you solving? And it was great to follow up immediately with, here is a list of problems I have solved for myself with AI. Very, very useful, helpful illustrations of some of those assistive technologies that are transformative for people living with health conditions. That voice activation that we kind of circled right back round to at the end, really important use of that technology there. And then we had Bhaskar. He was the controversial one of the day, wasn't he? Telling us why the FM market is screwed. I liked that presentation. FM jumps on every trend, then moves on before it delivers real impact. The industry disdains its own operations. Have we lost sight of what FM actually is? We talk about AI, but we can't even produce an accurate asset register. I mean, nail on the head or what, And so I think we should kind of give a bit of a pause for thought about, I don't really know where IA was in that presentation, but it did give us some challenges, didn't it? And some of those other things as well coming in there about frontline staff having their hearts with the client, not the service providers. That would have stung a few service providers here, I guess. And you might want to take issue with that on another day in another session. We then had Yvonne Liu from Purpose Union talking about how biased is EDI. Do you remember last year we had that guy from the recruitment agency showing us how AI could pick candidates and draw lots of assumptions about them? For example, if you wear glasses and sit in front of a bookcase, you are likely to be perceived to be more intelligent by AI. And it was a little bit of a darker turn on the topic. Where does the data come from? What are the risks of data bias, algorithm bias, human decision bias? Some examples of AI hallucinating facts. And that extreme pendulum that AI has gone through, that we used to worry that that AI was really biased, but then it went really woke and put all those weird military people in and swung the other way. So there's a balancing to reach there. There's early regulation on AI in the UK, but you need to engage your head as well as the technology. Watch out, because AI is moving from waiting for instructions to issuing them. That was the key thing that came out of that Q&A, wasn't it? We had quite a good discussion there, the balance about regulation and innovation. We talked about those FM firms being backed by PE and whether that was a good thing. We talked about who owns the data that gives insight on a client's portfolio. And it was good to actually have time to have a bit of a discussion, because sometimes we don't have time to have that Q&A. So that was good, wasn't it? We had a break, and then we went into 2 presentations. The first one by Tom Collins of Hall Lee, talking about AI's role in the design of buildings. For design, the big wins can be in running simulations for viability and modelling ESG and carbon goals, using scenarios to optimise design, which can then become evidence-based. And then we had the second part of that presentation with Ivo Krastins from Savills talking about the key challenge being understanding realistic expectations versus the overhyped potential of AI, and talked about some real examples that would actually work, which started to feed us towards some of those kind of real-world case studies later. We then had the team from ISS, Graham Woods and Lucy Ingham, talking about AI use in workplace design and management. Are technological developments, they asked, going to make us more productive or more pressured? And how do workplaces need to change? They showed us some benefits directly related to the workplace experience, for example, engaging services, space utilisation and preferences. And they also introduced a new word to me, tequilibrium. Nice word. That was the first new word of the day. There's another one coming up later. We then had Andy Schofield from Reliance talking about AI and the future of security. People don't even realise that they're using AI at the moment. Every time you go into the car park with the ANPR, there's a little bit of AI happening there. And he talked about the unhappy valley and how we are not really triggered anymore by things coming through AI. We can't tell anymore whether something is fake or real. But what I thought was really interesting in his presentation was that example of how good AI is at identifying patterns and identifying things that are outside the pattern. And that illustration of the tree falling on the car was a really good way of showing the sorts of things that AI could do for us in that kind of realm. So when we were talking earlier about what business challenge, what business issue are you addressing, that was a really good illustration of saying we're a security company. What we want to do is to be able to spot things like unusual behaviours. Is there a risk to life? Is somebody not wearing their PPE? Is there a vehicle where there shouldn't be a vehicle? Very practical illustration of how you can quickly analyse enormous amounts of data from video cameras to flag up something that a human then needs to look at as well. We then had Shweta Sharma, COO of Sustainability at CBRE, and she was talking about simplifying complexity and accelerating sustainability. We talked a bit about sustainability legislation and requirements hitting FM from all sides, but really the question is how can AI drive better outcomes at scale? We're talking about real-time monitoring, optimization and automation for sustainability. And that's a theme that came across in a lot of the other case studies as well. Exactly how, in FM, are we going to use these technologies to get better at what we do? We had a panel discussion then. We talked about the interface between AI and humanity a little bit. We talked about some of the issues and concerns around bias, predictability. We talked about a lot of the things that we discussed over the rest of the morning before we broke for lunch, which was lovely, thank you. We then had the Technology and Award winner presented by Donovan Foster. He was the newest judge on the panel and sponsor of the awards from OCS. We had 5 shortlisted entries. They were all really good. DMA highly commended, and the winner, HSS Pro Service, that was a really strong entry, really interesting. It's great judging those awards and seeing the technology that's actually being used, being demoed. Great privilege to judge that award. We went into the afternoon with Nushchak Nadir from Planon, talking about accelerating the FM service excellence. He thinks there's potential for a 40% reduction in data centre cooling, a 20% reduction in service costs through predictive maintenance. Big numbers there, huge numbers. But he also points out that less than 5% of FM service providers have actually implemented AI hyper-automation. And that is the sort of implementation that should be focusing on a better customer experience, not just some of those kind of number reductions. We then had Steve McGregor from DMA talking about AI managing the complexities of FM. You might have filled in his survey that he ran before the event. And of course, he was highly commended in the awards as well, his company. He turned that around really and said that, perhaps we should ask really, is FM ready for AI? This is the real question. And that in the survey responses that they received, the people that responded mainly said in FM that they were using AI for admin and supporting kind of processes rather than this kind of hyper-automation, augmented reality, kind of big opportunities that we talked about in some of the other case studies. Looping right back to what Andrew said this morning, define the right problem before you can develop the right solution. And that Steve really defines that as how can we make buildings work better. Second new word of the day came up there, if you don't count the uncanny valley as the phrase of the day. Second new word of the day, zettabyte. So you learn lots when you come to this, don't you? You get new words, new concepts, new ideas. And then we moved on to another case study, Sodexo and AstraZeneca and Amplify, talking about AI-driven workforce intelligence. When we were saying just now, what is the business issue that you're trying to solve? Wasn't it great that AstraZeneca said, we want to deliver 20 new medicines by 2030, and this drives our whole strategy? There's an organisation that can say, that's what we're about, everything has to follow that. So I think there's a really good lesson there that actually, if you are a service provider and you're working with a client organisation, if they can explain to you as clearly as that, this is what we're trying to do, everything you do for us needs to help us and nothing you do needs to hinder us from achieving that goal, it's much easier to know what you are supposed to focus on as well, isn't it? Everything else feeds into that. AI is a huge enhancement in clinical trials, but if you're a service partner, you'll be expected to keep up with your client organisation. And one of the things that you might see is if you've got a really high-tech, smart client like AstraZeneca, in the end, if you're running around with little bits of paperwork, tickets and things that you're trying to do on a kind of iPhone 8 with you guys and that sort of thing, they're going to be turning around and saying, you're not keeping up with us. We're going here, we need you to be up here with us, not kind of dragging along behind. You will need to keep up. And they were feeling, perhaps at Sodexo, more that their role was about making AstraZeneca a destination of choice in respect of a workplace, because there's that battle for talent. If you think we've got a battle for talent in FM, it's a much bigger battle for talent in pharma and life sciences. So you've got to make sure that everything you're doing around that workplace is supporting that goal of getting the talent in order to develop those new medicines. Really nice, clear, linear journey to go on there. And then we had Aymeric Laslam, Equans Digital, talking about using AI to drive decarbonisation, those environmental and climate imperatives. And I don't know whether when we're talking about driving decarbonisation, we're going to add in the carbon footprint of all of those kind of AI functions that we're going to use there. I don't know how to do that. But he talked about the fact that AI in 2025 is going to see a huge acceleration because it's come now to be seen as a political investment, as part of an essential for economies, not just companies. That AI is being seen as becoming part of the necessary infrastructure nationally, internationally, both in the States and here. And that is a kind of new thing, isn't it? A new drive, a new way of looking at it. It's not just a thing that companies use. It's a technology that is expected to become available for all sorts of things for individuals and organisations. He talked about moving from reactive to proactive use of AI for enriched insights and enhanced prediction in the FM space. And then we had James Bradley from Churchill and Mohsin Lakim from Semantic talking together about how voice notes are a growing trend, which is key for field-based multilingual workforce. It's a really weird thing because if you're as old as me, well, we started Larch 30 years ago, and Mike used to have a little dictaphone that he carried everywhere with him to do voice notes on all the time, and then his PA would type them all up. And so actually voice notes aren't new for old people, they're only new for text-based people, because lots of us can remember doing voice notes before and leaving people voicemails. And up until a few years ago, I don't know if you tried this, you leave a voicemail for your kids, they're like, I don't listen to them. And now suddenly they do listen to them. So this is another one of these multi-generational things, isn't it? They think they've invented voice notes, for crying out loud. But then we had a really practical case study there of how they're using AI for things like safety near misses, people able to leave voice notes in their own language, colleague recognition where they can actually converse in their comfortable mother tongue and receive a response in that mother tongue as well. We know how important that is within a really diverse industry like ours. And one of the slides that came up had lots of languages on it, but we know we've got more than that in FM. And so we do need to be able to communicate with everybody from the day that they start. And particularly around things like safety. There's no point in giving them a great big safety manual, because even if that's written down in their own language, they're probably not big readers of safety manuals. If they just come on shift and they need to crack on and get things done. So actually, these sorts of little video reels in multiple languages are going to become much more a feature of inductions for people and training and communication for people, aren't they? Because it does give that more personal feel to things. And not to forget that that goes hand in hand with real communication. I can remember doing a project in about 1996 where we did an analysis of customer feedback for a client, and we came away with a box of printed complaints that people had written to this client, and we went through and analysed them, and now we could have just done it like that through analysing TripAdvisor and Google through AI, like they showed us in their example. So, you know, things have become more efficient in lots of ways, haven't they? And then we had the Bellrock team, Ryan and Andre and Ruman from LG, talking about enhanced building experiences. Don't you like it when people actually pin it down to a number and say, we saved £404,250 on avoided engineering costs and energy savings? Now, as a cynical person, I would say that if you're using AI in your service provider business to identify savings like that, are they savings for you as a service provider? Are they savings for your client? Are they shared savings? You know, who benefits from the savings? Who invests? Now, we haven't really talked about that, but one of the things that we see as consultants is that there's a big expectation from clients that service providers will bring them lots of innovation, but there's a small expectation from clients that they will actually pay for that because they believe it should just come. And so we still come back to that kind of slight disconnect in the industry, don't we, where there is a big expectation on us to be innovating like mad, but also to push our prices right down to the floor because times are hard. So we didn't really talk today about who pays, but we do know that that is, I wouldn't say the elephant in the room, but it's a question that we decided not to go into today, but it is still a question, isn't it? Who does pay for these innovations that benefit everybody in that relationship, the service provider, the end customers, the clients? And we finished with an Ninja Bizwas from Mighty talking about 5 ways AI is driving transformation. And I did write those down. Visibility, readiness, agility, resilience, and experience. There was a really good slide at the beginning of that presentation about the AI universe that I thought was a real kind of stick that on your wall, because that reminds you of all of the different things that AI can be, and it isn't just ChatGPT, there's lots of different things. AI will become a utility. That loops back to that idea about the political investment in it, doesn't it? It'll be something that everyone is using for all sorts of things. But basic FM data like asset registers does remain a problem. But we are starting to see that getting a little bit better. And I think there's a general agreement that we are going to see a bit of an exponential acceleration of actual use of AI in FM rather than just talking about the possibilities and the potential for it. So, last year, we did have a conference about AI and people. And we talked about, we had a couple of calls to action from that. And one of them was, how do we use these tools to engage rather than alienate? But the other question that we left with was that quote that said, learn more about this because AI won't replace you, but you might be replaced by someone who knows what it is. So congratulations for coming today to learn more about what it is, because you obviously heard that call to action last year and thought, I had better learn a bit more about AI. So I think this year, I don't really have specific calls to action as much as questions that I think we need to go away and ponder as an industry or as a profession. And we can even ponder whether we are an industry or a profession. That's another conference, another time. But questions like, how can AI make an FM's job easier? When will Excel give up the crown of the top used FM planning tool? AI, we think, is good at spotting things outside the pattern. So we have to be careful when it's doing that it's doing that in a way that is objective and fair and reasonable, but we could see some really good examples of that. There's a productivity crisis. I don't think there's a productivity crisis in our industry. I think people work really hard in our industry, actually. I think we start early, we finish late, we drive all over the country, we work hard, we support our teams, they work hard. I don't think, personally, that there's a productivity crisis in our industry, but there might be across the UK. So I'm just waving the flag for us. I think we work really hard in FM. But fewer people need to do more in respect of supporting those of us that are hoping to retire and live off the backs of all of the rest of you. So crack on with becoming more productive, please, because I'm not many years away from retiring now. I think probably the big questions are, how do we get the basics right, like asset registers, because we can't spring off of data that isn't good to start with. Do you have an AI policy in your business? Do you have some sort of integrated approach to it? Are people running off all over the place saying we could do this, we could do this, we could do this? Because we do see a bit of running around, of trialling things, but that needs to come together in a more structured way. Ensure that you are leading, not being led by the technology. And think about how workplaces would need to change to incorporate AI as one of our co-pilots. So if we want to achieve tequilibrium, it comes right back to what business problem are you trying to solve? And is that a problem of yours as a service provider, or are you a client? And so when you're looking at solving a problem, is it your problem? Is it someone else's problem? You really need to know what it is that you're trying to achieve, and then think about how will AI deliver your key business drivers. And so that works for you whether you're a client or a service provider. But when you're thinking about the problem you're trying to solve, you need to also think, whose problem is it? And which bit of it am I going to solve? And I think they're probably the big questions that you need to go away and think about. I want to use AI, I want to download all those papers, I want to find out more about it, and then I want to come back and think, what problems do I have, and could AI help me to solve them? And how can I make sure that I'm using it as a tool and not being led down a rabbit hole by some sexy bit of technology that looks really cool? And we see a lot of that when we're judging the Tech Awards, where people come along with something and they say, hey, this is a cool thing. And we say, yeah, it's cool. You know, like, how is that useful in FM? Oh, well, you know, it's cool. So we need to get past the kind of thinking it's cool and being able to nail it down to practical outcomes like we've seen in lots of the case studies today. So thank you very much for sharing those. We really appreciate that. Just before I wind up, I've already thanked everybody. So some end of the day notes. All of today's slides will be on the Workplace Futures website. Is the address on the screen? It's not, but it could be probably. Recordings of all the talks will be up probably next week. There will be, as ever, a post-conference white paper that will be issued in March, and that will include some of the key issues, key findings, key thoughts from some of the speakers. And now the thing you really, really want to know is that drinks are available after this event, and they are in Kendall's Bar, which is not where we've had the drinks before. Kendall's Bar is on the lower ground floor, so it's below where we came in. So you go down the big stairs and then you carry on down some more stairs, and there's a bar, and there are lots of soft drinks, lots of alcoholic drinks, whatever your preference is. Do join us for one. I hope if you're a speaker that you'll come as well in case anyone else has got any questions they'd like to ask you. And if you don't have any questions for me, then thank you for coming. It's been fascinating. Look forward to seeing you next year.
And a big thank you to Lucy for that roundup. I said it'd be funny and interesting. See you all downstairs.